So we can unmute the microphone, run a mic test, and then we can get started here. Testing the microphone, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we can unmute the microphone, run a mic test, and then we can get started here. Testing the microphone, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So all right, Twitch works, and YouTube. You gonna work for us as well? You gotta refresh YouTube here. Usually it's a few minutes behind. So we can unmute the microphone, run a mic test. YouTube testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So all right, works, and YouTube. Okay, so I was like a little echoey in the background, but we're good to go. I'm already. Oh, I need to adjust the camera. Look like shit. Too many spiders. Totally forgot this. Guys get to see what I do to my camera live. And get rid of the stupid auto zooming feature, because we're also dropping shit ton of frames. I even resetted the router this morning. Oh my lord. Hey, Shimpasta, Void Wolf. Mike Tail Silver. How do you say my K2L Silver? Mike Hell Silver? Is that how you pronounce it? Michael. Anyways, we were gonna finish up watching the Star Citizen live. Let's see here. With the Benoit. Just Michael? Okay. Alright, shorts fuck off. There I go. With Benoit.
Chat, you've been saying it. It's next on the list.
We left off.
VoIP.
Yeah.
VoIP, if you're doing all this stuff, VoIP.
We're looking at VoIP.
Such an important element.
Sure. It's all part of it.
Graham tells me it's entirely your fault.
Graham is. I don't want to say it.
Graham did not say that. He heavily implied it, though.
Heavily implied.
No.
Graham is more savvy than I am. He knew not to say it outright.
Yeah. That's right. We love him. But he's wrong. No, but okay, so VoIP, we're
Get to the fucking point here, guys.
On the backend side of things. So VoIP is mainly, right now heavily affected by the shard size. So the original design for this was really made for the 100 servers. And so we haven't had a chance to go back there at all.
Yeah.
As part of this work, this team is also going to look at the infrastructure for voice transmission. And we're going to try to make it scale to the proper thing. So one element that we're talking about,
I was under the impression that it scaled infinitely.
Is
right.
that we're probably going to be moving away from the server chat. So what the original global 600 player chat, and move into regional chats like a true MMO, so that it's tied to the region that you are.
You'd be talking to people around Crusader,
and so VoIP will also be affected by that because it also powers proximity chat. And so proximity voice, so we're looking at voice transmission from the top to bottom. We're changing the whole.
We're gonna have to redo everything
to make it scale there.
What do you have against Baron's chat?
Baron's chat was dope.
Baron's chat was.
I know.
I mean, apparently Baron's chat was so dope.
Spoiled Chimpasta.
And have had it for the last 10 years.
That's right. Correct.
So
correct.
Sorry.
We're also out of this, there's also some movement on player reporting for bad behavior. So not just blocking, which is
what I would like. I would like to be able to report a bug in the game without leaving Star Citizen. Like if you find a bug, it'd be able to click report, and then it just sends like a snapshot of the server status right to like the issue counselor or something. Being able to report players, sure, that's great, but people are just gonna report everybody. Anybody who irritates them is gonna get a report. So whatever. And Asmer's like, that video from Wedge Rowan when he started talking about faith. I grew up as Christian, so I can understand trying to find Jesus and fill your life with something greater than yourself. So more power to Avenger 1. The man finds Jesus and it heals him and makes him a better person. More power to him. So Maybe we grew up in different households, you and me, Asimir. Like I was surrounded by faith. My parents had like a wall of like Bible study stuff. They were very much involved in the church. They still are. My stepdad, he was in the church band. My mom was like in the what was it, the youth league, and like helping with arts and crafts with all the other mothers. So when you say faith, you mean flannel. Yes, the Church of Flannel. But like I said, so I know a lot of people joke. Yeah, Christianity, when someone comes out and says, "Oh, I found Jesus," a lot of people like to joke about it. But it's like, hey, if you found something greater than yourself to help fill the hole in your life, give you a path and something to guide you through the rough times you may be experiencing. I'm assuming that Adventure One's got more going on in his life than just what he was talking about in that video. If someone comes out and says, "I found Jesus," it's probably more going on than just what you expect. So I wish him well. I know he was a very controversial figure within the Star Citizen community. A lot of people don't like the whole PvP aspect of Star Citizen. Most people you think you're crazy if you talk about reading the Bible and stuff. I mean, like, you guys got a huge Catholic, though. Of course, you guys had to live through the rise of Catholicism, the Crusades. Yeah, me too. I wish him the best. So he was kind of like a lightning rod Avenger 1 of the community. It happens when you want to be the best person in the room. It reminds me of that old joke. How do you tell if there's a fighter pilot in the room with you? He'll let you know. He always had that kind of that attitude, that ego. Not many people really tolerate that sort of thing. But yeah, from my understanding, this just wasn't fun anymore for him. Streaming Star Citizen just wasn't the thing for him anymore, and so he's taking time and trying to fix his life. He doesn't need Star Citizen. I suspect he's got a job that actually pays the bills, so Star Citizen was like a side gig for him. But yeah, so good for him. So back on to Star Citizen Live. Great that we're going to get a new chat client. Great that we're going to get VoIP and VoIP fixed. When this stuff's going to happen, I don't know. They're just acknowledging the fact that this stuff is broken and needs to be fixed. That's all they're really doing on Star Citizen Live. We're not getting like a timeline. We're not getting like, oh, this person is like in charge of fixing that Vertigo. Just more like, yeah, we know it's broken. We know we need to fix it. We don't know when we're going to fix it.
We have now, but that we want to expand on, but also like player reporting for other players that are, either bad behavior, profanity in chat, things like that.
Profanity in chat. Maybe you guys should put it in a fucking filter.
Moderation team in game. So we're going to need some automated help there that will come clean.
I can't wait for like the bot to ban me for saying like, "Thanks for the help, Niger," or Nigel or something. Like you're gonna type in some, like you're gonna face roll the keyboard or something out of frustration. You're gonna get banned because you swore in Swahili or something. I don't fucking know. You fucking say thanks for the help, and you use the guy's fucking player name, like his account name or something, and you get banned for it because his player name is like a swear in some foreign language, like Chinese or something. Yes. Make billions of dollars in funding over 14 years. Millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars a year. We can't afford to hire actual people. We're going to get AI to do that for us. Just put in a fucking chat filter, for fuck's sake. Have an option for turning profanity on and off. Whatever, I don't fucking know. Like,
up some of these elements. So we're trying to, really tackle communications, from the top there with that strike team.
So social, there's not ever losing an item. Shout out to gameplay engineering director Jens. That was his major one, and then that was his one. Didn't feel strongly enough to come on the show though.
No.
Jens.
Oh yes, yeah. Jared just calling him out.
Let's sign him up right now.
So not losing things.
Yeah.
Social tools. We'll throw VoIP in with social tools.
So chat, party finder, orgs is what we're going in order.
As far as major quality of life, I want to ask you personally. I'm allowed to say things personally sometimes. I do it often on my live shows.
Careful, Jared. You may get in trouble
for it afterwards.
Yeah.
Benoit, I want your personal thing. What is your big bugaboo? What is your big quality of life bugaboo? The thing.
So personal.
Yeah.
I've got 2. I've added 1.
Scope creep.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say for me, in terms of quality of life, I love to play the game in a kind of a larger setup. So I have a kind of a flight seat that I like to operate to play the game, and this thing has roughly 13 devices connected to the game. Managing bindings is literally the worst.
I'd love to have a search function.
That's my pet peeve. If there was one thing that I could do for my own game experience, like other than
I agree. Like finding all the
elements, it would be completely control bindings. Currently with the
having a better menu for control bindings. The tabs are fine, but you have so many of them. I mean, honestly, at this point, like, you need to have, like, I don't know. I don't even know how you do that, how you'd present that kind of information. Because I've never had a game like Star Citizen. Well, there's been some in the past, like Supreme Commander, where they have, like, a ton of customization, but you really don't need to go that deep. I'm trying to think of, like, any other game that had, like, just the absolute worst customization for, like, user interface and, like key bindings. Supreme Commander comes to mind immediately, but I'm trying to think of something like recently that's not Star Citizen. I haven't played, like, Flight Sim, so I'm not quite sure how those work out. I'm assuming DCS World is, like, crazy as well. So Asmar, why do we need so many controls? I have 2 joysticks with, like, 30 buttons between the 2 of them. Plus I have a keyboard. And I have a Stream Deck. That's why. There are some people out there who take things way too far. You could simplify controls a little bit. But some people want to have a lot of different buttons available to them. Everything has to have its own hotkey, turning on the lights, turning off the lights, because the people build, like, button boxes for Star Citizen. You could simplify the controls by removing some of the options from the options menu for hotkeys and moving the controls for, like, lights and landing gear to the actual ships themselves. Right? Getting rid of the button, get rid of the hotkey, and make it so you have to interact with the dashboard to turn the lights on and off. But that means you have to use, like, the inner thought system. You have to use inner thought, then find the light switch, turn it on. Subsonic Meat, how to use a Stream Deck in general? Like, that's, like, a whole thing right there. But here's my, like, Star Citizen key bindings. Actually, we have to switch over to Star Citizen. Here's our Star Citizen profile. We have Flight Ready, which is F5. Weapon Power, which is 1. They're just hotkeys. You just tell a Stream Deck, like, here, you're going to push a button on the keyboard. It just virtualizes a keyboard button. That's all it does. For example, my light amp is Alt-U. So I press this button on the Stream Deck, and it tells the computer that I just pushed Alt-U on my keyboard. and that activates the light application mode in the Starship. That's it. That's how you do it. Landing gear N. Like I said, it's just a hotkey. It's just a virtualized key press. That's all it is. So I press the landing gear button on my thing. So if I press landing gear, it just says you go into a chat. You go into a text file here. Watch this. See, boop N. Boop 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 boop. And then this one's like F5. This one's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all it does. It's just a virtual keyboard. Just convinces the computer that I'm pressing buttons that I'm not actually pressing. There's more cool stuff you can do that with, like macros. I also have turret controls. Oh, we actually have to like go to the actual turret control tab. There we go. This is supposed to be flight. I haven't really done anything with that. So here's turret controls. Turret controls are very simple. You have like gimbal mode, gyro stabilization, fire mode, enter remote turret, next remote turret, previous remote turret. Game glass VCS, yeah. But I think and that's an excellent like criticism of Star Citizen. It's this like we need to have a game that's approachable, accessible, right, to the common person. The person's not going to drop. Oh god damn it, Seastone, what are you doing? Go back. Not just the people who are the hobbyists. Not just the person that's dropping a shit ton of money into Star Citizen. Approachable and accessible, right? So we do need to kind of clean up the key bindings to figure out how we can do stuff there better. And I don't know exactly how CIG can present that information so it's not daunting and overwhelming to everybody who looks at it. Because you open the key bindings menu and it's just like shit everywhere. A lot of the options they show you in the key bindings are just like, you don't need to worry about it. Say for like flying your ship, only the stuff really on the left side of the keyboard matters. But there's a ton of modifiers as well. And that's just kind of how flight sims go, what Chris Roberts is doing. There's going to be tons of like little buttons and switches and dials and whatnot you're going to be fiddling with. Anyways, let's continue.
Chat, you've been saying it. It's next on the list.
Yeah.
VoIP.
Skip. Let's get
there.
We talked about.
I mean, apparently, Baron's chat was
things like that. Obviously, we don't at CIG don't have a large, moderation team.
Yes.
Didn't feel strongly enough to come on the show though. I do it often on my live shows, and then get in trouble for it afterwards. Benoit, I want your personal thing. What is your big bugaboo? What is your big quality of life?
Yes, big quality of life, which is
personal.
Yeah,
I've got 2. I've added 1.
Scope creep.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say for me, in terms of quality of life, I love to play the game in a kind of a larger setup. So I have a kind of a flight seat that I like to operate to play the game. And this thing has roughly 13 devices connected to the game. Managing bindings is literally the worst. And so that's my pet peeve. If there was one thing that I could do for my own game experience, like other than like the in-game elements, it would be completely control bindings. Currently we rely on device order for some things, and so like literally
they have one.
Like
I don't know.
Kind of almost a common order for the devices on your machine. Sharing these profiles is very difficult. Being able to bind onto multiple devices, to really benefit from that. Being able to bind on multiple, like the same action on multiple devices, for me is super key, right? So that would be my absolute personal thing quality of life to solve would be device handling in general.
And you're announcing you've created a hero strike team for this.
No, I wish I could just do that, but it'd be cool, you know?
So that's not something coming soon.
Well, there is work being done on the control systems, right? But not
for Squadron.
Not that I could say it's coming soon to Star Citizen. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of work there.
And while you're at, while you're at, it'd be nice if it stored them and saved them.
Exactly.
Having a system for actually configuring that made sense and whatever, that's all great and whatever. But if I got to redo it every patch,
yeah, I know.
I don't know what the fuck he's complaining about. You could just export your controls. I've done it for years. Now, what does happen? I mean, and this is something that's not very obvious, or what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. It's not obvious how to export or save your control bindings after you're done setting everything up. They need to make it a little bit easier to figure out like how to save your control bindings. I don't know who the fuck set it up, like if they were actually a native English speaker, because it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. It's not how I would do it. But yeah, the problem you run into, intuitive. Thank you, Vok. Vok coming in with the save. The problem you do run into, and this is a problem I have run into, if you export your key bindings between patches, let's see, let's go to my Star Citizen folder, which is this one, go to live. I actually have that's it right there. That's one of my control schemes. This one's actually really old, so we're just going to delete it. So user, go to Star Citizen user clients 0 profiles, I believe. Default, no. It's probably like controls. Yeah, controls, mappings. And so you can go here, copy, and then I go back onto the Star Citizen folder and just paste all my control bindings out here because they can just live here. That's it. You've copied your control bindings outside of the game, but saving it inside I have to launch Star Citizen and show you what it looks like. The problem you run into once you figure out actually how to save the key bindings, if CIG changes how a key binding works some way, somehow, and I've run into this problem in previous patches, you're going to have to redo your control bindings. I've had to do that 2 or 3 times while I've been streaming Star Citizen over like the past 10 years. Because sometimes they'll change how like variables work in the back end, and they have to like redo like how the control binding. And because I'm using old ass key bindings that refer to that like send a different variable to my client, suddenly just stuff stops working or starts working differently. Because so sometimes you just have to like redo all your key bindings from scratch, and that kind of sucks, especially if you have like, you have 106. I can't remember how many keys on my keyboard. It's like over 106 on the keyboard. You got 5-6 mouse buttons, and then plus you have like 32 buttons on your joystick, and then you have a Stream Deck as well. The amount of key bindings you have to deal with could be quite a lot. That kind of happens with like Star Citizen while they're still actively building the game. It's not a huge deal. Fuck it. I'm just going to launch Star Citizen and show you all how to actually save your key bindings. Because I know what the fuck Jared's talking about. I have to redo my key bindings every patch, Benoit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't. I haven't had to redo my key bindings since like 4.0 dropped. I did have to redo them like recently on stream because of just stuff started working weird, and it's just like, fuck, man. Every time I crouch, I go back to like walking speed. So let's just launch Star Citizen and just show everybody just how it works. But anyways, I had a good day yesterday after I was done streaming. Went out for a walk in the park, stretched my legs, got some fresh air in my lungs. Came home, cooked some dinner, rice and beans with some fried onions. A little bit of soy sauce, delicious. Cleaned up the dishes for the old man. Let's see here. Controls, key bindings. Made a birthday video for Pouty Jinx. She's a cool gal. She deserves a happy birthday today. And then I went to bed early and read Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Managed to make it through. I think I'm chapter 4. I think I'm in chapter 4 now, which is the actual decline of the Roman Empire. And it was just fucking bizarre. I can't remember the name of the Roman empires. One was Pertinax or something. But the current one at that time was assassinated by his personal guard and a couple of his servants because they were afraid of him like going crazy and killing everybody. And the Roman Senate was like, okay, this is fine. We'll just elect this other guy named Pertinax. And the actual Praetorian Guard, the personal guard of the emperor, heard about this. They came in, they killed him, put his head on a spike, marched back to their encampment, and shouted from the walls about how they're going to sell the emperor the throne to the highest bidder. And the other guy came in and said, hey, I'll pay you guys the ransom. And this pissed off everybody else in the empire. So a whole bunch of legions came back from the edges of the Roman Empire to fight the Praetorian Guard and actually like take over the emperor. It's just fucking crazy. I'm just like, I'm reading this chapter. I'm just like, what the fuck is happening here? Interesting times. Interesting times. So let's see, Pertinax lasted like 66 days. The guy who actually, I can't remember the name of the guy who bought the emperor, the throne, but he lasted 66 days before one of the first legions crossed through the mountain ranges and actually disposed him. I can't remember if they killed him or not. He probably just put him into exile, took all his money. Hey, Rob. I'm glad I actually took time to actually continue reading because that was like a fucking this is a crazy chapter. So advanced control customization. So if you click default, let's turn off this. If you click default preset image, it just turns everything to defaults. But if you go to control profiles, there's a button that says save control settings. I would not hide this button here. You also have reset to default. You can change your key bindings here. But you also have like a bunch of other default stuff if you wanted to change control styles. But yeah, you just click save control settings here and then you name it. I would so have like a save button like right here instead of hiding instead of hiding the save option under this fucking tab. I just have like a little button here for like saving your controls. You click this button and then a little thing pops up, says name your control profile. Right? Instead of this blank ass fucking box here, it would say name your control profile, or what would you like your control profile to be named, and then click save. But that's how you save it. That's how you save your control profile. And the first time I was trying to customize my key bindings, I just because you click on this, and this you can easily like your eyes can easily wander over this to see like the rest of the stuff if you're like a little too fast. And as Jared said, like, I have to redo my control bindings every fucking patch. Like, no, you don't. And you also have this over here, too, that it's not exactly very intuitive. You know, this is how you change your key. What the fuck did I just do? What? What? Why is it launching Spectrum? What is happening? So apparently there's like some weird interaction here with the user interface. There's like a All right, that needs an issue council report. I mean, like, developers playing their games, right? Let's go content video producer. That's a clip. That's that we're gonna put that up on an issue council report because I don't know what the fuck's going on there. We could probably like dial the speed back. We were watching some clips yesterday. There's like some weird interaction here. What the fuck did I just do? This over here too. It's not exactly very intuitive. You know, this is how you change your key. What the fuck did I just do? What? What? Why is it launching Spectrum? I don't know, Vertigo. Is the launcher behind there? Change your key. What the fuck did I just do? What? Well, let's go. Like, can we go 60 seconds? And as Jared said, like, I have to. And you also have this over here too. It's not exactly. Why is it launching Spectrum? What is happening? And you. What is happening? What is happening? Right. Save, I guess. And you also have this over here too. It's not exactly very intuitive. You know, this is how you change your key. I have no idea what's going on there. Like the guide hub, where is it? Yeah, it launches the guide hub. No, it's launching Spectrum now. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, that's pretty close, right? Not really. Now it's launching. Yeah, it's launching the guide hub, but it's right there. That box is right there. What if I minimize this? It still launches like Spectrum. What if I move it out of the way? No, it still goes right to the guide hub. So I'm assuming you can click through the UI element. Let's see here. Star Citizen. That is bizarre. Why do you let that happen? What is going on? Close the launcher. Okay. So fun fact about closing the launcher. Yeah, you can't exit the application while the game is running. So you cannot close the launcher. You can minimize it. But yeah, it still keeps going to the guide hub. Report new issue. Let's see here. Print screen. Print screen, I guess. Where is it? What do I even call that? Control selection in the options menu. Opens guide page. Oh, hold on. Oh, there actually is reports for this. When clicking the options in the lower right-hand corner A, one have this issue. It will open a tab you are in. To click the Cactus Guide menu, the page will open, for example, Keeper Layout Support, both as a section menu. 2 months ago. 1 minute left. Contribute. Yes. Playable can be worked around. These are my settings. Add evidence. There we go. It's uploading. You can close the launcher? I can't. And then we got a clip to put in there as well. It's copy link. I mean, that's bizarre. See attached clip for... There we go. Submit. There we go. We saved it. It was going to get closed in 1 minute. Guide page is blank. Clicking through HOTAS on controls. Let's see if this one works as well. Clicking through HOTAS on controls page opens find a guide. Upvotes. Click on the arrow to change HOTAS on the controls page. Game minimizes Spectrum finds guide to open. Spectrum field of guide, which should happen. Spectrum field guide. Okay, evidence. So it's not even this tab. Yeah, that's just under the straight options menu, not even here. So if we go to options and then key bindings and then you go here, it just opens guide page. Why does it go there? Why does... So crazy. So we got that. So okay, so I guess we'll do this one. Contribute. Yes. Polish. Gameplay not affected. Add evidence. Select files on your computers. Oh. The main menu. Maybe it's activating the main menu somehow. I don't know. Can confirm when I go to the options tab and click on the area where find a guide button was located the main menu. Oh, maybe that's it. There it is. So I guess it's the options menu is overlaying the main menu is underneath of it. So can I quit game? If I click right here, I can hear I'm activating something else that's not back or reset. So, okay, so I'm activating these buttons right here. So what's happening is the options menu is an overlay over the main menu. I'm actually activating UI elements from the options menu. So I was able to like click add friend and it brought up the menu. It brought up the thing to add friend. So what's supposed to happen, you're supposed to have like sleep paralysis, I guess. When you open the options menu, you're supposed to disable everything behind the screen. But the UI for the main menu is still active while the options menu is up. And so what's happening is I'm activating the find a guide button over here. Does CSG know? They probably do. They probably don't do it. Yeah, the new hires started the UI team. I swear to God, CIG has a hell of a time designing UI. So that explains why the find a guide button happens. So can I click on options? Like, no, the reset button's way too big. You wouldn't be able to click on the options. Yeah. I'm surprised you can't quit the game. Honestly, Rob, I kind of feel maybe you're right. Like, they just use AI coding at this point. Everything's just vibe coded. That would explain how CIG is able to stay in business for so long. It's just they just don't hire any programmers. Everything's just like coded by AI.
Saving them, cloud save across machines would be great, right? Yeah, exactly.
Talk dirty to me, Benoit.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where like
cloud saves,
I do
controls.
maintain a couple of rigs at CIG, and people are always changing bindings. But the problem is, I can't reapply my bindings because it's not the system anyway.
So
you can. You can. So here's the fun thing about Star Citizen. For those of you who don't know about, oh my god, where is my fucking pad? I'm gonna start sniffing some fucking markers here. I swear to God, this is such a headache. Star Citizen for noobs. How to save key bindings. How to save the key bindings and import export them. So the fun fact about Star Citizen actually has a pretty powerful key binding option, and these guys don't even know about. I can take a USB thumbstick, right? I could take a USB thumbstick, and I can take these control bindings. Hell, I could probably do it live right now. I can go into, since I have Star Citizen running, I can go into my user folder. I think. No, I closed it. I can go into here, and I could just delete my user folder, right? And then launch Star Citizen, and then I could import these key bindings while Star Citizen is running, and Star Citizen will notice that these key bindings are here, and I can actually like activate them in game while I'm actually playing Star Citizen. So these guys complaining that I can't do my key bindings. Cloud saves for my key. Just use a USB thumbstick. Just take your key bindings on a USB thumbstick, plug it into the machine, copy it over while you're playing. End of discussion.
Problem is, I can't reapply my bindings.
Yeah, you can.
The system anyway.
So there are simpits in the...
I have done that live while playing Star Citizen, where I launched the game. It's like, shit, I forgot to apply my key bindings. Hold on a second, let me copy over my old key bindings. While I'm playing the game, literally tab out, grab the copy of it, put it into the correct area under the user folder, and then it shows up in the options menu. I click apply, and it works. And these guys are lamenting the fact that how hard it is to like actually copy your custom key bindings over. Like cloud saves would be nice, right? Being able to like upload your key bindings to the cloud or something, and then be able to download it wherever you are. You log in like on the website or something. Because the key binding, I mean, I'm kind of rolling my eyes at this, but like honestly, like your key binding is 18 kilobytes. It's nothing in the grand scheme of things. You can have that attached to your account, so that when you log in, I'm pretty sure like the content of your hangar or your how many hangar flare you have on the website, I'm pretty sure that's a bigger file than your key bindings. So you can easily just have like an option to export this to link it to your account somewhere on a website somewhere. And then when you log into Star Citizen, you launch the game, it's like, hey, would you like to download your latest key bindings to your computer? I'd rather just have it on my computer, right? That way I could just kind of fuck around with it.
Office.
But
there's simpits in just about every office at this point, aren't there?
Yes.
Yeah. And Benoit is as if he didn't have enough to do. It's his little pet project. He's intricately involved in them. It's every time I come by and he's at a simpit, I'm like, you have more important things to do. He's like, and it's always like, somebody change my bindings. Sorry, Pete. I needed the
someone changed my bindings.
It's just the number of times I've walked past this man who it's just like, so yes.
I mean, it's because Yogi and I always are fighting against what the best binding is. You know, mine is clearly better, but you know. So we've decided that at some point we'll just fix the binding system so that we don't have to argue. Just load the one you want.
And you had a second one.
So my second one for inside the game is that I've always found in general like like mission chains is a thing that I feel our gameplay is always one dimensional, right? Like you do a thing, you finish it. Missions, so I know because I know of things, right? I know we're working on an updated mission system.
You're talking about the limitations of the existing mission system. You're not talking about the quality of the work of the people that are working on these things.
Yeah.
You're talking about the tools that they have to work with.
The system around it doesn't allow us to do these massive quest chains, right? And I think that for me would be a huge quality of life because you could go onto a long adventure that takes you across multiple things. And so
Elliot Maltby was about to be on the corner of the building.
I know, he's calling you right now.
You're talking about the tools that our mission
to enable these
available.
Guys. Exactly. So I know we're working on. We are.
I mean, you guys you kind of can do half-assed mission chains right now, like with the reputation system. You can have. You kind of do it already, where you have like a mission chain you set up, and you start doing missions for a company. And then you get enough rep, it unlocks the next set of missions, and then you unlock the next set of missions, and then there you go. You kind of did it with the ASD facilities, kind of half-assed, where you go down, you do a thing, you come back out, then they send you back in, you come back out, you send you back in. It is kind of a derpy way to do it, but it did work. You need a better way of doing it.
An updated way to make missions that is a lot more scalable for that, right? And for me, that's like a big quality of life because I feel you can go on a longer adventure, and I think that's a big quality of life overall.
Okay. I think I know that's one that a lot of people would comment on. I mean, what they're doing within the tool set that they've had for so long.
Yeah.
I think we should talk about a little bit of why that. Well, maybe not why,
sure.
But we can acknowledge. We can acknowledge that the tool set that was originally developed was not robust enough. It was not in line with the directions of a proper MMO.
Right.
It's no. I'm trying to decide how candid I want to be here and whatnot. It's a mission system. It's a mission system that can't give you a reward for doing something. Like we built the first version of the mission system where you do a thing, you achieve a goal, and we can't hand you a thing.
Right.
And that it's. I'll just use that simple example.
Why are we talking about the old system?
As a coloring of the limitations of the existing mission system. For however that was built and why that was built and who that was built and everything. We've made changes internally to fix it. We've made changes internally to adjust it, to replace it. It's currently underway. What they've managed to do with the limitations has been stellar. I was just seeing stats about this, the event that's on right now. Mm-hmm. The event that's on right now, built with the existing system, built with the limitations, has our highest concurrency in the last 2 years outside of an Invictus or an IAE. So it's like.
Okay,
they're doing tremendous
insist.
work. Yes. They're doing tremendous work with the tools that they have.
Yes.
We've got to unlock those tools.
That's exactly right.
We've got to unlock the tools for them.
That's for me. That's the quality of life update.
Because if they can do this with that,
yeah.
Imagine what they could do if they could actually chain these things together and segment them off and have one continue after another and stuff like this. So
exactly, and tie into reputation, economy. So that it actually
proper reputation would be nice.
All right.
Cool.
Proper rotation system.
Now that I've saved your life from Elliot Maltby killing you. Let's talk about some features currently in development.
Sure.
Crafting.
Yeah.
Tech preview just happened recently. Mm-hmm. How's that going?
Good, actually. I mean, I don't want to say surprisingly good because the team did amazing work on it. Mm-hmm. But it's been going super well. I mean, there's a lot of work left, right? But I think that we got what we needed from the tech preview, and it wasn't a complete meltdown, which is always a good thing. But the team is working really hard to try to hit potentially a patch soon.
Soon, team.
With crafting, which I really believe that crafting is
patch
such
4
a big
point
step
soon
for Star Citizen as a whole. You know, it's just it will be a different game with the crafting system in place, and so
I don't
the
think it's
work
gonna be
that those
that.
teams are doing right now to bring this to life.
I
Is
think it's going to be a
incredible.
big
I think
difference
that
in
we're
Star
leveraging
Citizen.
the technology that we have to, you know, be able to create runtime items with different, you know, properties and things like that. And so far, the first tech preview has been surprisingly solid and a success, I would say. And so now we're riding the coattails of that tech preview to, you know, try to see for a launch window for crafting.
And you can't have crafting without the inventory rework.
Correct. That's right.
And that I actually
rework the rework of the rework.
I don't think it was.
Because if you can't, so you can't have crafting without the inventory rework. But the tech
I know, and Rob brings up a good point. It's going to be a different game, just like engineering. Engineering just added another health bar to the starships. Two new health bars. Once you get the shields down, you go to the armor. Once your armor health bar is down, you go to the hull health bar. Once the hull health bar is down to 0, then your power plant health bar is exposed. I mean, fire's there, but I hardly ever notice fire. Well, it's because I haven't been fighting a lot. Just been doing trading these days, which we're going to be doing when we get back to Star Citizen here in a little bit. But yeah, engineering really hasn't changed the game at all. Wear and tear, what's that? Fuses, what do they do? I don't know. I still carry a multi-tool on me, just in case, like, well, I mean, we were playing with Marcus a while back, and he overcharged a rocket. He managed to disable himself like a couple times. And we were able to repair the golem back to full health in the field, nonetheless, and get him flying again. So there's that, right? But other than that, like, engineering, like, very rarely is, like, something you have to take care of. Most of the time, it's usually your power plant you have to repair. On holes in the hull that need to be patched during battles. Engineering should be like more of an after battle thing for most ships. Also, there was that time I got ganked in Pyro recently in the Hermes, and I was able to like escape by repairing my power plant after it disabled me. So that's engineering, I guess. That's new. But yeah, you don't really see engineering a lot. But yeah, crafting. What is crafting going to do? Well, it's going to allow you to build guns and armor, and you don't have to shop anymore. You can just like collect bullshit in the game world and like make med pens. And this is like, well, I could just buy stuff off the shelf, or I could loot it off enemies. And if it was like Minecraft and you have to like build everything, then crafting would like change Star Citizen. But I don't see Star Citizen, you know, I don't see Star Citizen changing like massively because crafting's in the game. Unless there's like a best in slot that the crafting item that the crafter can shit out. Like just a better version of like the heavy armor. The heavy armor is like lighter and like more damage resistance or something, so everybody has to have this stupid thing. I don't know. I don't know where CIG can go from like where they're at right now with like equipment. A P4AR that just fires faster. And then you can make like a barrel attachment that like reduces recoil dramatically.
For crafting doesn't have.
Technically, you can. They can be.
It would just be really bad.
Exactly. It's more from a game design point of view. But the inventory work is going really well. I mean, some of the people have been reposting screens recently on the original concept, right? That was shown.
I mean, like
it's starting to look like that, so that's really good.
I'll have a thought on the inventory.
I'll
have a thought on the inventory system when I actually get my hands on it. Like, I looked at it and it was just like, this kind of has some of the same problems the last inventory system has, the current one we have, where it's all transparent and whatnot. It's gonna be kind of hard to read. Maybe it's gonna have a better flow. I don't know. I look at it and I just like, ugh, that's a lot of stuff going on. It looks messy. But maybe when you get your hands on the final product, it's gonna be a little bit better. So we'll see. I'm gonna reserve my criticism for when I actually get to touch it in game.
Hoping very soon, because like at this point, every version that I've seen is fully functional, and so we just really want to solve one thing. This is one thing. Quality of life. Like if I have a third one to add to my list, right? The speed of rendering of icons in the inventory, right? And so like right now, you open your inventory and there's always a moment where it's rendering RTT, like the render to texture icons for each of those. Now, in case you don't know, this is a full 3D scene that gets rendered flat right there. Like we have versions of this in previous concepts where it's full 3D. It's super nice, but
takes forever to load.
The user experience is not great, right? And no matter the amount of work we're going to put on the UI and the functionality of inventory.
And that's why they don't do full 3D UI elements in any game. Or at least they try to avoid it. They use 2D elements made out of sprites. They don't use polygons. Also, it's another thing that Star Citizen has in its UI. Its inventory system. They take the actual model of whatever gun, medipen, grenade, bottle of Cruise Lux. They take the actual model that's rendered in-game and they use it as a placeholder or the stand-in in the user interface. And almost no games do that because it means you have to draw from memory to get that item, and then you have to render that item on the screen using one of the LODs for that item. Usually like one of the higher level LODs that you so you get more detail. And so it means that you have to draw the stuff from memory, and it takes time. And it's not a very snappy. So what they do is they use 2D proxies for those items. So you use like a little JPEG or something, or PNG or something to represent like the P4AR, because you don't really need to spin it. You just need to have like a representation of what that item is in your inventory. And like tons of games do this. It's faster, it's more efficient, less overhead. Because it's easier just to throw a fucking picture on the screen than it is to like render an item. But that's how CIG chose to do it. They wanted to render everything. Everything. Even stuff that like a hot dog or something. Nope, that has to be the 3D model for that fucking hot dog. Could just be like a little picture of a hot dog. You could literally just take the item, take a snapshot of it in like, on a black background, and just take a snapshot of like the item from like one direction and just have a picture of it up there. But no. They have to do it the hard way every fucking time.
The speed of the UI is really a thing that we need to improve. And so that's the part that we're still iterating on now. We've done massive improvements, but there's
how you improve the speed of your UI, Benoit. That's how you do it. You stop using 3D renders and you start moving to 2D. Good enough.
We need to dial that in perfectly.
It's good enough for 90% of.
But you feel good about it.
90% of the industry.
Feel good about it. Yeah, absolutely.
You feel good enough to say 4.7 in March?
I think so.
Don't put the camera when he says that. You got to put the camera on him. No, you look at the camera. You say inventory.
I think inventory is going to be in 4.7. I think so.
All right.
Okay.
I'm not holding my breath. We've heard this shit before.
Put the small text after this, right?
No, this is live. This is live, baby. No small text. And so, if inventory rework is 4.7, I'm not going to push you on crafting. It's a super complicated thing or whatever. But
crafting's super complicated.
Really hard for that launch window if they can make it.
For that launch window.
Crafting, it just deletes items and then gives you a new item. That's all it does.
You're pushing really hard to get crafting in 4.7.
Yes.
In March.
Yes.
Okay.
No promises.
No. Pushing hard is fair. Pushing hard is fair, and it's in line with what I've seen.
Yeah.
I've seen. So I won't correct you on that or whatever.
Now we don't know what surprises are ahead. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So keep tech previewing. Keep tech previewing. Exactly.
Yep.
And for your part, keep logging into the tech previews and keep testing. I cannot stress this enough. The more involved folks are in those things, the more likely we are to be able to deliver.
Yeah, I'm just
and the feedback is really
not going to test preview.
Most of the feedback's okay. Some of it's trash, to be completely honest. Small amount of it. It's just what? Hey.
It is what it is.
Hey. The cannon goes both ways. How's instancing going?
Very good, actually. We actually had a summit this week about instancing, about getting all of the levels set up to support it. At this point, so maybe I can do a quick recap on what we've discussed in instancing before. So we talked about server meshing, right? So instancing is basically an additional system on top of server meshing, which allows us to take an area of space and give it to a server in the mesh to manage, right? Doesn't matter which one. The geographical, if I want, the spatial position of this thing doesn't matter, right? So for example, when you go to your hangar right now, that is an instance, right? So what we're doing is we're taking this system that manages and we're making a true instance manager with it. So we currently have the backend service completed for this. And so what that provides is the mechanism for creating an instance that you that is associated with you or your party, and having rules for how many this instance is made for, how many players, enforcing player caps and party caps for that instance.
Fine.
Managing the life
Instancing
cycle
has been done in other
games.
games.
So, hey, we want go back to my WoW days. Maybe that's dated now, but like
no, WoW
your
still
molten core instance lives for 10 days, right? So the instance manager is in charge of doing that. So that system's in place now. And so the teams are currently working at how the entrance to the instance is going to work, right? So, well, we know how it's going to work, but like how it ties into level. So level designers put in, an entranceway.
Right.
At what point are you crossing the boundary? What brings you to the instance? What brings you out? Transport is a requirement for instancing.
Well, I need my character to get. I don't know. Do you have like a button
like
that's bound? Check your bindings, Rob.
Transport can.
Okay.
So basically, we
Would
want
be my
to power
advice.
that up there. So
Maybe it's time to redo your bindings from scratch.
An area of space that you walk into through a SAS or an elevator or a transit train. And when you come out, you're in the instance, but you don't even see...
You never see the loading screen.
Demarcations, exactly. Now you're inside the instance, you play inside the instance, you can gather items, inventories, whatever, boss fights, etc. And then you can exit through another transit link, and that's it, you're back in the world.
So if we do this right, you should never be aware that you're doing it. We might have to put some kind of indicator on there because of like raid locks or whatever. We talked about municipal works, and like this. So there might have to be some UI stuff that to tell you to.
Yeah, some screens will show you like, you can't enter this because
but from an experience, we're not. It's there's no load screen. There's no.
It's fine.
Hold on, please wait. You're transferring you to whatever. Like you see, it's just you're going to go and suddenly the world around you is going to melt away, and you will be in a section of the universe that is dedicated entirely to you and your party.
Exactly, to play it, right? And then, we're also talking about, at the moment, how the instance manager responds to the mission system, because we might want to be able to change what level you're going into when you pass the threshold or things like that. And so, or the access rights, right? So if you think back, I keep going back to WoW.
Just keep going back to WoW.
Whatever. In
Just do it.
Good old WoW days, you need to do lower Blackrock Spire. And at some point, someone has a key. That's the requirement that unlocks upper Blackrock Spire. Yeah. Well, we're thinking about mechanics in that vein that allow the mission system to lock or unlock or the access rights to an instance. And so all of this is currently being managed, but it's going really well. Most of the networking capabilities that we needed have been added already. So one of them is that currently, when you go to your instance, the way the server actually tracks that is we put a flag on your character that enables you to stream in your hangar and actually view your hangar when you go there. And we remove that flag when you leave it or when you go elsewhere when the hangar is removed. And so in the code up to now, we only had the ability for a single one of those on your character. So we could only give you access to one instance. But we need to be able to give you access to multiple instances, because we might have areas of transit that cross like one instance to another instance, things like that. We're going a bit deep with this, but at the moment, those
one of those fucking rushing nesting dolls. You can have an instance within an instance within an instance. It's just a smaller instance within a bigger instance. Server meshing. How does it work?
Are ready So the networking bit is done. So now we're really about crafting the first experience that we want to do with instancing.
And the first instance content will be Siege of Orison. We announced that.
Redux.
Siege of Origin Redux. Ooh, that's a
Siege of Orison 2, Electric Boogaloo.
That's scheduled to come online. We talked about it during CitizenCon Direct. That's one of the content drops that are scheduled for this year.
Yeah.
Basically everything we've been talking more about a schedule than I probably intended at the beginning of this thing. But everything you saw
talk about stuff.
Sorry, everything that you saw at CitizenCon Direct last year is scheduled for 2026.
Mm-hmm. So including
and we announced at the beginning of the year with the first ISC that we've now moved to a bi-monthly. That's once every 2 months for those who like homonyms. I'm not above recycling a joke. Content thing. So if you know the first one was in January. We've already stated the second one's in March. The third one will be in May. There's always a patch in May for very important reasons. So forth and so forth. So when you it's one of those things where when you look at the content for CitizenCon Direct, you can sort of start to reverse engineer where things go. I'm not going to tell you. I'm saying you've got the tools. You've got the tools. You can pretty much kind of gather where everything is going to be. And I'd like to see your schedules. And that's just content. That's just the content stuff, because that's really what we talked about at Citizen.
I can tell you, from being with the team this week, working on instancing, everybody's super stoked. It's like the energy is really high on oh man, how you enter it, how you exit it, what gameplay is going to be in it. There's also a big piece of this, which is some designers, in this case, can design an experience that is repeatable. Most of the content we've produced this year was, there's a PvE.
Oh, that's a good point, Rob. They didn't show off Squadron 42.
So that is giving them those tools to make something that's fun and repeatable as an experience. And the energy is really good.
Nope. Now, chat's like, Squadron 42, whatever. I ain't talking about Squadron 42. I made one very plain-spoken, reasonable comment about Squadron 42 the last time we got together, and it got press articles. So I ain't saying nothing.
Yeah. Smart
I'm
man.
Talking about Star Citizen.
It only took him
Star Citizen
10 years to figure out.
Where we at?
I want to inject something.
Inject?
I want to inject something.
Okay, let's go.
Something we haven't talked about. It came from the chat. Came from the chat. Regional servers.
Yeah.
Regional servers.
Regional servers.
We have never had a conversation
about regions
in any way, shape, or form about regional servers. It was there in the chat and whatnot. I think I'm going to put you on the spot.
What are they asking?
It just says regional servers when. Just what can we do to help the people who play in the various regions of the world have a better experience? Is that the answer? I guess what I'm asking is regional servers the answer, or are we going towards something else different that I've literally never asked you about?
Well, I don't know in this case if they're asking for what I think they are, but let's talk about regions.
Okay.
So we already have regions, right? So when you play the game,
we have regions. What else do you want?
One of the global availability regions that we service.
Do we deserve?
Obviously, the U.S. North America is one.
Asia, Australia.
Europe is one. We have East Asia, Australia. I forget the other ones, but I think we have another one. So typically,
USA, Europe, Asia,
user data, and if an area reaches critical mass, right, at some point, then it's worth it to deploy shards there. So and have shards hosted in that region. So we do it between US and EU. Obviously, they share our common backend. So your inventory system is hosted in one central area, but then the actual game servers you're playing on for latency reasons is going to be closer to your area. Right now, we are revisiting our region kind of distribution for a couple of reasons. We've done some pretty large, without naming any details here, but we're
thinking about it
in the process of
soon.
Doing some pretty large, in how we host the game. So there's, even if it's a bit transparent, there is a lot of changes happening there, and so we are revisiting our region map, kind of at the moment. But typically, the way that we've done this is we look at player data, and if we reach critical mass in an area, then it's worth it to start deploying some shards there. But it needs to be more than one, right? Because deploying one shard in one area is problematic because, there are cases where a shard goes into trouble for some reason, and before a hotfix actually deploy, that shard is no longer usable. So we need to have, it needs a critical mass to be able to go there. Yeah, exactly. A proper cluster size to be able to get there.
And the short version of that is you're currently undergoing conversations about where.
Yeah, we're looking at that because we've done some changes, so we have access to more regions than we used to. So we're looking at that, but I can't promise any changes. Again, it's completely based on player using the service.
So during the key bindings conversation, every once in a while I'll check Teams just to see if I still have a job during the shows, which is another joke I get accused of making quite often and repeatedly, but it isn't a joke. I really do scroll and check. Jeffrey Prees, I had an R there. Bearded
CIG.
Didn't mean to add
CIG. What did Bearded CIG say?
He sent me a Jira for key bindings. Exporting custom key binds to XML doesn't export all settings.
2013 or what?
But he's just sending me Jiras now.
It doesn't export all key bindings.
I don't know what you think I'm going to do with this, but thank you. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, Bearded.
Thanks, Bearded. I haven't talked to Jeff in a while.
That's actually a guy we should talk about if we were going to reevaluate regions. Maybe you get him on the show next.
You want to talk about Jeff? Let's talk about Jeff. He can't do anything about it. We know he's watching.
Yeah, that's right.
So what do you think he's hiding behind that beard?
A chin.
I don't know.
We're in the final stretch. We're in the final stretch. We only have a handful of topics.
He does have a big beard. That's not a joke. He's not called Bearded for anything.
He's called Bearded CIG because he has a goatee. He has a mustache. That's why they call him Bearded.
Kind of came out of. I mean, it's one of those things we've been talking about it.
Sure.
We talk about it here and there.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. We've talked about a lot of things over the years. I mean, we've talked about a lot of things.
Chuck Norris, behind Chuck Norris's beard is not a chin. It's another fist.
I say a bit air quotes. Air quotes.
That's like saying I'm a baseball player because I played a couple Little League games. Let's look out for that.
A long time ago.
A long time ago.
I think it was Oculus Dev Kit 1.
Yeah.
Is what was supported at the time.
Yes.
Anyway.
And I used it for 45 minutes and ended up in the fetal position for the next 3 hours. VR is not for me. I want to preface this by saying VR is not for me. But it's for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's for a lot of people. And at the end of last year, surprise, a not a fully blown or fully cooked, fully developed feature like we would normally refer to them. Some how do we refer to it? An experimental feature of VR.
Yeah.
Where did this come from? What's going on? And do it without saying the word Santa, Sylvan.
No, sure. Yeah. Well, so there are a lot of developers at CIG that really like immersive experience and work, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's a contingent of developers, also one specific one that have been really trying to get the Star Engine to properly support VR.
Okay.
And so, as an experiment and to build that, these guys and I'm gonna Sylvan in specific has been really pushing hard to try to get Star Engine to work in VR. Experimented with multiple different approaches, over the last couple of months. Settled on the OpenXR approach, and was actually able, through his own, passion and then support from his other colleagues, right, to, get stuff fixed so that we could support, VR in specific cases. And so, that's how we decided at some point, hey, you know what? Like, this is actually pretty cool. Let's release it, right? Like we have a unique chance at CIG to be able to work on a custom engine and working on custom technology. And so encouraging that effort, we decided to release an experimental mode to see, hey, let's see if people like it. And the response has been pretty impressive overall. I think that the results that we're able to get in VR are a testament to some of the decisions over the years that were taken and how the game has been made. And so there's a lot of little things that just shine when you now put the VR headset on that, maybe if you're playing just on a PC, you're not going to appreciate as much. But
Right.
Know,
okay.
And I'm going to call Chris Roberts here, but Chris, always insisted on, taking the difficult approaches to build certain features, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that you're
really
like,
interested
we could have done simpler on this one. But we did the hard road and we actually delivered it. And so now when you put the VR headset on, well, you've got reverse IK in the seat, right? And it's the kind of thing that now all
Do we
these
have reverse IK in the seat?
Have paid off in this VR.
It was a pain in the ass in 2017.
Yeah.
When poor Evo was on it, and now so many years later, it's like, oh.
Yeah,
that part was plug and play because of it.
Yeah, and I mean, even internally, the arrival of VR, even before the experimental mode was shipped, was, tremendous. Like I spent, a couple of hours here around our VR rigs next to my sim rigs with the ship team going like, oh, I want to see my ship in VR. Let's go. And then because designing for VR is a bit different. Like sense of space changes and whatever. So. That's really truly an experimental mode that we've been pushing. Obviously, there's a lot more people around Sylvain to help him out and get this there. But I think that this is a testament to kind of the technical framework that we have at CIG that allows that kind of effort to not go unnoticed and kind of show up in the game.
Chat's currently arguing about whether VR is a low priority or high priority and stuff like this.
The priority at this point doesn't matter because it's an experimental mode.
Yep.
It's a bit like eye tracking. It's a bit like all of these side projects, right? Like
face
head
tracking,
eye tracking.
It's not an
face over IP.
On the same scale as the inventory rework or as crafting.
Exactly.
It's not a full initiative. It has not taken a priority over anything else.
Exactly.
I've only got a couple more questions for you, and they're kind of the big ones. And yes, people, it's about the thing that you want us to talk about. We're saving it for the end. I've been doing this for a while. But I want to take a few questions from the chat right now before we get to it, because we're actually doing okay on time here.
All right.
Is the inventory rework, is it just UI, or will it actually apply any additional functionality to stacking and unstacking and stuff like that?
There's additional functionality, but obviously the big of the groundwork was the UI, usability. But if you look at the mock-ups, right, you also see equipment. So it's not just inventory, it's actually equipment plus assignment on your character. So the paper doll approach. There's also some other elements like proximity inventories that are part of that, which are pretty large.
Proximity inventories?
And I think will have an impact. So it's not just UI. There's a lot more client architecture also. The way the UI pulls the data, caches the data, and displays it.
More Twitch drops. There will be more Twitch drops this year. Already in that. Yes to medical. Why didn't Levski mold situation have us rescuing NPCs with medical ships? We'll talk about that in 2 weeks when we've got Elliot and Torsten on the show here. We'll talk about that whole event and stuff. So we'll save that question for them so they can speak about their own work. When Nix won this year.
Yeah.
There you go. Nix won this year. Maybe.
That's something that got me in trouble. One thing I hope, and it got articles. CRG spokesperson says he hopes this will be whatever. I'm like, oh yeah. Let's see. There's one more. There was one more. I can't find it. There was one more question I want to sneak in before the questions that are already on here. All right. This section is called Final Hot Seat Stuff.
I just read Final Hot Stuff.
Hot stuff. Can't remember the
things
song.
that are happening in the game today.
Something hot stuff.
Economy exploits. And if you're watching the show and you're wondering why I'm talking about economy exploits, it's because I'm going to get to the next question that you've got,
which is
wiping. You've had the whole time. So,
yeah.
Let's talk about the economy exploits.
Sure.
What's happening?
There are exploits.
Be better.
Well, so,
you want to talk about how they happen?
The economy in general, right? There's a couple, I think.
Yeah. Let's, apparently there are exploits in Star Citizen. Here's someone with a Karna rifle shooting the boom tube rockets at that obituary. mean, it could be shooting torpedoes. I don't know. Those explosives are probably a little too big to be boom tube rockets, so I'm assuming they're torpedoes. Yeah, the cheats never really went away. And then, of course, there was that video I shared on the Discord. That cheaters in Star Citizen.
Today, I experienced the most game-breaking exploit I've ever seen in Star Citizen, where even the Idris, the largest capital ship in Star Citizen...
Yeah, Skip.
Me and the lobby I was in started taking note to this guy's damage, no matter what ship he was flying. But you can see here, I engage this Firebird, and I get hit one time, and the shields are instantly gone. And then right after that, instantly dead. Massive amounts of damage. Seemed abnormal, so I brought out my F8 because I was like, okay, I want to test this guy's damage because the F8 is a very tanky, heavy fighter. It has large shields. It has the capability to tank a lot of hits. And again, this guy in the Firebird, he's not using his missiles. He's literally just dogfighting, which is subpar. It's not designed to be a fighter. It's designed to be a missile that fires its missiles and then runs away from the fight. It's not designed for dogfighting. It comes in, launches missiles, and it leaves. And you can see right here, he engages. Shields instantly go down, and the ship just blows up completely. At this point, the entire server...
That was 5 days ago.
...onto him and started attacking. At this point, I'm like, okay, I want to test this guy's damage and just how OP inside his
Skip a little bit. Idris P comes out.
Go looking for this guy. Okay, I can see him. He's right there. At this point, I see he switched to a Gladius. Again, the entire lobby at this point is engaging with him, and chat is now talking and saying, yeah, this guy is cheating, and it's bluntly obvious that something's off with this guy's ship and his abilities. So again, I just push towards him to try to gauge just how strong this guy is in the game. And you can see right here, we're about to engage. And just like that, it's over.
And then he also kills him with a P4AR.
This to me is blunt. This game is absolutely...
See, where is
and he find him. And that becomes apparent very soon of why I could not find his ship while pinging. And it turns out that he was actually EVAing. And he shot the Idris with a P4 AR rifle. That's right, a rifle, one shot, and destroyed.
So yeah, let's talk about economy exploits in Star Citizen. Let's talk about exploits.
We're up to 7 or 8 right now. So first of all, we have a strike team on this at the moment, right? Looking at all these different things. There's a couple of ways.
How are people exploiting the economy? I don't know.
Potentially duping. Ways to earn rewards they're not supposed to have.
I think we're beyond potentially.
No. Well, yeah.
Okay, fair.
And so we're looking at all these exploit vectors, right, to fix them. Obviously, that needs to be
we're looking at.
The big conversation that was spawned from that is like, we're a game in development, but we're also delivering a live service, right? And so we don't have a framework for this in that internal.
Where is that police squad naked gun face slap? Face palm. This, yeah. That's what I need. We don't have a framework. Didn't you guys just expect cheaters? Like people to exploit and cheat? Didn't you have like some idea, like at least a fucking notepad, like a napkin or something? You had an idea written down? Oh my God.
Internally, when we get exploit reports, we don't necessarily automatically prioritize them. So the conversation that was spawned was like, okay, well, there are going to be exploits, right? Every game has a series of exploits for its entirety of its life, right? No game has no exploits. And so the question is more, how do you respond for it, right? And so historically, exploits have always taken a lower priority to ongoing development, right?
I'm going to jump in. You're 10 switching between past and present here. I want to be clear. You're talking about the past right now.
The past.
He's 10 switching a couple of times. It makes it sound like he's talking about today. No. It's like this. We're talking about the past, guys.
So in the past, right, exploits would fall. There'd be bugs like any other, right? Depending on the severity, sometimes they got escalated, but we didn't have a process for this. So now the conversation is about when we do get an exploit report, how do we deal with it? Like, how do we escalate it? How do we respond to it? How do we deal with it, right? And so for the current ongoing exploits that we know about that have a damaging effect on the economy, currently we're dealing with them the same way we've dealt with the other hero strike teams. And so we're looking at each one of them and confirming the fixes, right? Because sometimes, you fix an exploit, there's a second vector right away. So those are complicated fixes sometimes. So we're dealing with these things right away. But the
subscriptions,
the big thing that also this puts in light is that even a minor exploit at the moment has a very large effect on the economy, because there are many limits that are not in place. And so at the moment, we're also looking at overall economy design and limits around, selling, inventory capacity, exchange limits, ongoing active tracking of player trades and or large purchases, things like that. Now, we want to make clear that we want the economy to be fun and movable, but we also need some protectionism behind it. And so that's what we're looking at.
So you're going to have like a limit on how much UEC you can send people. I could totally see that. I'm sorry, you've exceeded the number of UEC transfers you can do today. Please wait until the next quarter when you get like a free you're going to have like UEC transfer tokens. Or you're going to have account bound items. That's going to be another thing that's going to come back. That's like EverQuest days, where you have an item that's account bound, it's player bound, it's undroppable, ungiftable, untradable, that kind of stuff. Anybody remember that? That was like an EverQuest. A lot of the really, really good items in EverQuest, you could only have one of them on your character. You couldn't trade it. You couldn't drop it. You couldn't have like another one on your account, or sometimes you'd have them account bound. So they didn't want people to have like multiples of these items, because if the items stacked, it would be too powerful, or the items were too valuable that they become like, they allow you to bypass like the in-game trading limits, because the item, if you could trade the item, it'd be worth so much money. Exactly, Mistral. They'll probably end up doing something like that. Even if you transfer below the maximum amount, you could still get caught, because it's your, what do they call that? They're suspicious that you're trying to bypass the account. We're talking about real life United States, right? In the United States, I think it's like $10,000 is like the minimum amount of money they have to report to the IRS. If you send someone, structuring. If you send $10,000 to someone else somewhere in the world, they have to report. The banks have to report that to the IRS or the FBI or something, because that's like enough money to be considered like money laundering, or there could be some sort of criminal conspiracy happening. So they report that transfer. If you send $9,000 and then send $9,000 more dollars, and then send that $9,000 more dollars, the bank will report you, because that's considered structuring, I believe, which is you're trying to bypass the reporting limits, and you're just close enough to the reporting limits that it's suspicious, but the seller still reports you for it. Or $9,999 or something. If you're close to the reporting limits, but not quite enough to be reportable, they'll still report you, because you're trying to bypass the limits, and it's suspicious. Other financial institutions will do that too. Like PayPal will drop you if they think you're structuring. It's happened. So yeah, like Star Citizen is going to have a problem with exploits, especially now that they have items of value that players want to have, like cool armor sets. Character repairing is broken. It's just a thing in Star Citizen. Like the stuff that's supposed to unfuck your character is fucked. Just They got to get this cheating shit fixed. Like exploits, the economy doesn't mean fucking a goddamn thing. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna keep saying it. Star Citizen is an alpha. Either Star Citizen is an alpha or it's not. When Star Citizen fucks up, the White Knights and CIG themselves like to say it's an alpha. But when the player base manages to extract some value out of Star Citizen being an alpha and manage to enrich themselves, suddenly Star Citizen, that's unacceptable. We can't, Star Citizen, you're ruining the game. And then Rob's over here, like, character repair is broken, Vertigo. The game is already ruined, right? Because it's an alpha, right? Shit's broken. So either it's an alpha all the time or it's not. Like, so the character, so everybody has a couple million, you know, a billion credits because they managed to find out how to dupe credits. So what? Write the fucking shit down, do a fucking wipe, and just like, okay, everybody, behave. We fixed the bug. If we see it again, we're gonna wipe again. But again, they're treating Star Citizen like it's a released game. They have Wicklow in the game. They have collectibles. They have a trader in the game where you can go. What do they call that in other games, like gacha games, where you have like a seasonal trader and you can bring like event items to get like rolls on like a loot table or something for like costumes for, I can't remember what they call those kind of characters, but vendors, I guess. We have Wicklow the vendor, which gives you fairly substantial like account rewards. They're not even account rewards, just rewards in game. So CIG can't, they're painting themselves into a corner with this shit. They can't wipe, because if they wipe, people are going to lose their Polaris that they got from Wicklow. They're going to lose their Idris they got from Wicklow. They lose their F7-8, F7A they got from Wicklow. They're going to lose their F8C they got from Wicklow. The Llama Trader. They're going to lose the pearls they got from Stormbreaker. So CIG, they really can't afford to wipe. An exploit is an exploit. We were going to have to agree to disagree. Not every exploit is built equal. But again, Star Citizen, it's an alpha. Exploits are to be expected. But CIG's not building an alpha, they're building a game. And as a result, their alpha steps on top of their dick, and they end up fucking themselves in the result. You can't wipe the entire game because there's too much value in people's accounts now. That's not from the website. They should do a purchase, ship, and UEC wipe this year, in my opinion. I don't know. Like, I would like the ability to just remove stuff from my account, like purchase ships, be able to sell ships back to dealers for like 25% of their value or some horseshit. I don't know. Just be able to remove from the account, just like kind of trim my fleet up a little bit. I don't know. But like I said, like they're talking about how the economy's ruined. There is no economy in Star Citizen. The vendors, the NPC vendors that sell you bullshit, like they don't increase their prices because UEC is like cheaper for the player base to acquire. The P4AR you buy from Pyro doesn't go up in price because, you know, there's more UEC in the system. Having to buy from other players, though, that's a problem. But the player base can always go back to a barter system where you're bartering like Wicklow favors, or you're bartering pristine metals, or you're bartering Valakar fangs, the Apex Valakar fangs, or the Valakar pearls. Whatever valuable piece of thing that's useful for like crafting stuff from Wicklow, you can use that as a barter system instead of using UEC. Like, I don't know. They can't wipe everybody's account. They have to be able to preserve inventory, I think. Like I said, they painted themselves into a corner, and with Wicklow. Great job, guys. If they do a full wipe, they're going to piss off a lot of people, because there goes your really valuable stuff that you worked really hard to unlock or to get, or maybe you exploited to get, right? You have like a cheat engine on your client, and you're farming fucking Apex Valakars because you can just spawn the Apex Valakar, or maybe you don't even have to spawn the Apex Valakar. You can just spawn the fucking fangs in your inventory. You can log in and there's fucking 50 fangs in your inventory because you could just do that. That's what the money is for, so we don't have to trade in pearl shells or other shit. Well, too bad. The money's not worth fucking anything anymore, so what else are you going to trade in? Same thing happened with Diablo back in Diablo 2 days. Like, gold was fucking worthless after a certain point because everybody had so much. So you started having to trade with like rare items. There was the Stone of Jordan was like the default trade trade item, high level runes and whatnot. And that's why like I said, I go back to this, like that's why, because of like, okay, so here's there's no black holes in Star. Again, our alpha, right? Alpha. We're arguing about a fucking alpha, Azimir. Exploits are to be expected, like holes in the system and whatnot, blind spots, stuff not working properly. People are going to get maybe a little too much money. There's no black holes to remove value from the game. Crafting probably will help with that. But the longer you play, the more money you're going to make. The more money you're just going to have, right? If you keep going out, because eventually that's just kind of how everything works, right? You're not going to go out mining to have a zero-sum game. You're not mining in Star Citizen for the love of the game. It's not like hard space shipbreakers, where you play hard space shipbreakers to experience the storyline. You do it. You salvage in Star Citizen because you want to have a profit at the end of the day, right? Income per hour. You want to see the line go up on your stonks. You're not going to fucking salvage using a reclaimer if you end up owing money at the end of your play session. So, if Chris Roberts fucks the economy over so hard that the majority of the player base sees negative balance on their bank account in Star Citizen, nobody's going to fucking participate. Everybody wants to be a millionaire. They want that power fantasy of becoming rich and wealthy in Star Citizen. So if Chris Roberts puts too many negative black holes, you need to have black holes, monetary black holes, that give the player base something to be proud of. Like owning a space station. In Elite Dangerous, owning a capital ship. In Elite Dangerous, a fleet carrier in Elite Dangerous gives you a massive boost in your capabilities. But it's a gigantic fucking black hole. Kind of like owning a boat in real life. My grandparents, they owned a boat. And the best way to describe owning a boat in real life is basically just a monetary black hole. It's, you stand in a shower with a cold water and a fan. You stand in a shower with the cold water running, a fan blowing cold water and air in your face while you tear up $100 bills. That's what it's like to own a boat. Just a hole in the water you pour money into. And that's how it should be for like some of the very large ships, large combat ships like the Idris or the Javelin, in my opinion. What do they do for you? Well, they're very powerful, but they're very expensive to operate. Very expensive to fuel, very expensive to maintain. But they're very powerful. Same with base building. You want to... Exactly. Boats. Bust out another 1,000. That's a good acronym. I never thought about that one. But same with like base building. Like owning a base in certain parts of the game could be very powerful for you. Like be able to craft other spaceships, but you're going to spend a lot of money making those spaceships. So like your ships specifically, especially like the industrial ships that are designed to make your money, they really shouldn't be that expensive to operate because you're expected to earn profit at the end of the day. And that could be another skill check in Star Citizen. Like, yeah, you can go out, do some mining, but if you don't mine the right stuff, you're not going to make any money. In fact, you end up with like a negative on your balance sheet. Like right now in Star Citizen, you can go out and mine anything, and you can come back with a balance, with a balance, right? A plus to your credit balance. And if you extrapolate that across the entire game, across everybody that plays Star Citizen, everybody's going to make more money. The amount of money you make, you're just going to have inflation. Because there's just going to be more money printed because everybody's just making money, right? The miners go out, they mine, doesn't matter what the fucking they're mining. They're mining iron, copper, tin, titanium. They bring that stuff back, they refine it, they sell it. That's just more money that's being put into the economy. Same with the traders. Traders go out, buy copper and tin, and, you know, a whole sea goes out, buy a bunch of tin, and sells it. They sell it for a profit every fucking time. Someone who owns a Gladius, they go out, they do a bounty mission, they get 40,000 credits, which is, you know, they spent nothing on the lasers they shot at the little Aurora CL they had to beat up, and they ended up with like 16,000 credits. That didn't cost them anything, just cost them time. So there's always going to be more money put into Star Citizen. And that's what everybody expects from Star Citizen. They expect to, when they complete a mission, that they earn a profit at the end of the mission. And as a result, there's just going to be more and more and more and more and more credits within the entire system that is Star Citizen. So you need to have something to pull money out of the system. And if you just have random fucking fees everywhere, everyone's going to get pissed off because they're end up with a negative balance at the end of the month. So you need to have what pulls money out of the system needs to be fun. Right? Needs to give the players something that they want to do, like crafting or base building, or getting access to like high-level content that's fun for the characters. Like, for example, running the Apex Valakar in an instance, right? You can fight the Apex Valakar, but it costs you a shit ton of money to actually get the reagents to craft the key to unlock the fight. But the fight gives you access to reagents. If you complete the fight successfully, you get access to reagents for Wicklow, which allows you to potentially get like an Idris or something you can't get anywhere else, like a special version of a ship that you can't get somewhere else. And Wicklow was that casino, right, Vok? Except Wicklow doesn't have any mechanism to drain money from the economy. The one way you could do is just have Wicklow sell like favors or something. You could buy favors from Wicklow for like 10 million credits or some shit. That right there, that idea of like selling Wicklow favors for like couple million UEC or something, that right there would be, in my opinion, a good credit black hole for Star Citizen. It's an option if you choose to engage with it, and it can potentially pay out pretty good. But it's not like you have to pay 10 million credits to dock your prospector to a refinery so you can like refine your 20,000 credits worth of tin, right? If you make your fee system too punishing, nobody's going to want to play Star Citizen. Is what I'm trying to get at, and that's what. And I see this in the community. I see this within the Star Citizen community where they're like, oh, we're going to have docking fees. We're going to have berthing fees. We're going to have landing fees. We're going to have maintenance fees. We're going to have all these fees associated with your starship. And I'm thinking like, bitch, our starships are supposed to make us money. Right? The fees, the things that are supposed to take money out of Star Citizen should be stuff that the player base wants to engage with, but isn't mandatory. Yeah, exactly. Fees for everything. Fees for you, fees for me. So, yeah. So we're talking about how to remove value from Star Citizen. Well, you need to find some way to remove credits from Star Citizen to destroy credits. And how do you do that? I don't know. Maybe tax the light fighters. Make light fighters like more expensive to operate. I mean, you already got Avenger 1 to quit. Let's see if we can get the rest of the PvPers and pirates to quit. No, my monitor! I need that to see. I've been talking for so long.
At the moment.
I've been talking for so long, my computer went to sleep. Vertigo, he's doing it again, folks. I'm taking a 2-hour video and we're going to stretch it to 4 hours.
Now, I don't have all the solutions. I didn't write them down or show them out, but this is the spirit that we're in at the moment on these economy exploits.
You're being very diplomatic about something. I want to point out what some of the struggle with talking about this.
Yeah.
We can't
tell you how we're going to fix it.
We can't tell you we can't tell people what we're doing.
Yes.
Because every single let's back this up a bit.
Yeah.
So an exploit exists.
Back this up.
We whatever timeline you want. We'll just make it simple. We'll make it real simple and just.
Yeah, you didn't hear about. He put out 2 videos, Vok, about him like stopping Star Citizen content. I think he may be done as a content creator, just like in general. I guess he was having some more problems besides just like Star Citizen content. Oh my god. Fucking Air Force. I guess we're invading Iran today or something. That's from JBLM. The Air Force base nearby. What are we doing? So yeah, Avenger 1, he put out a video about he's quitting content creation for Star Citizen. The game's not fun. I guess he's got more problems going on in his life. He said how he's found Jesus and he's like trying to fix his life and stuff like that. I mean, you can go to his YouTube channel, you can see what you can. I'm not gonna do like a react video to him quitting. But yeah, he said he's pretty much done with Star Citizen. Just isn't fun enough for him anymore. Same with content creation. It's not fun for him anymore. Burnout and all that. By making a joke about how they managed to get like Avenger 1 to quit by making the game not fun. Why don't you just double down on not making the game fun for like other players? Get the rest of the pirates and PvP stuff, PvP guys to quit as well. Well, A1 was having problems with like master modes just not being fun for him. And he's not the first person to like just give up on Star Citizen as far as like PvP goes and like the flight model. Star Citizen's changed the flight models many times over the years, and everybody goes like, this previous one was so much better. Every time CIG changes something about the flight model, everybody says the last one was the best one, even though last time CIG changed something about the flight model, the last one was the best. And like the last one was the best one, and then the one before that was the best one, 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 and then the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one, and the one before that was the best one. But you get the idea. It was always the flight model that became it was always the flight model that came before the last flight model, which was the best one, which was the one before that was the best one, 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 the one before that was the best one. It was always the previous one. It was always the previous flight model that was the best flight model, but they always say that about every fucking flight model, that the one before that one was the best one. Okay, the best one was 2.0 with the circle strafing vertigo. I always see this in the PvP crowd. They always like the last flight model. You do occasionally get some holdouts that are like 2.6 was the best. 2.63 was the best flight model. But like I said, A1 decided that he just didn't want to do Star Citizen anymore, didn't want to do any content creation anymore. He found Jesus. More power to him. Hopefully it fixes his life. Don't put up with Star Citizen's bullshit if you're getting burned out. There's so many. We played Dispatch. Dispatch was a great experience. I love the story of Dispatch. There's so many great things out there besides Star Citizen happening. Right? Star Citizen's pissing you off. Just don't put up with Star Citizen's horse shit. The player base who's ruining it. I just like this kind of loops back around to exploits. Anytime the player base gets a hold of something, they're of course going to engineer all the fun out of it. So you have to engineer the flight model. And this is why I kind of appreciate master modes, because the last flight model we had, despite how much the top 10%, top 5% of the Star Citizen player base, the PvP players, the guys who are in like Arena Commander all the time, despite what those people said, if you didn't know, if you were like the bottom 90% or even the mean players, the median average person, the flight model was terrible in PvP. it was way too easy to accidentally break out of the engagement envelope. Like, you could just drift too far away from the other person, and suddenly your laser bolts aren't hitting, and you don't know that you're not hitting the other person because it was too slippery. You didn't really have any control, and you didn't really have any control in any other direction besides forward. So a lot of players, probably the vast majority of the player base, would just activate engines at full blast and just run at you, firing their lasers, and blast right past you because you don't have the ability to stop. Like, your forward thrusters just have no power. So you'd have to do this loop to come back at your target. But by the time you came back at your target, if they're not dead, and they never be dead because, you had a lot of ability to evade, unless your target didn't invade, in which case their shields would have gone down, they'd taken whole damage. But by the time they've come back around, the shields have recharged, right? If you did any damage. So it ended up in this dumb jousting, the last flight model, where both players are going at each other full speed, firing their lasers at each other, blasting past each other. If they did any damage, it didn't stick because it would be shield damage. And then they come back around at each other full speed, and they just keep jousting because you had no control. Your forward thrusters were too weak. Your strafe thrusters were too weak. And like I said, people just turn their engines on to full blast, and they wouldn't think about it. If you were the top 5% of Star Citizen and you actually knew how to play it, yeah, it was wonderful. But you had to have a gentleman's agreement because, again, you had enough thrust on your forward thrusters. I would do this all the time to people. I would just blast past people, and I'd just keep going. And by the time, if you did not turn around at some point to actually start slowing down and accelerating with me, I would just blow right past you, and you'd never catch me. Even if you had a ship like the Mantis, which was an interceptor designed to catch things running away, I was in a Cutlass Black ones versus a Mantis. That motherfucker couldn't do a goddamn thing to me. Even though he kept catching up to me because it was a Mantis, it has the acceleration and the top speed to actually catch you in a Cutlass Black. But I just kept blasting past the guy. He never got my shields down, and that was the problem with the previous flight model. If you were a new player, if you were an average player, nothing would happen. Right? Nothing would fucking happen in combat. Player versus player combat. Nothing would fucking happen. And if you did know what you were doing with the previous flight model, nothing would happen. Because if you didn't want to fight, you could just run. And if you were in the correct ship, there was absolutely nothing anybody could do to stop you. If you wanted to do bounty hunting, you had to bring a Mantis with you or a Cutlass Blue. Because people would just, even if you had a Cutlass Blue, even if you had a Mantis with a quantum enforcement device turned on, there was a pretty good chance that your target could joust you, or what I called yo-yoing at the time, where you blast past people, you joust them enough times to separate far enough from the player that you can get into quantum and escape. Because the Mantis only had the Mantis interdiction bubble was 20 kilometers, but its quantum enforcement bubble was 5 kilometers or something, 2 kilometers or something. There was a brief window if the person flying the Mantis wasn't quite good enough to keep up with you, if they didn't know they had to turn and burn at a certain point when you were coming right at them, you could get far enough outside the bubble to get into quantum and just fucking flee. And that's the best case scenario for a bounty hunter, a PvP group in Star Citizen with the previous flight model, was you had a Mantis pilot in your group or a Cutlass Blue pilot in your group that had enough brain cells to rub together to know that they had to keep up with the target. And then maybe you could take the target down that way. But for the majority of the fights in the persistent universe, outside of Arena Commander is a completely different beast. Right? Doing squadron battle, doing team battles, doing, free-for-all, whatever. That's a completely different beast. Because you really can't go into quantum. And the arenas are a little bit smaller than the persistent universe. Persistent universe PvP almost never happened. Because you had to have a gentleman's agreement, a suicide pact with the people you were fighting, that no one would run away. Right? you'd fight to the death. And that's how a lot of fights with these top-end players would happen. They'd go to engage each other, and they would all just kind of understand that they don't use a lot of missiles. They fight, they don't run away. But for the majority of the player base, like the bottom 90%, it was a mess. Just like the flight model was terrible. You take a mission to hunt a bounty, right? And you show up to like Daymar or something on Crusader and be like a Vanguard. And you show up, you're in your Gladius or something, or your Arrow. You start shooting at the Vanguard, and the Vanguard's like, I don't want to fight this. And the Vanguard just flies away from you and enters Quantum and just fucks off. And you didn't even get the shields down on the Vanguard. Or maybe you did get the shields down, got a little bit of hull, but you didn't turn the Vanguard right. He just fucks off into Quantum and then disables his Quantum drive halfway to somewhere. Now you can't even figure out where the guy is. And then he just logs. He just logs out. And so your bounty's just off the server now. And or they just somehow teleport to Grimhex. I wonder how that happened. Or they're at Grimhex. The marker's at Grimhex, but the player never leaves Grimhex, right? And that's how a lot of the player bounties. That's one of the reasons why I don't do player bounties anymore, because it's pointless. It's just you have to have a minimum of 2 people to do player bounties. Even with the new flight model, even with master modes, you need to at least have 2 people. Even though you can kind of force people out of nav mode into SCM mode by throwing missiles at them. Even then, they can just drop noise, activate nav mode into Quantum if you don't have like a Mantis or something in your group. So everybody likes to talk about how the last flight model was the best flight model, not realizing that the vast majority of players struggled to actually like fight other players. And I don't really consider talking about like PvE combat, like NPCs. You can make them fly as dumb as possible. You can make them as dumb as a sack of bricks, right? And just have them fly around and be just be shot at. So NPCs can be programmed to fly however you fucking want. Doesn't matter. It's players. PvP is usually where the problem is. And the problem was like around the 50 percentile. It wasn't the top 10%. It wasn't the bottom the bottom 10%. It was in the middle. The problem was with the middle of the PvP spectrum. And Avenger 1, him and his buddies being the top cream of the crop. Them talking about like, oh, the last flight model was amazing. Yeah, because you guys knew how to fly. You guys knew how to deal with it. You knew all the tricks. But for the vast majority of the player base who are just turning their engines on full blast and just running at their targets, they were having a hell of a time with it. Also, yeah, ship turrets sucked too. Outside of like, because you just turn your engines on full blast and it's really hard to hit anything at that speed. So yeah. Always the last flight model was the best flight model, right? Master mode did solve some issues, despite how horrible the transition is between SCM and nav mode, and it turns your shields off and turns your weapons off. That was the problem with cruise mode back in 2.5 was you press a button and then you can just go faster and you have your shields up and you have your weapons on, and everybody just jousted in cruise mode. They would fight. You'd literally fight in cruise mode. Even though you didn't have any strafe commands, even though you didn't have any forward thrust to slow you down, everybody would fight in cruise mode. Because it's harder to hit something at higher speeds than it is to hit people at lower speed. Nobody fought at SCM speed modes in 2.5. Everybody fought in cruise mode. So there's a reason why master modes exist. CIG does learn from their mistakes. It takes them a while. Anyways, let's continue.
And do days for the point of conversation here. Exploit exists on day 0. On day 1, it comes to our attention. By day 2, we figured out what's causing it. We cause it. On day 3, we could fix it potentially, depending on the severity link. But we don't automatically do that, right? Because there's stuff to be learned by leaving it. In certain cases, we find more information out about who's doing it. We find where it's coming from, about other vectors. We found like any bug. okay, we found this cause, but sometimes there's 5 other causes for every bug. So you find this cause of an exploit, but maybe there's 4 other causes for that same exploit. And if we patch this one up right now, we may hide the other ones and we won't discover them for much, much later. And so it goes. There's this incredible dance.
Whack-a-mole he's talking about. So you just patch the exploit and you wait for the other ones to show up, for Christ's sakes. Whatever. I mean, like, you're talking like you really have a choice here.
I get to sit here and watch.
Sure.
You know, I get to sit here and watch you guys do. Occasionally, I speak up with a thing, and you're very kind to humor me here and there from time to time. But I get to watch you and the player experience team and your programmers and everybody involved do this amazing dance of finding these things and researching these things, and working out how they happen. And
So fun fact, there was this exploit a long time ago where you could crash the servers intentionally. How do I know? Because I used it a couple times. Back when Levski was first in the game, back in 3.0, there was a customs area in Levski where your hangars were. You'd have to take your elevator from the hangar, and it would take you to this common customs area. And you had to walk through this little security checkpoint, and there's that statue of Anthony Tanaka. And this customs area had a security checkpoint, and that security checkpoint had items and NPCs in it to make it look like a cool little security checkpoint. And some of those items were guns. And CIG, being the clever, efficient business they are, sarcastic air quote efficient, they decided to use guns, items that were already in the game. So like a P8 SC, one of these submachine guns for the P8 series. The problem being, if you manage to get into that security checkpoint by wiggling yourself on the counter and getting access into that checkpoint, if you picked up one of those P8 SCs, it would crash the server. And CIG never fixed that exploit while Levski was in the game. It wasn't until Xenothreat, which was like 2.15 or something, I'm trying to remember when it happened. CIG removed Xenothreat like several years later. Like, they removed Levski several years later. That's how they fixed that exploit. They tried a couple times to put up, like, invisible walls, but we were always able to wiggle over that counter and crash. I reported that bug several times over the years. A patch would come out, and I'd say, did CSG fix this exploit? I climb up on the counter, wiggle through the counter. I climb up on top of the bench, and I wiggle through it, and I just go pick the gun up, and then a few seconds later, server were 30K, and I'm just like, nope. All they had to fucking do was delete those guns. All they had to do. And this motherfucker is standing up here like, no, we don't want to fix the exploit because there could potentially be... No, fix the fucking exploit. We don't want to fix it because there could be other potential causes that we want to catch. We want to watch it for a little while. This is one of the reasons why I don't participate on the issue council that much anymore. It's like, I would discover exploits, I would report those exploits, and then a patch would come out, I'd try those same exploits again, and they're still there. And then another patch would come out, and I'd try those same exploits, and they're still there. And then another patch, a year fucking has gone by, we've had like 6 patches this year, and I try that exploit, and it's still there. I guess you people don't care. I guess you just don't fucking care. Or you got better things to do with your lives. I guess I have better things to do with my time too now. That's the message that I get when the developers ignore my reports, is they don't fucking care. Right? I do this for free. Right? I report shit. I'm not paid employee of Star Citizen, of CIG. Robert Space Industries. They do give me some compensation with like free ships, but those free ships don't have a monetary value. As what I'm told, they do not have a monetary value assigned with them. But I'm not compensated for doing bug reports. And so when I see the same bugs over and over and over again, after reporting those same bugs over and over and over and over again, it's just the developers just don't fucking care. They don't fucking care to hear my voice. So why the fuck am I talking? Why don't I just go out and touch some grass? Or how about I actually work on stuff that could make me money, right? Like making YouTube videos. Why don't I just do that instead? Why don't we put my efforts to learning how to use DaVinci Resolve to edit videos and make my videos better on YouTube? Why don't I just do, or how about I personally enrich myself by reading a fucking book, right? Like The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, or the fucking Expanse series, which I have sitting right over there. I want to start that one day too. Why don't I just do that instead, right? And they want these motherfuckers earlier in the broadcast are talking. Yeah, they've hit a nerve. They have hit a nerve with this fucking statement. As they said earlier in the broadcast, right? They want people to be on the test servers, right? They're going to have a new UI. They're going to have a new crafting. They're going to have a new transit, right? They're going to have a new transit tech preview, and they're asking people to install this tech preview, to boot it up, and let them... No, fuck you. Do it yourself. I'll test it when it goes live to everyone else. There you go. Exactly, Buck. They don't even, like, there's no in-game report option. Did I hear a stream watch party for the Expanse? I mean, do you want to hear me read the books? I have the books over there. The first 3 books. I need to get the rest of the series. But yeah, like, what's a better use of my time, right? Learning, enriching my life, or fucking reporting bugs in Star Citizen that nobody's gonna read, right? Nobody's gonna read. No one's gonna give a shit about. No one's gonna fix. And so, why do I install a tech preview? And why not just play Star Citizen live and, like, get items for Wicklow so I can actually unlock a Wicklow Idris or something, right? Wouldn't that be a better use of my time? I'm not apologizing for this rant, even though it's kind of mean to CIG. I feel I'm perfectly justified in my words here, in my thoughts. Even though what's coming out is pretty bad. The way I'm saying it, I could probably say it in a lot more polite and a lot more reasonable sounding, but it's just, like I said, over the years I've reported tons of bugs, and those bugs are still there years later, or they come back. You know, running into invisible bullshit costing you a shit ton of time and effort in Star Citizen, and the invisible bullshit just comes back, and CIG's talking about, like, oh, exploits. We need to, like, leave the exploits in the game so we can gather more information on the exploits. Okay, but the community doesn't want exploit. Azamir over here says any exploit is, like, criminal offense, right? Zero tolerance. There are members of the community that share Azamir's opinion. Zero tolerance on exploits. And CIG's like, no. There will be some tolerance. Right? There will be some tolerance. Right? And I'm of the mind of, like, okay, so how bad is the exploit, right? If it's just, like, you know, someone can skip over, like, a segment of, like, a boss fight or something, because there's a glitch with the AI that allows you to, like, skip, like, phase 2 or something. Like, who fucking cares? Like, it's an alpha. But Azamir is like, no, Vertigo, we can't have any exploits. I don't know. I don't know. They've really, Rick, they kind of pissed me off with that statement. No. We need to leave the exploits in because there's more information we need to gather. Like, okay. But you guys don't... Like, I've reported exploits before in the past. You guys done nothing about it. Like, how long are we supposed to wait before an exploit gets addressed? Right? How long was clipping through fucking doors with, like, a box, like in Star Citizen, right? Like, you just pick up a box, any box, and then you drop it at your feet while your back is up against the door, and it pushes you through the fucking door. How long was that? Was in for years. That ruined station, like, contested zones, right? All contested zones, done. You don't need fuses. You don't need key cards. You don't need any of that horse shit. You just clip right through the door instantly. You just need to have a box. You don't even have to bring the box yourself, because chances are you could find one in the arena you're going into. Yeah. It upsets me a little bit, this whole idea of how long is long enough. Makes them seem like they're either incompetent or they just don't care, or both. And it's got too much work. They got to get that Squadron 42 finished. They got to work on that the UI for like that walk and talk with Mark Hamill for Squadron 42. Don't you know? For Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts is directing a movie. He's got more important things to do with your fucking money. Let's continue to watch this.
We can't. It's one of those things. We come here on a show, and I want to talk about it. And we were talking about this last night, but we can't go through all the methodologies. No. We can't discuss all the solutions, because then knowledge is power. And if they know what we're doing, then they can run around it. It's this incredible dance that is frustrating, and it can often look like we're sitting on our hands doing absolutely nothing.
That's right.
And that's an unfortunate, frustrating side effect of the proper way to do this.
Yeah, well, every time
we still lose some,
security, anti-cheat, economy, exploits, it falls in that. Yeah. It's going to fall into that area where we can't be as transparent as we'd like to be. And
they're saying it in chat now, and they're not wrong. Like cheats and exploits have sunk so many games.
Yeah.
We have to get a hold on them. We have to get a handle on them. We have to fix them and whatnot. And again, but it's this dance. It can't always be right away.
Correct.
It can't. At least that's one of the things.
I don't know, man. He says that like, oh, cheats have sunk so many games. Here we have like this guy firing torpedoes at Ruin Station out of a fucking Karna. And here 10 days ago, where is it? Oh, I don't have the video up anymore. And then we had like 10 days ago, this video from this guy about getting killed in an Idris. His Idris got blown up by a fucking Gladius. So to me, like, you should probably really like get on this, right? This should be like high priority shit. You should like this. Whoever did this, if this was an AI,
today I experienced that instantly.
If this wasn't like an AI video, this could have been
massive amounts of damage. Shield. Which is
like, you should probably get the username for the guy that had like the damage hacks. You should probably ban that guy because, oh sure, it's on Reddit. There you go. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what the time and date for this this video. I'll just put it in like Discord. You can find it there. A few days ago, I came across a shady player Ruin CZ, added him on Discord. He sent me a video. Already went ahead and reported him and all, but quite frustrated to see the things happening in game. This is the kind of stuff you really need to nip in the bud. Like, you need to show that you're actually moving on. You need to have like ban waves, like public ban waves. Like, yes, we care about cheaters. We're banning cheaters. You should have like a CIG customer support individual in this thread saying like, yeah, we've seen this video. We're working on getting this stuff handled. Because as they said during this interview, there are cheats that have sunk games in the past. This is the kind of stuff you do not want to fester and linger. You do not want to be like, this is a problem with client-side authentication. Is it? Like, hacks have become pretty sophisticated these days. They may have like a developer account access somehow. That they just report to the server that they're firing torpedoes, and the server's like, "Yep, you're firing torpedoes." Or it could just be graphical. They just modified the bullets. This could be a graphical mod. They may not actually be firing torpedoes. They may have modded their game to change the Karna projectiles to be torpedoes, and the game's like, the client's like, "Yeah, you're firing torpedoes," but the server's like, "No, you're not firing torpedoes. You're firing Karna bullets." And I've seen that before. I've done that with other games where I've modified like projectiles and whatnot, but like what I see on my screen is not what everyone else sees on their screen. I've changed like gun models before, but unless you have the same mod installed, you don't see the gun model I'm seeing for like Counter-Strike or something, like a Hello Kitty skin for like your what is it, the Colt carbine, the the AR, the M16 from I think it was the Colt. So yeah, like there's layers to this shit. But yeah, like this is the kind of stuff that you definitely need to stay on top of. Like you need to let your customer base know, and the rest of the world, like all the publishers and whatnot, the papers, the review websites like Kotaku and IGN. You need to make sure that when they start asking questions about cheats in Star Citizen, like oh no, we're aware of that and we're working on it. In fact, we banned that person. We ban cheaters in our game as soon as we find them. Zero tolerance. And we perma-ban them. We banned their IP address, and we banned their what is it, the hardware IDs. So you have to build a whole new computer. Whatever. But yeah, definitely don't let like this really nasty stuff like cheating, hacking, and whatnot like fester in your community.
That alpha affords us. We take the time to make sure that we do it right. Take the time to make sure we research. Take the time that we're actually fighting.
Do it fucking right. Oh my! I have so many fucking problems with that statement. Take the time to do it right. The problem is, it's taken you 13 fucking years to get to this goddamn point. So how long is it going to take you to start banning hackers? Right, another 13 years. Also, what is the right? Right? Do it right by whose metric? What is good enough? Right? What metric are we using?
All the bad actors, yes. and blah blah blah. It's just at the same time, it's annoying because you want to go to Reddit, you want to go to Spectrum, you want to go to Twitter or whatnot, and just scream, "We're on it, we're doing it," whatever. But you can't tip your hat anything. You can't. It's.
We're aware of the problems.
Well, I put my eyes emoji sometimes on stuff on Spectrum, just
you can't say we're actively chasing this one because then the people are using it scatter and we don't find them. It's like this.
Exactly.
So it's one of the hardest aspects of game development communication, especially for a project like us that prides itself on being as open as we are. You know, people will be like, open development, I can't believe you're not telling us. That doesn't mean it's open. I'm like, open development means we're more open than any other company in the history of the medium. It doesn't mean we share every single thing, every single moment, the minute it comes out. Yeah. I do sometimes and I get in trouble. But it's really difficult.
It's a difficult balancing act for sure.
It's terrible because there's been so many moments when I want to go out and scream, "We got this! We're on it! We're doing this! It's fixed!" But we just can't. You can't because it makes it harder. It makes it harder to do.
Well, yeah, and you're gonna miss things. That's the main thing.
But
you know, hey, can we flip seats for a second? Because you know, you just grilled me for what? How long have we been going for now?
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah. I have one question that I want to switch seats for. You ready for it?
You want to ask me a question?
I want to ask you a question. I want to grill you on one, at least one.
I can see you looking at your laptop like you got notes. All right.
I have my note question right here.
What do you have for me, man?
So is the battle cruiser actually happening? Is that thing actually going?
Or work on the battle cruiser.
Whiplash.
Sell for $3,000.
Whiplash. What does that have to do with anything?
Battle cruiser 3000 AD.
Yeah, it's Whiplash. Let's go.
Let me see if I'm being yelled at already.
Yeah, check this out. Do 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 do.
All right, I am not.
What are you doing, Jared?
I am not actively being yelled at.
Good.
Yes, the battle cruiser is coming.
One of these days. Not soon.
It's a tried and true manufacturer.
RSI.
Not one of these new hotness manufacturers. One of the older.
RSI Aegis
manufacturers of Verse. And it's sure. And I did say this last time, so this is not new information. The manufacturer thing is new information, but our big giant military combat themed event that we do every year around May is probably a pretty good time to expect it.
Will they actually sell the battlecruiser?
And it will be and as we said before,
that'd be a dumb idea.
It is our intention to make it the last concept we do. We made it through 2025 without a concept, without a single concept promotion. We do not have a single concept promotion scheduled for 2026. Other than this battlecruiser, we don't have a single concept promotion scheduled for 2027. This will be the last one. It's an old Kickstarter thing, and so
it's happening.
It's happening. We're going forward. I'm not going to tell you.
It could be a
more
variant
about
of the Javelin. Just put bigger turrets on the Javelin. Done. Okay. Right.
Is it big?
You got anything more? that it? You get your one out?
Is it big?
Yes.
It's very big. It's very, very, very big.
That's all I got.
That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
I remember correctly, the stretch goals were like the battlecruiser. I don't know if the battlecruiser was going to be like player controlled. Well, we can go always check because the stretch goals are actually on the webpage still. We can go to Explorer. Funding goals. Control F, battle cruiser. Flyable. Yes, flyable battle cruiser. Yeah, it's okay. Right there, flyable. That was the $17 million stretch goal. Walker was right. Every pledger who backs before 17 million will receive a ship upgrade package containing engine modifier. Whenever we're going to get that. Every pledger who backs before 16 million will receive a laser pistol. Keep your ship safe from borders by pistol by your side. Okay.
So
I can't remember when I backed.
Get right in there.
Actually, I could check because that was October 2013.
That's my one for the show. All right, then fine. Wipe.
October was 10,
so
right?
Wipe. I held them off.
22. So I got in
So
before the 24 million.
We're not planning a wipe. We're planning.
Good night, everybody.
We're planning.
October, November, December.
We're looking at
10,
targeted
1022. Public transport system.
actions, right? But we're not looking at a wipe for the moment. And
No wipe.
We want to keep on rolling. First of all, there's a lot of some of the work we've discussed. Obviously, I can't share the details of what we're doing, but that needs to be completed. So for now, we're not intending a full blanket wipe at all.
So I'm glad they came out and said that to get the community to shut the fuck up about it. Because the last time we had, what's his name, on Spectrum come out, one of the developers came out on Spectrum. I can't remember who it was, but I believe he came out in Spectrum thinking, he said there's a potential, because of the exploits, they're thinking about doing a wipe. They didn't say when, they just said they're thinking about doing a wipe. And then everybody picked up on that. There's going to be a wipe next patch. There's going to be a wipe next patch. Vertigo, when's the wipe? The wipe's happening, Vertigo. Red alerts! Red alerts! The wipe, it's coming! Everything's pointless! Quick, give away all your money! Literally everybody was panicking over this. There's a wipe! There's a wipe! Red alerts! So I'm glad Benoit came out and said, we're not going to do a full wipe. We're just going to do targeted action against specific player accounts. So people could shut the fuck up about the wipe. I swear to God, like the fucking Port Olisar incident, where CIG released a video, and for the next 2 years, people were talking about how Port Olisar was going to get blown up. They released a video about Port Olisar being attacked by the Vanduul, and the community would not shut the fuck up about Port Olisar getting blown up in the next fucking patch. And it was always the next patch, right? The next patch, Port Olisar was going away and was going to get blown the fuck up. And the next patch would come out and Port Olisar would still be there. The next patch, CIG's going to blow up. For 2 fucking years, I had to hear this shit in my chat. And it's just like, no, CIG's not going to blow up Port Olisar, you dumb motherfuckers. They're not going to do that. That requires effort. They're not going to put effort into Star Citizen. They're going to take your fucking money and they're going to spend it on hookers and blow. And then they're going to release another fucking capital ship that you're never going to fucking see in game, like the Banu Merchantman. And then they're going to give you like a buyback token and pat you on the head and tell you, good boy. Get your mama's credit card out again. We need more money. Why are so people against wipes? It's just an alpha. I mean, mostly it's just Wicklow, right? CIG painted themselves in the corner with the Wicklow shit. Yeah, just wipe. I don't care. I'll be playing Star Citizen forever. Who cares? Like, there's people out there who put a lot of effort in getting the Wicklow shit, though. There's some people over there probably exploited to get Wicklow shit, so who gives a fuck? But yeah, like, let's go back to account defaults. Why not? Let's pull the trigger on that. But like I said, they're there to make a lot of people mad because there's tons of people out there who've been doing all this stuff in Star Citizen, and it doesn't give account-bound items like the id key and whatnot. I don't even use the fucking id key for anything. Like, I have that thing. I've used it maybe like 3 or 4 times. You think you go to Hathor or something and use it to shoot enemies. But I haven't even done that with it. Spent all this effort getting that fucking id key, and all it is just a screenshot on my hard drive. Yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking wipe. Let's everybody back to account defaults. Why not? Because a lot of the community would be upset because they lost all this shit. They spent all this time collecting. It would be better to have like a wipe like on a schedule, like December 27th, last patch of the year, wipe every time. You get the entire year to build up your accounts, and then end of the year, boom, that's the end of the season. Start a new season. If it was regular, scheduled, I don't think anybody would be really mad. But again, CIG's like, well, we want to be able to monitor the exploits for some reason, so we can find more exploits to monitor. We like to watch. Yeah, they can. The Asgard, they can wipe individual accounts. They can see who has too much money. And then they could just like click on your name in a database and they can click the wipe button and then you go back to your account default. They have that ability. Let us continue.
No, this goes back to what we were saying before about the biggest quality of life, like all this work going in to long-term persistence and to item recovery V1 and stuff. It's about, and the freight elevator, it's about making sure you keep your stuff.
Yeah.
Making sure you keep your stuff, making sure you keep your stuff, making sure you keep your stuff. So we've got tools, we've got logs, we've got
a lot of logs.
We got a lot of logs. We got a lot of information. A lot of information. So it is our intention to do a targeted correction to those areas that
are
need it,
and
preserve as much of the gotten gains of
bad robot. Thanks for that follow. Why aren't my notifications playing?
So no.
Give some hearts and chats. I didn't hear my notification.
Okay,
cool. So we've answered that. That's done.
Let's try restarting OBS. See if that works.
What else you got?
Just hit me with a battle cruiser.
Hit him with a battle cruiser.
Hold on.
Let's try replaying that.
Where's that? I skipped it.
There it is. Yeah, it was my OBS for some reason.
Mentioned in SCL just now planned. Lol. Planned by somebody.
Whoa.
All right. No comments. No comments about the size other than it's big. Cool. It's big. It's just big and it's cool and it is so.
Just take our word for it.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's it. Oh cool. No.
Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah.
Tell me something we don't know about.
Tell me something we don't know.
Tell me something
dangerous
we should
question.
Be excited about that we're not currently excited about. Give us something nobody's expecting.
Really? Would answer this question? Ooh.
That's hard. You're putting me on the spot now.
I'm putting you on the spot, Mister. The batters are coming.
Okay. Well, one thing we didn't talk about in detail that I could give background info on is Genesis.
Okay.
Ooh,
And
give us
Mix
Genesis.
One, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, we're obviously working on this. That's no surprise to anyone. But the one thing that I'm excited about is that we've kind of conjoined development on 3 separate things in order to ship the best Nix experience that we could offer, right? And so, obviously, Genesis is part of that, and the Planet Tech that's behind it. But also, the Starchitect work. And so,
Oh, we're going back to
Starchitect.
Starchitect?
Starchitect is a way for us to be smarter about building planets and the human populations that are on them. So settlements, buildings, distro centers, LZs, name it, right? So historically, we've placed that by hand. And so Starchitect is a way for us to give designers control over the planetary scale of how these are distributed. And it's a fairly fundamental change to how the game is made. And the third one is what we call the population control / population manager. So currently you have AIs in the game, right, that are sometimes hand placed, sometimes dynamically spawned. We've talked about
spawn like a crackhead
gazillion
just hitting a
times.
spawn button.
yeah.
Yes, the
Which is
overspawning
my
of
biggest pet
NPC.
peeve, by the way. If you
Apologies
wanna,
to
that's my trigger
crackheads.
point. If you want to trigger me in a meeting, just tell me there's another overspawn issue. But anyway, so population management and control is a third component of this. So I'm excited about this because as we're working towards Nix One, we're aligning all those 3 things into one strike team to deliver that together. So I'm excited about that because those are like 3 major development pieces that Star Citizen needs to scale that we're bringing in together. So for pop control, instead of having all these hand-placed, either hand-placed or dynamically spawned AIs in key areas, that's a system that will basically manage the server capacity of AI agents to be able to distribute them at the right place, but also spawn the right AIs for the right jobs, manage the priority of these spawn requests, all that stuff. And so it's such a much more scalable system that will allow us to really like build up a dense universe than we've had before. So I'm excited about the fact that those 3 projects are part of the same kind of drive at the moment. That's the first thing I would say that you guys don't know about that we're going to bring together. The second one, I mean, there are some hints of this in the game already. So if, I know some of the techies look into the game client, try to find some stuff. I'm not going to go into more details about this, but we talked about sim rigs. We talked about how the experience in the sim rig is. So VR is a great thing if you have a sim rig, right? Obviously,
VR sim rig.
having the headset on is such a more dense experience. We're also working at improving our peripheral support, so being able to feed information, non-damaging information to peripheral manufacturers, so be able to enable them to make custom Star Citizen experience for the sim rigs. And also we're currently in the process of looking at motion and motion platform support for the game. And so
oh my
I think
god,
that's
so they're
something we
doing
haven't talked
motion
about
platform
specifically,
support.
But I'm mega excited about it. because
Opening
my God.
guy.
Opening up basically the motion systems to be able to leverage that, on the key
Haptic
elements.
feedback.
I think that's something that I'm super excited about because that's just another level.
There's that new Corsair keyboard that's got the Stream Deck built into it and
That's
stuff
cool.
like that, and like this.
So those would be my
Okay.
2.
Anything for player facing for in game?
Something new.
Something. I know about something. It's we're treating this like it's a big thing. It's not. We just did the big thing, but
What do you got? Spawning.
Oh yeah.
changes
Well,
to spawning.
Well, so we talked about spawn in the hangar,
Right.
and so to
It's
build
hangar
spawn in
spawning.
the hangar, we had to build a new workflow, right? To be able to determine, can we spawn you there? Is there a requirement for you spawning there, right? So the requirement in the case of spawn in the hangar is your hangar spawned, right? That's also extended to ships, right? But what we're trying to achieve, now I'm not promising this anywhere, but is spawn in place. And so we're trying to extend that workflow for spawn in place so that, you know,
Cool.
you just log in the game and you spawn where you were. And so that's something that
I actually would like to see like a spawn system where your character, if you log out like at Area 18, your character has a chance to spawn in at random places around Area 18, like your character is actually living their life. Because sometimes you do that, like Grand Theft Auto 4, I think, had that, where you'd log in and you'd be in like different spots in the city. Or was it 5? 5, I think I had that, where you switch over to different characters and like the characters would be at different parts of the city doing different things. So we'll see. But yeah, like spawn in place. Why not? You log out, when you log back in, you're right where you were when you logged out. Cool. Yeah, do it. Send it. Don't have to go to a bed to log out anymore. You just select the log out option in the cockpit of your constellation. You log back in and you're in your constellation still. Fucking amazing, right? This whole bed thing for logging out was kind of dumb anyways. I don't know. There you go.
passionate about and we're trying to get in there. So
Yeah. Log in, log out,
bam on it.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Not a, you know, you have a bed in a ship. You haven't. You don't have a bed in a ship. Yeah. You just wherever you are, get out.
Correct.
Get back in. Come back right there.
Yeah. Surface of a planet, you know, spawn in place.
I would take exception to surface of planets. And this is probably like where bed logging would probably be a good idea to like maintain. Certain planets are not very hospitable to human life. So if you want to log, you can't just climb out of your Gladius and just log out, right? Because if you log out on like Pyro 1, your character's probably going to be dead by the time you log back in, right? In theory. So, I mean, there's whatever, right? Log out, your character and ship disappears. I don't know, Solus Bill. I don't know what the hell they're going to do with beds, but here we are. We don't need beds anymore, that's for fucking sure. Or better yet, just walk up to the bed and click the log out option on the bed. Why not? Why do we have to go through this fucking animation? Because Chris Roberts, that's why. Continue.
As long as you can still spawn there. That's right. Yep. There's going to be rules and limitations, but we're looking into that. Yep. That is also a big change for the game to me.
Yes.
That's a huge change.
Yeah. Just
cool. I'm happy you raised that up. I was going to forget about it.
I got you, Barry.
To pitch a tent.
All right. And at that, we managed, it's 4:57. We're right there at the
right on time.
What do they say at the end of Hot Ones? You know, tell everybody give everybody your socials, tell everybody where they can find you when you do next.
I mean, I guess here in over many months.
We're here until the heat death of the universe.
That's right.
Benoit, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you as always for coming back. We're doing these about every 6 months. It's what we agreed when we did this.
Kind
first
of a
one
rendezvous
about a year
now,
ago.
right?
Yeah,
it's a good rendezvous.
And so we'll see it. We'll see you again sometime this summer.
Yeah,
probably.
Sure. Absolutely.
I just want to say, you know, this is our first SCL back. It's actually our first SCL since IAE. We did the all ships Q&A, and then we didn't get to do a whole lot of SCLs last year because of a whole bunch of other changes that was going on, mostly in my life. We're gonna have a lot more SCLs this year. We got a group of like 4 in a row coming in like April, I think. Whatever. The chance to have somebody at your level and your involvement take the time out to come be here, answer quite literally any question I put you. You didn't beg off of anything. You didn't do this. So I spent the part giving the tech teams their props and the programmers their props and the strike team their props.
Okay.
And I want to sit here and give you your props. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah,
Far
thanks
more
so
than
much.
I would give Jens, who won't come on the show.
We have to bully.
That's it.
Have to bully Jens.
I know.
I appreciate it.
I love the Jens.
I love coming here and chatting about Star Citizen. And if you ever meet me in a Bar Citizen, it's the same thing. So, you know, just do it live.
Thanks so much, guys. What is in the orange box? So that was at the beginning of the show on the Twitch version. It won't be on the YouTube version. But that's just toys. It has nothing to do with work. We were just nerding out a little bit at the beginning of the show. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're back next week with a behind the ships special on the next spacecraft making its way to the Star Citizen Persistent Universe.
It's gonna be L-23.
John Cruz in there.
Omega Wolf
Ben
or
Curtis
something.
Is in there.
With like
and
distortion
Torsten
weapons.
Lyman is in there.
And
some other people.
It's a missile boat.
Really good names.
A bunch of size 3 missiles. Like
the second I started calling out names, I knew it
56
was a
size
mistake.
3 missiles and like
Chris Danks
2 distortion scatterguns, big ones.
Who?
Size 5s.
Batu? Batu's in this one? Yeah. I filmed with Batu? Yeah. He's great. Wow, they really run together.
Missile version of the Wolf.
But yeah,
Wolf.
that's next week. An exciting new spaceship Mon making its way to the Persistent Universe next week.
You got the Guardian Pack now, as
middle things. We talked about it in ISC. The big patches in January and March and May. It's like this, and then these interesting little content drops in the middle. So we're going to add a new ship in the middle of a patch drop, and for the first time in the history of our project, we'll see how that goes.
Let's do it.
Let's get it. There's a press article.
It should work.
So thanks for watching. I'm Jared. That's Benoit. You're the amazing Star Citizen.
Sure.
What are you doing with the cameras? Oh my God. Seb.
Okay. They're fucking around with the cameras, having a good time.
I love you. See you later, everybody. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
There you go. There's finally done with Star Citizen Live. We can actually play Star Citizen now. We're allowed to play this shit. Get their hide configuration going. We've got some cargo to deliver. Got beef from dispatch. All right. Launch. I mean, like, it was mostly them just talking about stuff that's coming soon in the future. That was it. I mean, it's great. It's great to kind of get caught up on stuff, I suppose. Like, hey, here's the stuff we're thinking about. Here's stuff that like's coming soon. Like, how long did we do that? Yeah, 2 hours and 44 minutes. 2 hours and 44 minutes. We only 1 hour. 1 hour's worth of content stretched into 2.5 hours. That's Vertigo for you. That's the stuff I do for my I'm very content efficient. What can I say? I watched the new Fire version too. Just go watch the new Fire version. He can suffer through this shit, right? Most of it was just me going, that's fine. There really wasn't much to talk about until they like really pissed me off with like, oh, we can't afford to fix exploits really quickly because we want to find more exploits. It's just very high. Perceived detail. I mean, I honestly, all right, so here we are. We gotta get the Hermes out, do some more cargo deliveries. How are you gonna cut that for YouTube? I don't know.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Hermes.
Vehicle selected.
We're gonna pull the Hermes out and then store the Hermes.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, and the Hermes is unknown. Okay, cool. Oh, and the Hermes is gone. Cool. Hermes. It says it's on the pad. And it's not.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I guess we'll store it.
Please visit us again. Welcome.
And then
Vehicle retrieval system.
retrieve it.
Your vehicle has been
And it should just teleport in. Look at that. Contracts. Priority. So we found out the other day that the smaller contracts are more efficient. Instead of running like the medium and large, which causes you to... For Tressler, these 40k missions are like your best bet. So we're at like Hurl 5 or something. August Dunlow Spaceport, that is Orison. Interspatial Sports. Yeah, we're at L5, so we can just keep running this mission over and over again. If we wanted to. Tisa Spaceport, that is... Alliance Age Escort. I don't think I really care. Tisa Spaceport is Lorville. R-Corp L3. Air 18. L5. That's the one we're at right now, I believe. L5. Because, yeah, running from, like, R-Corp to Hull 5 is probably quicker than just loading up a huge fucking thing. Because you have to unload and load and unload. That's, like, what kills you. Hull 4. How's the transport's progress running? Well, we just started. We're almost halfway there. I could write bigger missions for more money if I wanted to. This thing can hold 288. I can't do one of the larges. If I want to get one of the larges, I'd have to like use my C2 for more money. International Spaceport, Crusader 5. Here's 616. Crusader L1 from August Dunlow. Really? That's actually not that far. August Dunlow is Orison. For 250 for that much? Sure, why not? So we're slowly chopping away at it. Slowly chopping away at our progress. All we would do one of the more medium missions if we want to keep using the Hermes, because that is the ship like of this time. Let's see, as you gave me.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
Do we have... Man, I really wish there was different priority tabs. There was priority combat, there was priority collection, priority cargo hauling, instead of having to like scroll through all of this. So we can only do one of these 296s for 130, 140k. International Spaceport. Can't do this August Dunlow shit for 600. That's the thing that this can't hold that much. We do this one. That's Microtech. That's really far, though. International Spaceport to Area 18 ArcCorp. That's really far. L5 supplies. TC Spaceport. Nope, that's too far. That's way too much. Cargo. TISA Spaceport. L4 Lagrange Point. Area 18. Microtech's L2. That's too far. Record more. That's too much. That's 616. This ship can't carry that much. It's a Levski. No, we're not going to Levski. New Babbage Industrial Spaceport. L1. Hurston L1. Grim Hex. That's too far. Port Tressler. That is Microtech to Levski. TISA Spaceport. Again. Levski. Nah, I don't want to go to fucking Levski. Coming out of Levski's a pain in the ass. Crusader HMS Lethane. We could do this one. Microtech's L4. Where is Microtech's L4? I don't pay attention to the Lagrange points that much. Mick-L4. Crossroad stations. It's over... Jesus Christ, it's almost by Levski. So they want me to go from... You want me to go from TISA Spaceport, Hurston, to here. Jesus Christ, they don't ask for much. New Babbage Interstellar Spaceport to Microtech's L1 Lagrange Point. That's actually... This is actually really efficient right here. The L1. August Dunlow Spaceport. That's 600 though. Grim Hex to Microtech's L2. Nah. ArcCorp. Red Crossroad Station, Arc 4. I guess we could do this one. Head over to TISA Spaceport, pick up a bunch of this shit, and then start working our way back towards New Babbage, I suppose.
You are clear to launch. Take off.
That's kind of like my problem with this, is like efficient cargo hauling. Tries the Chuck Norris joke. It's himself. It's damn funny. Yeah, I've seen those. Like the Chuck Norris tells a Chuck Norris joke.
Collision alert. Front. Landing gear raised. Shields are off. Thank you, and please visit again.
And away we go. Luckily, Hurston's only 12 gigameters. Well, we have some time, so we could probably stop over to Discord and look at some Chuck Norris jokes.
And I bent down and I petted him, and all of a sudden, you heard this like that. So the trainer says, get up very slowly and back up. So the tiger did. He slowly got up and backed out.
It's Chuck Norris telling a Chuck Norris joke. He went to pet the tiger, and Chuck Norris growled at the tiger. And the trainer told the tiger to back up, and so the tiger did. The Ralph Wiggum, I'm in danger. From The Simpsons, comes into mind. There was also an interview of him where he with like Jimmy Fallon or something, or one of those late show hosts, where he was telling some Chuck Norris jokes. If I remember correctly. Why do I got this head tracking shit on? I've noticed my character's head's doing a lot of head bobbing. It's noticeable, but it's not really bad. I could probably turn it down. Where is it? I remember it turned all that stuff off. VJoy uses turn cranes, VJoy dead zone, driver degrees, velocity indicator always on. Whatever the fuck this is. ESP strength, dampening curves, convergence distance, aim nudge sensitivity. Show heading distances, show reticle. Based on HUD. Yeah, I have all this like look ahead like turned off. Weapon recoil scale, I have that turned on. Party nameplate distance, 0. Show party nameplates, yes. Show friendly contact nameplates. Yeah, I don't understand why my character's head is bobbing like that. Like, I have all that stuff turned off. And when I roll the ship, you notice, like, the character, my head, moves a little bit as a result. I don't know, like, that's... I'm talking about it because I turned it all off. Like, my character should not be moving his head while I'm maneuvering, because I specifically turned it all off a while ago. Default left alt L, that could be it. Yep, that did it. Nope, it didn't do it. Left alt L. Yep, there it is. That fixed it. Thanks, Rob. I wonder how the hell that got turned on. I was fucking with lamp, right? I guess I was turned it on by accident. I was fucking around with lamp. Because lamp is like right alt, left alt L or something. Right alt L. I changed the binding to something else entirely. But this ship doesn't have a lamp mode. Will we ever get a decent... I don't know, man. They need to go through and overhaul all that shit. A lot of those options need to get broken out into different sub-menus. In my opinion. Landing gear, call ATC. Let's get our quantum mode turned off. It's just that, like, Star Citizen has this fetish for the mouse wheel. For some flippin' reason. You have to scroll for everything. And it's starting to piss me off because it wears out my fingers. It wouldn't be so bad if it was, like, occasional. You have to use the scroll wheel occasionally in Star Citizen, but they use it for everything. You have to scroll for the menus. You have to scroll to, like, increase your laser power and your prospector, or your golem, or your mole. You have to use the scroll wheel for, like, salvaging. You have to use the scroll wheel for, like, your tractor beam on foot. You have to use the scroll wheel for the tractor beam and ships. Scroll wheel for, like, selecting weapons in your ship. But not for on foot! If you think you're going to be using your scroll wheel to, like, select weapons while you're on foot, you're a fucking moron. Because on foot, it controls your walk speed, because that's important. Right?
Landing complete.
Alright. Time to get loaded. Exactly, yeah. That's why I like... Oh, yes, the elevator. Yeah, if you get into an elevator, you have to scroll all the way down. Tons of scroll wheel shit everywhere. If you get into an elevator to go to your hangar, you have to scroll all the way to the bottom to get to your hangar because you have to scroll past all the other options that you're not going to fucking use. Again, who designed this UI? Why would I, if I summon a ship, why the fuck would I care about, like, the external ports at that moment if I have a ship waiting for me on a landing pad? Same thing with the star map. As soon as you open the star map, you press F2, you're immediately presented with the inside of your ship. Why the fuck do I care about the inside of my ship when I open the star map? I open the star map to go look at the star map, not to look at my fucking ship. If I'm in my pilot seat, if I'm in a seat, in the pilot seat, I don't fucking care. I want to see the solar system. But for some reason, you can't see the solar system. Like, you have to scroll, scroll, scroll. They force you to use the scroll wheel way too much. They have a fetish for it, and it just blows my fucking mind, and it wears out my fucking finger. It's also one of the reasons why I highly recommend anybody who's, like, mining in Star Citizen, bind your mining controls if you have a joystick with a throttle on it. Just buy your mining controls, the power control, to your throttle slider. 64 boxes. These S4, yeah, these are size 4s. Great. I really just want a button to shoot stuff out with the tractor beam as far as it'll go, or suck it on as far as it'll go. That's what I really want. Just like the Atlas. Also, one of the reasons why you'll see me, like, when I'm doing cargo and whatnot, I'll grab something with the tractor beam and then I just won't move it. I'll just, like, try to walk my character around to, like, move the box, but I'll leave the box in position. I won't adjust the box position with the tractor beam. I'll just move my character around to try to get the box into places because I don't want to use the mouse wheel. I could probably bind something. I wonder if it's possible to create, like, a macro for the joystick. There we go. You want to know how to, like, use this thing without having it break? Without having to break the tractor beam? If you aim down at the floor, when you retract, the box will stay on the beam. But if you do it that way, you won't be able to aim up high enough to stack your boxes. Oh my god, what the fuck, man? So if you do it, like, the way you want to do it, so we're going to aim right at the box, we're going to lift it up as high as possible because we want to stack. We retract, the box breaks. It just drops it on the floor. But you can actually stack the boxes now. Like that. And you send it back out. And that's why you come here, Asgard. That's why you come to the hcvertigo's channel, because Vertigo tells you the cool stuff. But if you aim down at the floor, all the way, like this, I'm literally aiming the tractor beam at the ramp, and I press the button to retract the tractor beam. It just stays on the tractor beam. But I cannot aim above here. This is as high as I can angle up the tractor beam, which is not high enough to stack the boxes. Quite unfortunate. And the only way to fix that is to extend it and then look up while you're extending. If you try to retract the beam, yeah, so you can actually aim up a little bit, it breaks. More Star Citizen shit. I swear to God, I'm gonna create like a. I can do that. I just have. Let's see here. Properties. Where the fuck is this? Open file location. Let's see here. Edit script. So here's the scanning pulse. Custom ship script, scanner loop toggle script. Z+. So we need tractor beam. All right, tractor beam in out scripts. So we need, what is it? Mouse up, I think. Where is it? DLLs, file disk directory, graphical. Let's see here. Oh, that's like zoom. I thought that was a search function. Where the fuck's the search? There's a search. Mouse, wheel. There we go, mouse wheel. Search that for me. Click. I don't care about clicks. I want mouse wheels. Up or down. Components normally omitted in case clicks consist. Okay. Send, related, click, 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 click. Block inputs. Send play mode. Unlike send, command doesn't automatically release the modifier. A normal click. Block inputs. Wheel hotkeys for mouse. M button, wheel, and wheel down, message box. Wheel down and wheel up. So there you go. So I want to send, what I want to do is, let's see here, extend. I want to send the tractor beam to the maximum length, and then I want to retract tractor beam to min length, right? So those are the two commands I want to work on. And so we need mouse wheel up. So we're gonna edit out all this stuff. So M, what is it? Wheel up. So we want wheel up, right? So we want loop. So it's going to be wheel up, loop, right? So it's going to be loop. It's going to be toggle. Yeah, it's going to be a toggle loop, right? Toggle, colon, equals, toggle. And it's going to be loop, right? And it's going to toggle this, basically this. And then we want to loop a certain number of times, like loop 10 or something, because I don't want to loop, just keep looping. I just want to loop for a separate. So, hey, Prince, I just want to loop for a certain amount of time. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oop, that was a little too much. So how, okay. So we're up to 2.2 meters, right? So that moves us 0.1 meters. So that moves us, fuck, we can just do this. So, where's the extend? One loop. Loop is 0.1 meters. Okay. Comment that out. So what's our, okay, so we're at minimum is 2.2 meters, right? Yeah, min is 2.2 meters. 2.2 meters. What's the max? Oh, the max is even, I can't even get to the max. All right, so we need to suck it in to actually see what the max is. It's like 150 meters or something. For this tractor beam specifically. Yeah, 2.2. So we're up to 60 meters. Yeah. So, okay. So let's do 60. So 2.2 subtract 60 is 50 something, right? 50.8. 57.8. So we need to loop 58 times, right? To get maximum. I don't even need max, really. One loop is 1.1 meters. Max is 150, which is overkill. We could try the handheld as well. We could just use the handheld and just do multiple loops. Right? All right. Oh, shit. Nice. The minimum distance for the tractor beam, 2.2 meters. How about 2.3 meters? Because you get knocked over. That's T2 tractor. T2 ship tractor. Handheld. That knocks you over. What's the maximum on this thing? Oh, broke, and it fell through the fucking floor. Nice. Looks like about 24-ish. We can just say 22, 23, 23. 23 is good enough. Max is 23. Let's see here. .1 meters. Yeah, 0.1. It brings it 0.1 meters. So if we come back to 22, it just gets a little too crazy. Yeah, for some reason it just gets nuts. So we're just gonna assume that. All right, so we need a loop. So we're gonna do a handheld loop. Handheld tractor extend to max length, which is 23 meters. So toggle loop 23. No, it's not going to be 23 because it's 0.1 meters per extension so it's 2.3 subtract 23, which is going to be 27. And so it's going to be 207, right? Because it's 0.1 meters per. That can't be right. That seems about right. That's at the maths, because it's 0.1 meters, so it has to be like multiplied by 10, right? So you have to, in order, it's too, it can't. That doesn't seem right. You have to scroll 100 and 200 some odd times to like retract a tractor beam from maximum length from 23 meters. That doesn't seem right. The math isn't mathing in my head. And it fell through. I literally just grab it with the tractor beam and just like, ah, fucks off. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it doesn't even have a distance on it. What the fuck, game? There it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, I believe now. 200 some odd scrolls. So what we need to do. So it's going to loop 207 times. Let's just do 200 times. Let's round it over. So what we're going to do is this, right? Boop, boop. If not toggle break, send what is it? M wheel. Send M wheel wheel up. Key names wheel up. Here's some examples of wheel hotkeys. So we're going to send wheel up. Do we want a sleep command in there? We probably do, like a 50 millisecond sleep command. Or we're going to keep this somewhere here. Handheld tractor beam. All right, handheld tractor beam toggle, loop 200. All right, what's our toggle? Plus X. What is this? Syscomp to script scanner, loop toggle script. Plus Z toggle sends up and down. That's for the scanner. Sleep return, X plus toggle, loop break send. Yeah, that's for the scanner. And this is our, which doesn't work anymore. We can get rid of that. Inventory movement automation loop. We can get rid of that. All right, let's save that. And then we need to compile the hotkey script. Compile. Normally we're supposed to get like a thing that shows up. Compiler. Browse. Prevention. Destination exe file. Custom icon. Success! RSI prevention. Which is this one. Alright. Wait, I forgot to see what... Didn't I... Vertigo, are you stupid? What button did you... Oh, okay. We have to actually have a button. Alright, Jonelle, have a good night. Exits. That script. What are we gonna, like, do with this? I mean, in theory, we could just use, like, an auto hotkey. Control and Alt. Unbox. I'll tab hotkeys. What's W in Star Citizen? Oh, it's inspect. X. I guess I'll just use Z. How does that work? Yeah, Z. Because Zed's not doing anything right now. We'll figure something else out. Compiler. Convert. Do that. And then... That's my YouTube stuff. Notepad. So just the extension is active right now in theory. Oh, yes. So I press Z and it shoots it out. Maybe a little far. Let's disable the exit script. Oh, that is so nice. Don't save that. That is so goddamn nice. The 50 milliseconds is probably pretty good. Let's do 100. Loop, 100. 100. I probably miscalculated. So, is X bound anything on foot? No, it doesn't look like it. So we're going to do the exact same thing, except... Retract tractor beam here. It's going to be X. And wheel down. Is it actually wheel down auto hotkey? Just need to make sure. Launching program macros, instructions. Yes, wheel down. All right, so it's gonna be X, wheel down. Do I already have that up here? Yeah, I do. Handheld tractor beam. All right. So then we need to compile that script, which is already active. Convert. Okay. Activate the script. We'll make it like Alt Z or something. So if we press Z, it goes out until it breaks. If we press X, it comes back. Problem is the sleep command is too slow because it's pulling it back in, but it's pulling it back in really slowly. I wonder, which is fine, like for now. I wonder if I could make it come in like 1 millisecond. Or you can go over here for now. You gotta be careful with like the milliseconds here. So 50, sleep 100 is too slow. Let's do 20. Let's do fucking 20. File, save, compile, convert. Okay, reactivate the script. Yeah, it just shoves it out the thing. And then I press X, and it drops it, because it's too far out. Press X. Whee! Boop! And knocks your ass over. Knocks the ass over again. So that's the dangers of our little script here. But it works. No longer. We'll have to like make it like less loops for the handheld, like 10 loops or something. What are we doing? Z. Oh, that is so nice. Yeah, suddenly I don't have to waste my fucking finger sucking in. I just press a button and the box comes all the way back. Oh, so nice. And I can just do it again. I should probably do like, whatchamacallit? Like steps for this instead of doing like 100 loops, maybe like 50. 50 loops. I should have one that's like a 200 loops, which just grabs from max range and just pulls it all the way back to minimum and then extends all the way to maximum. I could definitely see and have this on my Stream Deck. It's so nice not to have to wear out my fucking fingers. And I can use this for like other places that Star Citizen expects you to scroll forever, like the elevators. I'm pretty sure. But I definitely need one that has fewer steps for scrolling in and out for like the handheld tractor beam, one that's like 10 loops or something. That way I can just like, I can press it once and it comes back a little bit. Because you're gonna knock yourself on your ass every time if you have one that's like all the way out, all the way back in with the handheld. Oop. This is just me with like the normal tractor beam. This is not me like the script fucking me up. This is just me fucking up. So I'm trying to think of like what key bindings I can sacrifice for this. Hey, Firefly. I see you. We literally just made a new script, Firefly. I have made a script to control the tractor beam length. Because I'm tired of wearing out my goddamn finger. Tired of finger banging my mouse. So now I have... Hey, thanks for that resub, Firefly. Appreciate it.
Firefly 212
Here's 3.
Just resubscribed for 85 months. More subs.
Yep.
More.
More subs. We should probably make a video on this for YouTube, because this is like one of those very useful, very useful things, I think, in Star Citizen. It makes using this tractor beam a lot more, well, better. So we press Z, or actually press X to suck it in, to suck it all the way in. And we press Z to shoot it all the way out. Look at that. And boy, does it go! So yeah, that's gonna be like our max length tractor beam right there. So we definitely need to create a different one for like handheld, but ship-based tractor beams, yeah, this will work. Now, the extension felt like it went out a lot farther. Do I have, like, a different... Loop 100? No, it's Loop 100. I could probably reduce the sleep command. Honestly, sleep 20 is fine. So this is not handheld. This is ship-based. Nope, nope. There we go. All right. I definitely need to have, like, I don't know, 10-meter extensions or retractions. And there's a bunch of, like, 5, 10, then maximum. Oh, shit. Bent the microphone here, sorry. 5, 10, and then, like, max or something, 50 meters. Would be nice. I'm not entirely sure how to get that, but we can definitely put that into the Stream Deck. I do like having like max retract though. I'm trying to think of how I should do this. I should probably do this side next. It does make this operation a bit faster, having this auto hotkey running. A bit faster, but it's less exhausting on my finger. And also because of the toggle, as soon as I push the button again, it just stops moving. Which I appreciate. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I hear a ship explode. Oh, it's so nice. I think we can go out one more. There we go. I think there's a little bit more room at the back. Yeah, one more container can go back. All the way in the back. Takes a little bit of that. Hope that's okay. I need to go back out so I can get my goddamn vertical angle back. All right. Heading back out. Grab some more boxes. Oh. Wrong button. The buttons I'm using like right next to each other. But luckily it's on the elevator, so it latched, so didn't lose it. Come on, come here. There we go. And bring him in. Still rather tedious. Gotta get another box. All right. Well, we still have half a cargo bay. Trying to remember how I was going to fill this up. I think we can do it from the front to back still. God, what up? You know, it would be nice not to have, like, all this stuff here in my face. A tractor beam. What the fuck? Yeah, this is low. Definitely reduces the wear and tear on my finger. So glad I built this script. Oh boy. Boop. I mean, we should probably just draw it out. I'll draw it all in like this. That one's probably gone. Probably the first time I ever had the door fuck me over. I just really can't see what the hell I'm tractor beaming because the names of the boxes are just way too much. I mean, it's fine when it's like 1 or 2 boxes, but when you get a shit ton of boxes... in the same area. Wait, where'd that other box go? I thought I had 2 in there somewhere. The fuck? Yeah. Where'd it go? You know, it's probably in the fucking roof. Loves doing that. Come on. There we go. I think? That's the problem with, like, this tractor beam. Eventually get to the point where you guys play the Tetris. Yeah, I didn't get it quite lined up. No, did not want to grab that. And now it's all fucky. I think it came back down. Whee! Yeah, we definitely need a handheld tractor beam version of that script that goes like 10 meters. If that's 10, 20 meters. Probably should load, I don't know, back to front. There we go. And then X. Alright, so that's all the cargo, finally. Then we need to get the tractor beam out. I thought there was one more. Somewhere. Let's see here. Let's get the up top. Inspect the roof of the ship, because I lost one somewhere, and God knows it's gonna blow the damn ship up if I take off. I could store the ship, but not really. Hermes. Like I said, I'm not doing like a video or anything, so I can afford to sprint. The joys of the power of third person, everybody. You ever wonder why people can see around corners in Star Citizen? This is how. Star Citizen, we're not a first person game. I don't see an extra box up there anywhere, so I don't see it underneath the ship. I thought I saw something over here. That was just the front landing gear. Alright. So 256 divided by 4. 256 divided by 4. That is 64 containers. Let's see here. 288 divided by 4. It's 72 containers maximum. Subtract 64. We have 8 containers we should be missing. We're missing more than 8. Because missing 8 containers would be right there. Right, would be these 2 slots. But that's 4... No, 8 containers, dipshit. Not 8 SCU. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, we're missing 1. We have 9 slots missing. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So we're missing 1 box. 1 box got loose. Just welcome to Star Citizen. We'll do a partial delivery, I guess. Oh, and it fell out. Cool. Move the ship, and there it is. I thought it would just kill me straight up, but nope. All right, awesome. Get over to Big 4. Turn this cargo in.
Engines off. Engines off. Attention, pilot.
We're in a queue. All right. Well, at least we can see the door through the cockpit. So that's gonna help me a lot. So I guess we'll put like tractor beam. Maybe on the turret controls, we can do that. Or a tractor beam. I don't know, it'd be more, it's far more convenient to have it like on the keyboard. Hmm. We'll see how that works out. It said 100 seconds. Are my guns really damaged? Every time I climb into my damn seat, it shows me like I have damage on the ship. Yeah, one of my Rhino laser repeaters is at 99%. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Let me know when it's like 75%. I don't need to know when it's 99%. Like that's a little too soon. And we're gonna keep the landing gear down, so we're a little thinner when so we can leave the thing. All right.
Person Dynamics thanks you.
Hearst Dynamics can go fuck itself.
Docking request initiated. Docking unavailable. Landing gear raised.
And we're away. And for some reason we're pitching over. I don't know why. It's just how this shit works. I suppose. Atmospheric flight. It's telling me my shield generators need more power, but I'm pretty sure I can't put any more power to my shield generators, yeah. How are we doing? You're gonna go put a Mach-1 per gigameter. And dog leg. So 33.2 gigameters ish. It'll drop out right about now. And then we'll head to our destination. And there's no way we can be interdicted. Well, maybe. Alright, so what do we got to talk about today in Star Citizen? What are people complaining about on the website? In general. Okay, I do not play it. What is this? I tried to give this a chance, but I do not see the point of wasting my time loading 256 SU and 4-size SU containers. SU is supposed to be a game, right? It is something that should make it fun. I mean, yeah. Cargo gameplay is both engaging and relaxing. It's a huge feat of technical engineering and skill that has never been achieved and should be appreciated. Thank you, CIG. Is this a developer account? Is this a developer's alt account? That's my response to that. Edward Dragon says, Small Hall Events contract 6 ACUs from ICU boxes. All 3 small station. 2 Levski ones fit together in Nomad, and both small Levski Estate and New Babbage ones do as well. Doing these gives you marginally less event points than big missions do. Some of the things do not worth it from a per SU point basis. Work smart, not hard. Yeah. OP was talking about how dumb the box sizes are for the bigger missions. The box choices are bad. I just... whatever, fuck off. Replying to this guy's a waste of time. There you go, Hanzo. These bulk missions are literally meant for groups. Why are you whining about doing group missions when you're solo? Take solo missions. It's not that hard. Made for groups, yet all the folks in the group taking individual small missions far more productive. Do you guys think you're helping defend these terrible design decisions? I'm not even going to read the Udon Man's reply. I'm not even going to dignify that shit with my eyeballs. Yeah, just do the small missions, bro. Love doing small missions with my C2. Really getting value out of those 2-man, 1 to 2 man cargo ships. I love doing small missions. Small 1 to 2. Oh no, sorry, 6 to 10. 6 to 10. 1 SU box missions. I love doing small 6 to 10 1 SU box missions, and my C2 or Solo Hermes really getting value out of those 1 to 2 man cargo ships. And then clown, because this is sarcasm. There we go. I mean, like, yeah, doing the 4 SU box missions is like, ugh. These missions were meant, then why is CIG selling like a 1 to 2 man cargo hauling ship that holds 288 SU? Right? If these missions are meant to be done with a group of people, then why is the Hermes a 2-person ship? Capable of doing these missions. I have someone behind me. I have something there. Well, they haven't locked onto me yet. Doesn't mean they're not going to shoot me. Alright, drop out of that. Drop the gear. And we're upside down. I think.
Collision alert. Front. Collision alert. Low.
So apparently I didn't put the landing gear down. Gotta push the button harder.
Landing gear deployed. Collision alert. Low. Landing complete.
Alright.
Engines are off. Landing complete.
Alright, time to use the tractor beam to unload. No, I did not want to gather that one. I wanted to gather this one. Okay. And it goes all the way out. Oh my god, this fucking V-Joy. I just gotta remember that. Oh my god. So I do need to create like a goes out just a little bit, but not all the way setting. Now it's making that tractor beam sound all the goddamn time. All right. So this is not the handheld. This is ship tractor beam. 100 meters, 150 meters ish. Handheld tractor beam, which is to. Max is 150. One loop is that many. So this is fine. I probably want to do 20 loops for the extension. So let's recompile that, see if that works. Convert. Because we just need just a little bit. That's pretty nice. Twenty loops. Hey, Green Ghostman. See you over there. I think 20 loops is fine. At least for this ship. Gets it out the door. I could probably do 25 loops or 30. I'm thinking. I wasn't even aiming at that box, but I picked it. This thing has a cargo turret. Yep, it does. And we've created an auto hotkey script to like help with the extending and retracting the tractor beam. Because I'm tired of wearing out my goddamn mouse wheel and my finger. So we press one button. One button to retract. And then we have another button to extend to a certain distance. One button retracts all the way, the other button extends like 20 meters. Because I'm tired of like... Just tired. I know. Didn't realize, yeah, the free spinning mouse wheel. I think this is pretty good. And then we can go do another 20. Send down over there. Yeah, what if we... I mean, like, when's the last time a mouse was made without a wheel? Mouse wheels have been around since a long time. Like, some of the early mice for some of the early IBMs didn't have mice wheels. They had, like, a button Max, I guess. Macintosh, like the old Macintosh. I mean, do they even make mice without any wheels anymore? That'd be my question. I mean, you have a mouse clit or something. There you go. A laptop with one of those mice clitoris. A what? A mouse clit. A mouse clitoris. It's one of those little I don't know, why is Satisfactory so hard? Why is it so hard, Vertigo? So I'm not quite sure those laptop mouse, right? One of these. Let's see if I can find an image of it. This fucking thing, yeah. So what I'm talking about a mouse clitoris is some laptops will have a little rubber nub in the keyboard. Maybe they'll have like a trackpad or something, which you can use your finger to simulate a mouse. But some will have this little nub in the keyboard. Call it a mouse clitoris. You're flicking the bean. I don't know what it's actually called. But sometimes you'll see those on laptops. I don't know if they still have them. They probably just use trackpads these days. Oh, hold on. I'm actually going to Google that. In a private window, new private window. Laptop mouse clit. Yep. Yep, and it gave. Okay, like. I'm gonna go look at the images. See what I get for images. Yep, that's exactly what I expected. So, no fucking way. So I Googled laptop mouse clit, and it gave me exactly what I wanted. It's a little nub in the keyboard that simulates a mouse. You push on the little nub, and it gives you a mouse point, moves the mouse pointer on the screen. It's called a pointing stick, I guess. Wikipedia says a pointing stick or track point, also referred generically as a nub, clit mouse, or nipple mouse, is a small analog stick to use a pointing device. A nipple mouse. All right, there you go. Nipple mouse. I never would have called it a nipple mouse, but there you go. It's been like there for 40 years. That's how old I am. Back in the old IBM days. Yeah, there's some sort of pointing device. Nub. Mouse nub. Reminds me of a conversation I had with a mechanic back in the days. He was talking about how he used to work oil fields down on the Panhandle in Texas. He got called in to have a talk with like HR because he was like talking about one of the secretaries lodged a complaint. I mean, this is oil field work. It's like blue collar, like male dominated, like just all sorts of fucking slang and whatnot. But anyways, you have on the oil derrick, you have pipe you drill down into the ground, and you have a pipe guide that helps guide the pipe into the oil well. And the the hands that actually work on the derrick call it the cow's cock. I don't know why. Probably because it looks like a cow's cock. But he got called in to the office, and they had to reprimand him because you don't call it a cow's cock, you call it a pipe guide. Apparently someone lodged a complaint. But that's a thing. Men, if they're not naming it after woman, they're naming it after woman's body parts. Clit mouse. The nipple mouse. Yeah, this makes it so much easier to unload this damn cargo bay. Just press a button, extend the thing. Fuck, I'm gonna make a goddamn video on this. This is way too convenient. And that's how we know CIG is going to nerf it. Hey, Tech Zero, nice to see you. I'm doing pretty good. I have made an auto hotkey script to improve the improve the functionality of tractor beams. It's a very small script. So what I'm doing is I bound a key to loop mouse wheel up 20 times, 20 times. And so instead of me having to flick the mouse wheel to extend the tractor beam, I just press the Z key on my keyboard and it just flicks the mouse wheel virtually 20 times to extend the piece of cargo out on the tractor beam. And then I have a retract script that flicks the mouse down virtually 100 times to retract the cargo all the way back. And the script is basically this. That's it. That's all you need. I can explain this. This is the hotkey. This is the key you press on your keyboard to activate the script. This is a toggle. So if you press the button again, or if you interrupt it with another input, it turns the script. It's like a light switch. This toggle command, it's a light switch for the command. And then loop is how many times you want to loop this script. And return is just like you go back to the top. So you run the script, hits return, then it goes back to the top, and then it loops 100 times until this gets to 0. That's it. So I'm not quite sure about the toggle. I should probably read a little bit. I don't know if I need toggle, but I believe toggle is needed to like have another break in there so you can interrupt the script. I actually may not need the toggle. But yeah. But yeah, send, this is just like send the key. This is just the key, the virtual key you're sending. So I want to send mouse wheel down because that's what I want this button to simulate. So it just lives this 100 times. So easy. I was running The extend version of this, which is mouse wheel up 100 times, was going too far, and the cargo was falling off the end of the tractor beam. So I set it to loop 20, which doesn't go all the way, but it goes a fair distance, which I think is a lot better. Like, really, it turns out, like, in my opinion, all I want to do with the tractor beam, if I'm retracting, I want to go all the way back, right? I want the cargo to go all the way back to the tractor beam on a key press. And if I want to do some, like, fine-tune adjustments, fine, I can use the mouse wheel. I'll just use the mouse wheel for, like, fine-tuning adjusting. But generally speaking, for cargo loading and unloading, when I'm loading cargo, when I grab the box off the cargo grid, off the elevator, I want to suck that box all the way back to the tractor beam as the first step I want to do. And then I want to position the box where I want it, and then I want to shoot it out a little bit and then put it up on the grid. Like, for example, the raft. The raft tractor beam, the Constellation Taurus, the Hermes. Well, the first time I grab a box off the cargo grid of whatever I'm sucking up, or off the ground, I want to come all the way back to the tractor beam first. And then I want to figure out where I want that tractor beam to go on the grid, and then I'm going to use the mouse wheel to precision place that. Now, I have thought about creating another couple of scripts in here that send the beam out like 10 meters or like 5 meters or something for a little bit more course adjustments and whatnot. But these two right here, these are fine. Send it out about 20 meters and then retract it back all the way. So, yeah. It is a very simple script. All right, so grab this guy, send him out, send this guy with it. And so I don't even need to use my mouse wheel to unload. Grab this guy, pull him off there, extend the tractor beam itself. Look at this. And then I just need to move the mouse just a little bit. Boop. Then come back. Grab another box, extend, go out. It feels like, honestly, it feels like I'm cheating. Like, it feels like I should be using my mouse wheel to, like, flicking my mouse wheel, but no, I don't have to do that. See? Grab, extend, shoot out, nothing. It does it automatically. And then, like I said, for placement, I could just, like, move the mouse wheel a little bit. Well, we've talked about this before on the channel. We really should have, like, the Atlas, the option to use the Atlas tractor beam. Oh, I should probably explain the sleep command, too. Or the, what is it? Oh, there's sleep. So I should probably explain what the sleep is. Sleep is wait. Sleep is basically a wait command. So what happens is you initiate the loop with whatever key. In this case is, like, we're using the X to extend. No, this is retract. We're using Z to extend. So we press Z, activates this. So this is just like a toggle. If I press it again, it'll turn off. And then it activates the loop. So it goes through the loop the first time. If not, toggle break, but we're not toggling, so we're not. So this is pointless. So it sends mouse wheel up once, and then it waits 20 seconds or 20 milliseconds, and then it moves on to this, and then it does the loop again. So sleep just tells this thing to stop and wait for a certain amount of time. And I had this at 100 milliseconds, and it was really slow to go through the whole thing. Like, it would go boop, 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 boop. It would extend and extract, but it would just, like, do it very slowly. I could probably send this down to, like, 10 milliseconds, but 20 is honestly fine. You can see how it's working. There's probably, like, a limit to how fast you could extend. The problem is, if you extend and retract too quickly, if you send... Some anti-cheats read, like, your key presses, and if your key presses are too fast, they'll assume you're using a script and they'll ban you, so... That's a thing you may have to be worried about. Yep. Star Citizen for Noobs, how to use auto hotkeys. And I could probably get this done pretty quickly. I'll just have to explain how to use auto hotkey. Like, first go to the auto hotkey. I mean, honestly, this is something that should be like in Star Citizen by default, in my opinion. Like, the way the mouse wheel. We were talking about it earlier. The Star Citizen loves the mouse wheel way too much. It's silly. The Star Citizen for Dummies. I have enough knowledge. I could probably write a book about Star Citizen. Yeah, that's not gonna launch there. I probably don't need to be this fastidious. Did you make an auto hot? No, I haven't. I probably talked about auto hotkey a bunch on my stream. That's probably what's kind of confused you. Or who knows? Maybe there was another white guy with brown hair, with short brown hair, wearing suspenders and flannel that talked about it. I know it's all white guys with short brown hair kind of look alike and beards. Tons of us out there, tons, dozens of white guys out there with short brown hair and beards. Probably streaming Star Citizen. Nope. God, the one obnoxious thing about this is that the tractor beam makes a lot of noise for some reason. Was evil Vertigo. Evil AC Vertigo. Vertigo from the Mirror Universe. And... the suspenders, what made me stand out? Awesome. Who the fuck wears suspenders these days? Vertigo does. I'm glad you stopped by, Green Ghost Man. I'm glad you stuck around. All right, it is so nice. Like, okay, so the extension one actually keeps up with the movement. The extension script keeps up with the movement of the tractor beam, so I can start moving the tractor beam down the track and extend at the same time, and the box and the tractor beam stay synced. That is actually really nice. Ah, it was the other guy. Hey, my excuse is like everybody was doing it at the time. And then CIG decided they wanted to stop that shit. So we stopped. We don't do that anymore. We do cargo hauling for like really crappy rewards from the website. Yeah, you made an example for the entire community. All right, Greek Ghost Man, have a good one, man. We'll see you later, maybe. Ah, so nice. You know, I probably don't need the 150 max range on this thing. I need to figure out where they sell the other track rooms. I need a bigger max angle, which would probably help out with, like, loading. I've never bothered changing out the tractor beam. It's so much nicer with this script. Jesus. Yeah. I wonder if it'll work on the elevator. Or, like, selecting your hangar. I want to find out. Alright. Thank God it turns off. Alright. And hey, we have everything. That's the fuel port. Hey, we've got a max lift tractor beam. Should be at Area 18. So this should in theory.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Huh. Oh, there it goes. It does work. But I think it's too fast. I think the there it goes, yeah. So I can use the script to scroll through stuff if I want to. Do I have any water on me? Nope. We got to get to the thing. Oh, it's banana time. Time for a break. Over to the lobby. All right, so then we do this. Oh, there's no scroll pad here, so it doesn't fucking matter. Fine. Well, we need drink. My character needs food, needs sustenance. Hey, we got a noodle bar over here. Let's grab some carbs and some water. All right, Kazarm. Well, you have a good night, Kazarm. Because Virgo's going to be heading out here as soon as we get some water in us. Or at least water in our inventory. And some noodles. Too bad we can't bulk buy noodles. Nothing like some hot noodles. Steaming, piping hot noodles. Alright. So we got 4 of each. Cool beans. Alright, so Vertigo needs to go use the restroom. I'm going to leave you with at least something nice to look at while we're gone. Right? Let's just see this stuff. So we're headed break. So we'll be right back. After a few minutes, we're going to head to the restroom, stretch our legs, get a snack from the pantry. So don't go anywhere. We'll have more Star Citizen.
Can't be disciplined enough to keep everything tip-top. Anything new in your world? Pretty wild. Sometimes I think about throwing me Moby away. We're so connected all the time that we're almost disconnected, you know? Everything good? Huh? Yeah.
We can start doing other things, I suppose. Take a look at these small cargo hauling. Let's take a look at our journal, see how we're doing. Reliance Aid. Yeah. It's gonna be a while before we get this shit done. That's the problem with this mission, this grind. Up to 12 million credits. That's for sure. So, okay, we got... I have 5,000 more to do. I think it's too... Hold on, I have to go get my math thing here. Sheets. Come here, sheets. The points log for the Levski 8 event. Small cargo is 250, 255, 225. So we take 5,000 divided by 225. Need you 20 more. Divide by 285, 17 more. This is so much more faster doing these 6 SU boxes. to load and unload, and probably transit if we could find like a really short transit one, like Tisa Spaceport to like Hurl 1 or something. I think I saw one of those somewhere. What do we got? Tisa Spaceport to L2, Microtech L2, which is actually quite far. Microtech's L3 Lagrange point. That's probably our best bet. New Babbage Crusaders L1. They do want you to travel a bit. August Dunlow, Hurston L4. Wasn't there? There was a hot August Dunlow to like Crusader L1 at one point that showed up. Levski, too far. Levski, 40k. Hurston L3 Lagrange point. That probably could be another good. Orson in Crusader. Levski. I don't give a shit about Levski.
Sometimes I think about throwing me Moby away. We're so connected all the time that we're almost disconnected, you know?
Let's talk about New Babbage General Player Spade Hurston L3. No, L3. Thundering Express Station. Nah, that's way too far away. Nope, that's too far as well. But actually, L1 and L3 are like right next to each other. Or kind of in that area. So that's New Babbage. We come to Kruger L1. And there was another one for like another... What the fuck is this shit? There we go. And there was another one for like... What was it? Architect L5. Okay. New tab. Here we go. Where's this one going? L5. Microtech's L5. Lagrange point. Oh, this has Delmar. This is old. Does it have the Microtech? No, it doesn't. Doesn't have the Microtech Lagrange points. Honestly, I should just make my own at this point. This is kind of silly. We want file, new, and then paste. All right. And then we want to capture all this. So we're going to get this open. It's one of those things where it's really difficult for me to like understand the relative space of these star maps. So we're going to make one. We're going to fucking make one. File, new. 1080, okay. Get rid of this background. Honestly, background's fine. And then we need a point in the center. Like that. And then we need tools options. Position is, let's see here, 1920 by 1080. We need something exact center. The sphere needs to be exactly the same. 150 by 150? That's too big. How about 50 by 50? And then edit fill. Like a bright yellow. There we go. And then to position. What's 1920 divided by 2? That is... 19 doesn't have... 18 does, which is 8. So it's going to be 8.5, right? 20 is 10. So... 860. Horizontally. Oh, and of course, it left a mark there. 860. Select none. By 1080, which would be 540. Right, does that look centered? Or am I backwards? That looks centered. Nope. Let's see here. 960. Yeah. Vertigo's fucking math. 540, okay. That doesn't look centered at all. This is 1920 by 1080. 1920 by 1080. So... yeah, it looks like it's biased this direction, just a bit. That looks like it's centered. Because there's actually a very good reason, Vertigo, why this is biased. Expand from center. What did we say? 540. Because it's using the edge of the thing, not the exact center. So, 960, where are you at? So 960 is here. This edge, but we want this center. We know it's 50, so we need 25. So we subtract 25 from this. Right? 25 from each. Subtract 25. 515. I knew it just didn't look quite right. And then 960. Subtract 25 would be 935. That should be center. Yes. Look at that. So the center of this thing should be 960. And then 540. Look at that. All right. Then edit. Fill with foreground color. Now we have the sun. Here comes the sun. Then another layer. Then the next problem is ratios. Right? The distance between this and this guy. Is basically it's all just rings and like ratios. Once you know the distance between Stanton and like Hurston. I wish there was a way to measure this, right? To measure these 2 points without having to like do anything. Like you can set routes between these 2 points to measure the distance, but you literally have to travel. To actually get to be in the ship. I'm actually out here. Alright. So we need another one that goes out to Cruel 1. And can we just... Believe it or not, I can actually scroll wheel using the hotkey script I just made. To Riker, no. Cruel 4, no. Cruel 4 somewhere else. That's Levski. Person L3 Lagrange point. We're going to New Babbage. Crusader L4 Lagrange point. Riker Memorial. Microtext L5 Lagrange point. Make L5. Nope. That's on the other side of the solar system. We could go to the star, the Stanton Sun, and then kind of figure out because, yeah, that's basically where we need to be. Reference. Contracts. L3. August Dunlow. Levski. Consider L4. Area 18. Rule 4. Hey, it actually works on the star map too. Doesn't go that far out. I have to keep clicking. But it does work. Where are we going? Southern Express. Control 4. I can't remember what the fuck I was doing. Oops. First and L3 Lagrange point. It's roll 3. Hurl 3 is right there. Okay, so we can hit Hurl 3. August Dunlow, though. That's not Microtech. Crusader L4. Pretty sure Crusader L4. Yeah, it's on the other side of Crusader. So we are going to hit Cruel 1. So yeah, we could do this. Cruel 1, Cruel 4. From Riker Memorial. That's Riker, not New Babbage. Thesis Spaceport, which is not where we want to go. This sucks. Urson L4.
Anything new in your world? Pretty wild.
Oh, my character definitely needs food. You're dying, Vertigo.
You know, just been out there. Just another day then. In the grindstone opportunities. That's what you gotta do.
Another thing of water. Have another sippy. Mm-hmm. Have some noodles. Noodles, who wants some noodles? There we go. Nothing like some good old carbohydrates. I'm assuming these are like noodles and like tofu cubes or something. All right, let's head back to our hangar. See if we can figure shit out. Oops, wrong. Because what we could do is we could do all the planets from the center of the solar system, from Stanton. And then roughly position them. Right? And then we can figure out everything once we get the planets in. Fit everything in, the rest of it in there. It's all static, so we don't have to worry about movement just yet.
Shields on. Collision alert. Front. Landing gear raised. Collision alert. Front.
Alright, let's go pick the mold treatment up, I guess.
Thank you. And please.
Microtech. Kind of screwing ourselves over with, like, this really far trip. I know there's one from Area 18, which is pretty close. Anno 2025. Yeah, why not? Let's do the more sci-fi Anno. Ah, shit, that's loud. Da, da, da. Let's see here. Stanton. That is... what is it? We wrote down what it is. 935 by 115. $513. There we go. So you at least know what the point size is and roughly where the coordinates are. When we get the microtech, we can actually, like, do a radius on microtech. Oh, my lord. Still that fucked up engine. Microtech's L5, which is on the opposite side of the solar system, if I remember correctly. Person's L4. This one, maybe? But that's like 4 SU containers. I don't fucking care. Riker Memorial. You could get like a huge shipment going to Levski. Collect mold treatment from New Babbage Interstellar Spaceport, Grim Hex. Delivered to Grim Hex. That's like 4 SU containers. Oh, sorry, this is 8 SU containers. Never mind. That's to Grim Hex, though. What are the odds Grim Hex is going to give, the Levski. The Babbage Interstellar Space will deliver to Riker. Are you going this one again? I think it's Cruel 1. Yeah, Cruel 1. Alright.
Quantum drive is now on.
So we need to pick up as much as possible here. And then head over to like the range points and maybe stop by Area 18. So we need a route planner for this.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yep, there's a Polaris. Give me a landing.
Here we are.
It's probably gonna be that one hangar like over there. Right here. Oh, no. Oh, they actually like changed the hangar.
Shields on. Landing gear deployed.
They're actually like using different hangars now. That's nice. Also, the frame rate's not fucked here. That's new.
Collision alert. Front.
Hey, roll flick. How am I doing? I am trying to figure out how to complete this mission. This event. The cargo.
Engines are off.
So we're trying to build maps. Trying to build some maps. Okay. I know this is over here. This is Cruel 1. Right. Also, we could, like, measure from the star to here, because we actually have Microtech under our thumb. Uh, 43.3 gigameters to here. So, okay, so this is, like, distance to the center of the solar system down here. All right, 43.3. That gives us our rough radius for that. So, what was it, 43.3? That's 50 for the star. So how about 430? Oops. Yeah, we need 4,000? Yeah, that's way too big. How about we double it? 8,600. There we go. That I can work with. Maybe. You're thinking to pick up my event missions? It goes a little bit faster if you have people helping you out. So I think, yeah, double 2 to 1. If we double the size of everything. So what we're going to do is we need to make sure this is the exact center. Is right about there-ish. Trying to remember what I said for the center. It's like 540 something. 960. Right? Yeah, 960, then 540. That should be the exact center of everything. 540, 960. And then we're... Oh, shit. Lost it. And then we have it... This is a layer, right? Yeah. We'll do this. So... Your bonbon. Welcome, Alenka. Okay, so we're gonna fill foreground color, and then we're gonna shrink the circle. Trying to think of how to do this. And then no. I want to shrink by a couple, yeah, right? Shrink by like, I don't know, 5 pixels. And then edits. Delete. There you go. Now you have the microtext orbit, but it's black. That's fine, we can change the color. We should probably make it like 2 pixels. Edit, shrink. So we have a thinner line to deal with. Oh, okay. That's microtext orbits. We're going to add a group. New layer group. There we go. That's going to be Microtech Planet. From Paw Patrol. I don't think I've ever seen Paw Patrol in my life. Alright, so Microtech. Well, we could put it at north if we wanted to, like straight north. But it's kind of like off-center from like everything else. I'm making a star map. That's what I'm doing. Because I am tired, absolutely, positively tired of trying to figure out where everything is without having to open the star map up. So we're making a star map. All right, so we have that. We need to have Microtech the planet. How many pixels? 100 pixels, I guess. Because no, the star is like 50 pixels. So we have to like 10 pixels for Microtech or something. So let's grab that. That's gonna be out here somewhere. Then select none. And then, let's see here. I don't know, orange, I guess. Kind of an earthy tone. Edit, fill with background color. There we go. There's Microtech. Size 20 pixels by 20 pixels. Boom, Microtech, everybody. And then that's gonna be 12 points. Yes. Not exactly to scale, but we have we at least have the orbital of Microtech, and we're basically just going to double everything. Microtech group. X2. We need to actually hold on a second here. We're going to multiply. There we go. So that's like 46 gigameters, I think. Snare plan Dallas EU. What the hell is that? All right. So the planets text. No, that's going to be like not there. That'll be the whole thing. It's not the sun, it's the star. There we go. Microtech group, Microtech text, Microtech orbit. Did I not spell orbit properly? There we go. We could probably change the background to like black or something. I don't know, blue or something. Okay, so we got Microtech on here. That's a step in a direction. And then we could also like figure out Microtech's like 4.3 gigameters for Microtech. And that's between Microtech and the star. Right. So let's grab Microtech, put it on the actual orbit. We're gonna lock that down. And 4.3 gigameters to Shuttle Frontier Station, which is going to be, yeah, be 46 in diameter. Centered on Microtech. This is the scale we're working with. Yeah, that's not going to be... No. How about 400? What was it again in game? 4.3 gigameters, so 46 460. I don't think that's going to be... That's going to be way too much. So it has to be 46. Alright, I don't care about the moons. I just care about the solar system itself. So there you go. And then we just line this up on Microtech. We center on micro... Fucking A, come on, guys. Kind of center that on Microtech. And like I said, we could put like the one over here, little black dot. So then shrink by 2 pixels, delete. Oops, we deleted the planet. We need another group. Not quite sure what we should we put that in the Microtech group? Snare plan. Let's see here. Background. Shrink by 2. Delete. There we go. And then this is going to be Mic L1. That's the Mic L1 orbit. Then we can add a new layer group. Add that in there. And then we could just do like a tiny station here. How big do we want this thing to be? Like 10 pixels? There we go. We're trying to make a star map. Just a reference guide. Yeah, that looks good enough. Close enough. I guess we could do like a gray or something. Kind of a grayish color. We're going to copy this. We're actually just going to copy the station. Duplicates. Because they're in the same exact orbit. Right? All right, let's set this to 12 points. Or I could do 10 because it's a station. MC Mic -L1, which is Thundering Express Station, Shallow Frontier Station. L2. Kinga. Long Forest Station. There we go. We can probably move this microtech over. So that takes care of the L1 and L2. Mic L1, comma L2. There you go. So we have microtech. This is just like a reference guide to figure out how far everything is. This is like 43. I could actually put that in the text here. 43 GM to the stand. I've been meaning to make this for like Pyro too. Let's see here. Was it 43? It was like 43 something to stand. Uh, 43, yeah. 43.3 meters, gigameters. 43.3 GM to stand. Gives you at least an idea. I think I spelled Stanton wrong. Pretty sure I did. Stanton. There we go. Good job, Vertigo. You can spell. All right. File. Save as. This is going to go into Star Citizen. Maps. Where is this? Star Citizen. I actually have a maps folder. All right, so now we need to figure out what all we're taking with us. So we're going to Cruel 1. Right? And oop, a little too far. We're going to Cruel 1. And we're at, okay, so Cruel 4, which I believe is out and about, outside, yeah. Which is outside. Yeah, we may be able to do Cruel 4. Trying to remember what it is. I do have this. Cruel 4, yeah. Cruel 4 is past Cruel 1, so we can do Cruel 1, Cruel 4, and then hit up, like, Area 18, ArcCorp. So we'll take that one. Because New Babbage is Cruel 4. Hit that one up. So we'll do Cruel 1. Boop. Then Cruel 4. And then we can swing back around to, like, Area 18. A lot of the reason why I want this map is, like, for route planning. From Orison to ArcCorp L3. I don't want to go to Orison. That's just a pain in the ass to get into Orison. Area 18. And then we can hit Area 18, deliver supplies to Crusader L5. That's an option. Tisa Spaceport. That's in Hurston. So we're going to take supplies out of New Babbage. That goes to there. And there's Riker right there. So Cruel 1, Cruel 4, Riker. Looks like it. And we need to figure out, are these different? They're all Molina mold treatment, that's different. Medical supplies is different. Molina mold treatment. So we will have to separate I found some reference map. If you like to save it. Okay, cool. Sure, you can give a permit. Let me get to... I have to, like, find the permits. There you go. What is this? Cool. It's a much nicer map than mine. It doesn't have... It doesn't have the jump points on it, which are really far out there. I actually may have to change the scale of my my map to actually get all the jump points on it. That's cool. Blah, 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 blah. That'll help. What is this snare thing, though? Oh. Really does not... Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking whitelist that. I don't... Fucking other websites. So, we have 3 pickups and drop-offs. August Dunlo Spaceport. Again, that's... R-Corp 2 L2. Yeah, we can just do that. Krill 1, Krill 4... And let's see, file, open recently, trade run log. Open this one up. All right, so we have... New Babbage. From New Babbage. New Babbage to... Rule 1, pickup. What is our pickup? Molina Mold. MM. And then we have another New Babbage. To... Was it Krill 4? I mean, yeah, if you want to join us, you can. I'm basically just throwing cargo around right now. Trying to get this stupid thing fixed. We all share progress anyways, at least points-wise. Money-wise, like, I'm a millionaire. Who cares how much money I have? I have pretty much all the ships. Medical supplies, Molina Mold treatments. So we need to keep the Molina Mold... Oh, actually, I need to send it down. We need to keep the Molina Mold treatments separate from each other. So we're going to bring up one. We'll bring up the med supplies and the Molina Mold. We'll separate the med supplies from the Molina Mold. You know, it would be nice for the game to tell me. They're literally the same. It doesn't tell me which one goes where. It's so fucking stupid. It's just we're gonna have to find out the hard way. Which one goes where? Okay, so this is Molina Mold treatment, so we'll put this on one side, I guess. Like that. Oh my god, I don't want that. Sure. Yes, it does matter, the boxes. Because if you put the wrong boxes down the wrong elevator, they could cancel the mission. The mission could fail. I've had it happen before. Where I put all the cargo, because I couldn't figure out which cargo wanted to go where, so I just put all the cargo on the pad. I'm just like, it'll accept which cargo. It'll accept the cargo at once, and so it did, accepted all the cargo it was supposed to be in it, but the rest of the cargo got delisted from the mission description. So I have 2 missions that require the same cargo to be dropped off, but the game knows which cargo goes where, but it will not tell you which contracted. There's no bill of lading, right? There's no shipping manifest that says, oh, this box of medical supplies, this goes to Cruel 1. Nope, this other box goes to Cruel 5. You're just supposed to know what goes where. Yeah, so, like, that's one of the complaints a lot of people have of this, is, like, you're required to drag medical supplies all over the verse, but the game, the requirement is there in the files, they just don't expose that requirement through the UI to the player base. So there's something in the file, they're tracking that data, right? That data is being tracked, they just don't tell you. Maybe, right, one of these days. Guess I'll send Rolflick an invitation. Something's down, look at the other. I guess we'll just put one box on the elevator, see if it accepts it or not. It's basically gonna be a coin flip. Whether it's gonna be the left side medical supplies or the right side medical supplies. Do you want to do first ship? Sure. Whatever the hell that means. I mean, if we just kind of haul cargo in our own ships, like, this goes a lot faster if we just share all the missions. Because everybody gets the same points, no matter what. That was one merciful thing CIG did, which they're going to learn, and they're not going to do it again. Because everybody just makes a gigantic party. And then everybody just shares missions with each other. I don't know, do you actually need to make progress, Roflick? You actually need to progress the events. There we go. Alright. One's 6. What's the other one? Yeah, the other one's 6 as well. Yeah, they're both the same number. So I will throw one of these boxes in there, see if that goes down and does the thing. Because it's a gigantic pain in the butt to do, like, the big ones with the Hermes. There. Share that. Share that. Share that. So head over to Cruel 1. Just, I mean, like, I'm doing the small missions because they have the best payout for how little it takes to load. I've tried the, if you do need money, then do the bigger missions. That's kind of like my takeaway from all this. Unfortunately, I don't have a whole sea, so I can't, like, do the really big missions. Yeah, you finished. Thank God Rob just, like, gave me a bunch of stuff. You got the Apollo skin. Oh, that's right, I have it too. And we're actually heading to Area 18, so we can actually equip the Apollo skin.
Bye, and thank you for visiting New Babbage.
Yeah. So we can actually equip that to this ship. Got all the shit there, yeah. Pyro, if you do everything out of Pyro, it gives you like 1,500. But I hate loading all the boxes. I mean, I could have Roflick go in with me, the C2, and we could load up all those cryopods and come back and unload it at like New Babbage for like 1,500 points, and then plus like a shit ton of money. If you go to Levski, if you load up at New Babbage with everything that goes to Levski, and then drop everything off at Levski, and then load up at Levski and then come back to New Babbage, that is a choice. Yeah, Rolflick doesn't need money. Yeah, neither do I really. I have everything I want in Star Citizen. I don't really need. I just want to get the mission done. Dun, 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 dun. Apparently, ship store in Area 18. What's broken? Let me guess, the door doesn't open. Let me guess, the door is not opening. That was literally a problem we had, like, last patch. You can't enter your ship. No! Well, shit. All right. Let's see here. Lol. This guy's complaining about box sizes. 256 4SU containers. That's a lot of containers. Not very fun. Can't imagine going into a game report and bragging about whining about whining. Fuck off. Fun facts. Fun fact, the Hermes is sold as a solo-capable cargo ship. CIG chooses to make these missions. I mean, there's no fucking talking to these people. It's a multi-crew mission. No, it's not. I mean, you can do these missions with the Hermes, and Hermes is like solo. Okay. Well, it's a multi-crew mission. Source? Because it's a pain in the ass to load. Like, yeah, okay. And I could, like, argue that it's a solo mission because you can do it all by yourself. You don't need two people. Hell, anything's a multi-crew mission in Star Citizen if it has more than one box. So going off that logic, by what logic is that a multi-crew mission? Like, technically, any mission that has more than one box is a multi-crew mission. Any ship that has like an interior is a multi-crew ship, like the Nomad. I think the point is loading a lot of little boxes is a pain in the ass when you have the option to load, you know. I mean, I get why we used like the freezer containers for the people from like Lorville. That's a pain in the ass to do, but that has a lore reason. But why not just put the medical supplies in 4 SU boxes and deliver them to like Levski? That way it's like 8 SU boxes. Do I have defense? Yes. I am carrying protection. No, I don't. I don't have the defense stuff done yet. I was wondering what the hell Rollflick was talking about in stream chat. Like, I have shields, I have weapons, so yeah, I have defense. I can defend myself. No, Vertigo, have you done any of the defense ones yet? Defense missions? Oh, no, I haven't. I've been working through the boring shit first. Of course, the defense ones are going to be like, oh, Vertigo, go defend this fucking stranded ship for 800 times. Sneaky Weasel's the guy's name, and he's flying a Prospector. Where the fuck is my goddamn landing pad? Oh, there it is. You also collected mold from Levski. I haven't seen those missions. Like, supposedly there's bonus missions to, like, collect bullshit from Levski, and I haven't seen them pop up on my inventory in the priority tab.
Collision alert. Front.
in the containment room. Yeah, get some quantum fuel. Yep, wrong way. Am I supposed to go to Levski or something to like pick that shit up?
Engines are off.
I don't know. Alright, so we need the Millennium mold treatment, which is going to be one of these boxes. So let's pull this guy off, see if this is the one I need. If I activate the trade console, like it's gonna give me a confirmation. Right, when I go send it. Yep, 1 of 6. So that is the correct one. Will the Rock Breaker have Karenite? Maybe. Maybe it'll have Karenites. This hotkey is really nice. Yeah, baby. Basically Hathor in space, yeah. We'll see how it turns out. There's probably going to be one of those events you bring an Idris to. We're done with that. Next one is not Riker. It's going to be Cruel 4. Track that one. Well, they talked about crafting. They're working on it, but 4.7, no. No, I don't think 4.7's. They talked about needing UI work done later this year. Crafting. From what they talked about in Star Citizen Live, it sounded like it was just like right around the corner, but I still don't trust CIG with like the soon TM shit. I mean, they've told us like stuff is, oh yeah, salvaging. They've been jerking us around for a long time when it comes to like features being released. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe it won't be different. So, my advice to everybody is just curb your enthusiasm. Just, when it comes, it comes. You know, there's plenty of other wonderful games out there. Hey, 890 jump. With a mole. Is that like does that have like a skin on it? If I remember correctly, there is a couple skins for the 890 jump now. There's like a baby blue one. And there's like a black and yellow. Oh, that's the Meridian paint, I think. The black paint. Yeah. Or is that the executive? I think that's the executive one. Yeah. Black and gold highlights. It reminds me of like Dr. Weird's like corn and then more corn. It's not different at all, is it, Steve? This fucking one.
Gentlemen, behold!
I have to give you like.
Oh well, hey, this is pretty nice. Yeah, and I am kind of hungry.
Good. Then let the mating begin.
You have to have context for the more corn part. When we watch the more corn version.
Gentlemen, I bring you more corn!
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, after last time...
This time shall be different!
Yeah, well, all right. Because I am hungry again.
It's not different at all! Is it, Steve?
It's not different at all, is it, Steve? That's kind of like Star Citizen in a nutshell. It's not different at all, is it, Vertigo? Like, nope. Just more corn. Well, all right. Well, I'm pretty excited for salvaging. So, like, that's my advice for Star Citizen. Just don't get fucking excited. When it comes, and then just, like, enjoy it when it comes out. Same with Squadron 42. When it comes, and be excited when it's in your hands and you're playing it. But until then, it's just something in the distance that maybe they'll get something done. Hey, and there's a name I haven't seen in a long, long time. How's it changed? Well, they have changed quite a bit. But they still have that problem of where they talk about stuff and it's just like, well, where is it? Well, we don't talk about when. They have a new solar system, Madness, Pyro. I don't know if you've been to Pyro yet. They have a quarter of a new system, Levski, or sorry, Nix. You know, it's not a complete solar system. As much as CIG would like you to believe, it's not. They're still missing the planets and all the range points and all the other horse shit that's supposed to go into the next system. Supposedly it'll be like they'll start filling it out this year, but I'm not going to give them. So back when I was in school, you wouldn't get full credit for doing a half-assed job. If I turned in half a book report to Mrs. Burns back when she was the 6th grade teacher, I didn't get full fucking credit. In fact, more than likely, you just failed the book report, right? If I turned in a quarter of a book report, I got an F, right? I failed, and I get my ass kicked by my dad, and I get my allowance taken away for the week. I lose computer privileges.
Engines are off.
Right? So Pyro is here. The entire Pyro system is in, right? And there's stuff to do in Pyro. Missions, and like you could work for rep and stuff and whatnot. They're turning in the title page mostly. Exactly. So, oh, by the way, this is the new ship. The Hermes released just recently. Madness. So, I mean, that keeps staying the same. There's a new ship every time you turn around. Medical supplies. So we need these meds. So that's something that's kind of like the same always. 24 ships last year. No concepts. No concept ships last year. All of it was flight ready stuff. But of course it was ships about this size. Nothing really big. I think they're over like 200 flight ready ships now. It's like hilarious. I don't know how they're going to balance. They can't. But anyways, so Levski is back. But Delamar is not. Delamar is the name of the asteroid. The asteroid back when Delamar was first added to the persistent universe back in 3.0 was an actual moon, right? A dwarf planet. Now it's just an asteroid, so it just doesn't exist. It's Levski. So they got Levski, they got a couple of jump points and a couple of jump point stations. That's it. That's all Nyx is. It's a quarter of a system. I'm not going to give them credit for a quarter of a system. And yeah, it's still Levski because everybody's there. Right now they're running an event that requires you to haul cargo to like Levski, Microtech, and like Hurston, which we're doing right now. And because because they're giving out real world events, like no, they're giving out like hangar stuff. So everybody's doing it. Let's see if I actually have stuff in my hangar to look at. They're giving stuff that's actually account bound, right? So as you complete milestones, you get. I got this tractor beam, got this armor set. Actually, that's a referral reward. Jesus Christ! someone signed up using my referral. I got this jacket from the event. Got this skin for the Apollo Alliance. Is that for the? This is for the Apollo, not for the Hermes. I don't own an Apollo. I have a Hermes. This armor is from the event. This just jacket. This is a giveaway CIG gave me. I need to give away on the Hermes. So yeah. So that's new, right? We have events that can give you stuff on the web store that you don't lose on account wipes and whatnot. So if CIG releases a patch and they decide to wipe everybody's inventory, you can't lose these items. That's a new thing that happened last year, I believe, with some new events. One thing I do highly recommend you check out, Madness, is they have a mission chain that deals with some new facilities. The ASD Onyx facilities. Honestly, those things are just amazingly put together. I love the level design of the ASD facilities in Stanton. At least the Onyx facilities in Stanton. And we got all the medical supplies. Yep, we're good. And I think that mission chain is worth doing from beginning to end, simply because once you get to the reactor core and the underground facility, it's amazing. It's like something out of Half-Life. If you ever played Half-Life or Half-Life 2, it's an amazing set piece. I think CIG killed it. Unfortunately, this event we're running right now is just running cargo. And you fly to places that already exist, that you've visited 1,000 times before. You pick up some cargo, you fly to another place you've been to 1,000 times before, you drop that cargo off, and you progress the track. Where is it? So if we go to the assets, no journal here. Scroll down to Alliance Aid. Here's the progression we're going through, right? We're trying to get the transport to max, which is 10,000 points. Let's see, I did the math for this. Yeah, you get 225 points for the small delivery, which we did. So we got 225 points. And it's gonna be like 20 missions before we complete this track here. And then we gotta do defense, which means we gotta fight some stuff. And then we're also, once we complete all this stuff, this will be completed, and we'll get like a crafting machine. There's some rewards. So that's kind of new. It's not as good as the ASD missions, I think. They also had that the Valacar, Apex Valacar they showed off years ago. Remember that gigantic sandworm? That's finally in the game. Madness. So I don't know how long. That was like 2015 when they showed off that, or 2000. It was 2019 or something. 2018 when they showed off the big sandworm at like GDC or something. Citizen Con. So that's fine. You can fight that thing with a group of players, and my god, is it a pain in the ass to kill. That thing's got like tons of hit points. It spits radioactive goo at you, pops out of the ground, has very radioactive, so you have to wear special armors to actually survive the fight. I need to turn the music down. I feel like I'm yelling. There we go. hcvertigo is using 2 joysticks now. I'm using dual sticks. That's a thing. Track contracts. This one.
Please visit again.
So yeah. Well, he's I don't think he really gives you mission. You have to go visit him. Like Wicklow, he's talking about. So they've added kind of like there we go. Engineering. Engineering's a new thing as well. Like you can repair Marcus, for example, we were doing some mining with Marcus a little while ago to complete the collection part of the mission. So you can either, for the collection side of this game, side of this event they're doing, you had a choice. You can either go buy like laranite and bexolite and a couple of materials, pressure ice, from vendors that sell that crap out in the persistent universe, and then deliver it to like Microtech, Lorville, ArcCorp. But the vendors would almost never have any supply of this stuff, right? Or you can go mine the stuff, right? Laranite, bexolite, borax, that kind of stuff. And because none of the supply was available, me and Marcus decided to mine the stuff. And Marcus, I don't think it ever happened to me. Marcus blew up an asteroid a couple of times and managed to disable himself. And we were able to repair Marcus's ship and get him back up and running without having to like pick him up in a different ship and take him back and claim the insurance on his ship. No, we were just able to like open up the ship's component bays, shoot repair juice at the components, and get the ship back up and running. So engineering's a thing. You can repair ships now. Yeah. Fire's a thing now in Star Citizen, but it's really rare to see fire break out. Mostly the ships just blow up. Armor's kind of half-assed in Star Citizen. Again, I'm not going to give CIG full credit for doing a half-assed job. Like, armor's invert... No, it's not. It's just a number. It's just another health bar you have to chew through. Stability's pretty good. We're still having occasional crashes to desktop. Having to create occasional crash. It's not super common. A couple patches ago, we had this crash bug with, like, the audio system, where we were playing with me, Marcus, Galactic, Exodus, and Rob, I think, was in a group with us. And we were flying around the Perseus, one of the new hammerhead-sized ships. But it has big turret. It has like two big turrets instead of like a bunch of small turrets. The Perseus. It's like a patrol gunship. And we were having this problem where everybody in the group was crashing out every like 15, 20 minutes. And it was like a rotation too. Kind of like how soccer teams rotate players every so often. Football players rotate out. That's what it felt like. It felt like we were rotating players. So eventually I'd crash, then Marcus would crash, and then Rob would crash, and then Exodus would crash, and then Galactic would crash, and they seem to have fixed that. But that still happens every so often, right? You still get crashes. I haven't encountered any crashes recently. That's not to say it's not going to happen. It can still happen. I did have a bug report just a couple of days ago where the game was deleting cargo on me, and it's not. And I actually put a thread up on the forums. Let's do Surviving Mars. I put a thread up on the forums because I wanted everybody see if everybody else knew about it. Let's see your full comments here. This is the thread probably. So I was delivering cargo boxes for this event, and I noticed that I was coming up short. Right, I'm supposed to deliver like 6 cargo boxes, but I only have 5 on the. What happened to the 6th one? Well, this explains what happened to the 6th one. Like, that's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is just throwing it onto the ground and letting it slide in, and the game's like, nope, it's gone. And what happens is, if you do not set the mission cargo directly on the elevator and have it attached directly to the elevator, there is a very high chance that the cargo will simply just be deleted from the game. You cannot once you pick up that box with the tractor beam, you cannot let go of that box until it is on that cargo grid in the elevator or back on your ship. And that's been plaguing this event. People have been turning in. Luckily, you can do a partial submit and still get credit for what you put onto the elevator. You don't get full credit, but you will get. Percentage-wise, it'll give you a percentage of like the money and the points. So if you're like 98% complete, it'll give you 98% of the points and 98% of the payday. But there's been a couple of times when I've had cargo boxes where I realize I realize after I let go of the tractor beam, like, oh, that didn't snap to grid, and you watch the box just disappear on the elevator. And it's like, well, I guess I'll just have to do a partial submit. So thank God CIG gave you the option to partially submit these missions. So that's nice. Thank you, CIG. I will give you praise for that. You did a good thing there with that button. Some people don't know that button's there, or the button's not there when they're like delivering, so they don't realize it shows up. But yeah, if you are at the delivery site and you only have a small percentage of the cargo you turned in, once you send that cargo down, the submit button will show up, and you can just press the submit button for a partial submit. But yeah, like 30Ks, they're a thing of the past. You get crash recoveries now instead of a 30K. And usually, like, problematic stuff. They talked about this on the Star Citizen Live like a while ago, where problematic zones can just crash out by themselves. You don't have to, like, destroy the entire server for everybody. There we go. So I noticed less crashes, right? I noticed far fewer crashes for myself. As for everybody else, I don't know. Everybody plays their own little version of Star Citizen. Welcome back, Rollflick. And sometimes some people get it worse than others. We did have an exchange with CIG staff. John Paul Jones left a while ago. What was it? Who was that other guy? He was the guy who was doing the Band of Merchantmen. That was like 2 years ago, though. Who was the other guy, the bald guy, that was head of, like, Persistent Universe? That was like 2 years ago, too, I feel like. A while ago. That was, I can't remember the guys. He was bald, wore glasses, I think. Kind of soft-spoken. I think he had a goatee. White guy. Yeah, he left a while back. Well, he was kind of like he didn't want to move. They closed down the LA studios, and a lot of people didn't want to move to, like, Texas or Montreal. Yeah, nothing really new that I know of. Like I said, they closed down last year. I believe they finally closed down the Los Angeles studio. We knew it was coming. A lot of us content creators who were kind of, like, in with CIG employees kind of knew, because they were laying off people constantly from, like, that area. I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, nothing really big. Yeah, a lot of employees didn't want to relocate to Texas, or, like, they didn't want to relocate to Texas, Montreal, UK, or, like, Germany, and so CIG just closed down the studio. Boop. Look at that. Extend and retract on a hotkey. So wonderful. Just delightful. Alright, turn this shit in. Let's see, recently, Camarilla got banned from Spectrum, which honestly is like a badge of pride at this point. Getting banned from Spectrum is like nothing. It just means you just don't want to drink the Kool-Aid. Avenger 1 has called it quits for Star Citizen and Star Citizen content creation. He found Jesus. Let's see, do I have the Hermes? General. So I'm not quite sure about this one, the collection one. That's the Apollo. This one, yeah, I should have one that's completely red, but I don't. I have this one, which is the Apollo. I have this one, which is 90%. And I completed the collection one. Did they flip these two rewards around? They probably did. But I'm doing this one, the transport run, right now. Morpholus made a video of same can happen to Star Citizen, same can happen as what happened to Ashes. Both are Apollo skins. Delightful. I don't own an Apollo. You know, it'd be nice to have like a crossover between the Hermes and the Apollo, so I can use both skins. Whatever. Let's see here. Journal. The problem with okay, so the problem here is Ashes of Creation was an actual scam. The guy who was running the fucking thing was like telling everybody, like, yeah, we have enough money, and then he started taking, you know, like, you know, crowdfunding shit and whatnot, and started selling copies of the game. They didn't have enough fucking money for this stuff. They did not. But Star Citizen, while Star Citizen is not a scam, I will argue that Star Citizen is poorly managed. Like, Squadron 42 has been coming out for the past 2 years, for the past 5 years. Right? And communication has been horrible over the years, like this and that's been said. So, Riker Memorial to Hurl 3. There is a board as well for Ashes. And from my understanding, the board of directors for Ashes Creation was basically like the guy's friends and family. The CEO. So, there's probably some shenanigans. There was probably some shenanigans going on there with the whole, how the company folded and whatnot. I mean, they tried their best to actually do something, but, you know, making games is kind of hard. I'm starting to realize there's a lot of moving pieces. New government, new taxes, plus country is broke, so it's always possible that things go bad with money. Yeah, they may close down the Manchester branches, and who knows? Does CIG have a board? Yes, CIG does have a board of directors. The problem is the board of directors are basically Chris Roberts' wife and his friends, and that's it. Like. So when you're a non-publicly traded company like Star Citizen, like CIG, Robert Space Industries, you don't have to have a board of directors that... You can just have your friends being a board of directors if you wanted to. But they do have like a CFO, a CEO, chief operating officers, and whatnot. Yeah, it's basically his brother, his wife. The wife's like head of marketing. His brother's like the second in command. And like he's got a couple of friends on the board as well. Who was it? Ortwin Fairmouth was also on the board as well, which again, Chris Roberts employed him to like write the contract with the rest of the people. All right, so now we can continue our little shenanigans here. So, we need to get ArcCorp on this map. So, first thing we need to do is we need to go to Maps. We need to zoom out. I don't really care about the moons. I only care about, like, everything else. The range points. Need ship for routing. That's not cool. Get in the pilot seat. So yeah, there's your board of directors. When it's friends and families, no one's really there to keep you in line. You can just do whatever the fuck you want, especially when you're paying everybody. But you know, hopefully we'll see Squadron 42 this year. I want to believe, right? I want to believe that Squadron 42. They said, you know, was it back in the last in-person CitizenCon 2024? We were gonna have, or was it last year, the CitizenCon Direct? We were gonna have it this year, Squadron 42. That is 28 gigameters, 28.7. So let's just round that up. 28.7. Let's just round that up to 29. We'll double that. That's 580 pixels. So we want a new group. We want this layer group to be ArcCorp. It's the ArcCorp layer group. This is the MIC 1-2 layer group, which will go underneath Microtech because it's technically there. This is the ArcCorp group. We're gonna hit this like that. Put that in the center of the sun. And head to tool options. Size is gonna be 580 by 580. There we go. And then we just need to make sure it's centered, which is gonna be 960, I think. 960 by 540. We really need show grid. There we go. Look at that. 540, 960. The grid helps. And then we're going to what? We need to have a new layer group. Background. There we go. Now we could fill with foreground color. Edit shrink by 2 pixels, and then delete. There's your ArcCorp orbit. And then we need ArcCorp planet. And I can't remember what the planet is, like 20 pixels. Let's see here. Is 50 equal 20? Deep by 50 minus 20 by 20. We're just kind of keeping like track of like our stuff here. And then I think these are 10. Or 10 by 10s. It never hurts to have like notes. I made that joke today. I made that joke today. Now that CIG has forced Avenger 1 to quit because the game is just not fun. Like they just need to crank up the master modes, so that's just all the rest of the PvP hobos quit. Get the rest of the pirates to quit, and then Star Citizen will finally be fun again for everyone else. Made that joke today. That is a joke, folks. I want Star Citizen to be fun for as many people as possible, but you know, we're not going to get. Not everyone's going to find Star Citizen fun. And let's see here. ArcCorp is where it is kind of like diagonal. So eventually we'll get this map completed. So kind of like here. All right, and then we want a brown. Oh, that could definitely go up here. Let's add a new layer. Or a new layer group. Let's see, this is notes layers. There we go, to get notes. And then we got ArcCorp planets. Then we went 20 by 20. And we'll do that one. Okay. Select with background color. Cool. And then I can grab this. Move it over to here. Select none. Okay. I'm pretty sure I could, like, copy this orbit. So I'm pretty sure these guys... Hey, Galactic. Nice to see you. I'm pretty sure these guys are the same distance. 2.88 gigameters. So these guys... I mean, honestly, this is mostly just, like, a reference guide. It's not going to be, like... Yeah, so we go to the Microtech group. And then we take this orbit. No. It's going to be this one. Orbits. This one. If we copy that and then put it in here, And then we grab that. Bring it down here. Layer. Crop to content. There we go. And then we're going to add a new layer group. This is going to be... No, it's going to be arc L1 and L2. That's not Mick. That's arc L1 and L2. Orbit copy. Nope. And then we'll add another layer. Another layer. That's going to be arc 1. It's going to be 10 pixels. Kind of a grayish color. Edit. Paste. No. God damn it. Fill with foreground color. And then we'll duplicate. Actually, yeah. Let's duplicate that layer. And then grab it. Bring it over to the other side. We're making our own star map. I could probably make the, I'm not quite sure about this white background, though. The stations could probably be a different color. Something that's a little bit brighter, like pink or something. I'm not entirely sure about that, but we can change them. Alright, so now... ArcCorp planets. Where is the text tool? Text tool's there. ArcCorp. How big is ArcCorp from the sun? It was 29, 28.7. 0.7, yeah, 28.7. GM from the star. And then let's do that 12 font. And then, of course, we got Arc L1, which we could, like, put over here. What is Arc L1's name? It is Wide Forest Station. Fonts. What's Arc L2 called? Arc L2 is called Lively Pathway Station. I literally just forgot what I said. Lively Pathway Station. Lively Path? Lively Pathway Station. That'll be 10 font as well. And this one can go into that. This can go into that. There you guys go. And then we need to figure out... It's going to be easier to figure out, like, all the Lagrange points. Well, all the L3 Lagrange points should be on the same orbit, right? Roughly. That's Cruel 3. Cruel 5. Cruel 4. And then... Yeah. So if I visit Cruel 3, I should get the orbits for, yeah, all this stuff. Pyro Gateway is also kind of on the same orbit. There we go, Arc 5. That's right, yeah, there's a bunch of Lagrange stations we can fill out here. It seems like I need GIMP just often enough. I know, right? That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. File save. So I can actually figure out where exactly. Oh, that's good. Because I can draw a straight line, and then I can make that line a certain distance, and I can use it as a ruler to figure out 2 points, because we do have 2 points here. And it is exactly... what is it? 20? I can just write 29 gigameters. 29 gigameters to Arc 5, Yellow Core Station. Right. So I need a line. And I need a new thingy here. 12 options, size, we'll do 10 pixels. Actually, no, it's going to be 5 pixels in height. And then 29 times 2 is 18, carry the 1, 4, 58, right? And then an extra 0. And then... yeah, that's not right. That's not right at all. Vertigo, where the fuck did you mess up? Because all the gigameter numbers are just doubled on this. So I messed up somewhere. So it's 29 gigameters. And you multiply by 2. You're supposed to go Arc L4, damn. I know, right? Arc L4 sucks ass. Somewhere over here, I think. Or is it there? There it is. Faint station. So yeah, 28 gigameters. So we said 29 times 2, 58. It should be on this line right here, right? Do 5 pixels. We can do 10 pixels. Yeah, 58 and add a 0. It's way too far. Huh. I don't get it. It's not on the Microtex orbit. It's on the ArcCorp's orbit. Literally down here somewhere. So if we do 58, yeah, it's way too short. Multiply by 2. So that's... wait, hold on a second here. Maybe if I did a circle with centers on ArcCorp. And then we did 58, right? What did I say? 58 by 58? Yeah, 58. Maybe this will help. Help it visualize. Nope. That's still way too small. So it has to be 5800. And then it has to center on Microtech. Oh, that's so much better, Vertigo. There you go. Boop. And so your thing's gonna be right there. And so we know where it is. So we need to fill and then shrink by 2 and then delete. And this is going to be like just radius. We're going to use it to calculate. I think that should give us like arc L3, right? Is that the... It should be the same distance. Because this one's 28, 29. This one should be like 20, 29 as well. Yeah, 20. That's... So that gives me arc 4 and arc 5. Yellow Core Station. There you go. So let's go ahead and slap that stuff on there. New one of those. Probably need a new orbit. There we go. Layer group background. Add that into there. Arc. L4. L5. L5, L4, and L5 radius. And then we can copy that. All right, so L5 is going to be over here, right? Which is Yellow Core Station. Grab another one of these tools. Boop. And then we need, what is it, 20? I think the plants are 20 by 20. Yeah, so we need 10 by 10. And then edits with background color right there. And we can get rid of that when we're we can actually just copy that, right? Boop. Get rid of that copy. That's gonna be the L4 station. Delete this one. And then grab this. Put that up there. Zoom in. Close enough. And then you can hide the radius. So that gives you that. And we could also use the radius to figure out where all the other ArcCorp stations are too from here. I just realized that. So this is going to be... We'll do it on the inside. 12 points. This is arc dash L5 Yellow Core Station. Actually, it's going to be 10 points, 10 font. Planets are 12. There we go. And this one we can put right here. It's Arc L4, which is a faint Glen station. Now, is that Glen with two N's, or is that a single N? It's a single N, faint. Faint as in fainting goats. And we'll make that 10 points. Switch it out. There we go. All right. And then we can figure out where the... Because we could use the radius to figure all this stuff. Once we get all the planetary orbits figured out, then you can figure out the rest of the stuff by where everything overlaps each other. We have the Microtech one, so we could actually like figure out like modern Icarus Station, L5, Because we do have the microtech radius figured out. So from which would be 66 on our little thing here. So grab one of these. This is going to be arc L4 and L5 group. Right. So we need another layer group here. Oops. Layer group. This is going to be the MIC. Now, what else can we hit with this one? I think we could hit these two. MIC 3 and then MIC 4. MIC 5, MIC 3 and 5 will probably be the same. So that's going to be 66. Or is, wait, hold on. That's going to be 33. 43. Nope. That's actually like a little bit further away than I anticipated. But we can still run that calculation. That's not going to be a problem. We just have to run them separately. So this is going to be 32, so 66. We're around from 32 to 37. Or we could just multiply 32, right? 32.7 times 2. That's going to be 14. I'm doing literally back of the hand net math here. So 14, carry the 1, 5, and then 6. So 65. And then double it. That'll give us a better accurate representation. This one right here. And then what do we say? We'll drop it to 6,500. I can highlight for better accuracy. And then we want to center it on our back. And look at that. This is going to be our orbit. MIC L5, I think, orbit. Is that what we're going for? MIC L5, Modern Icarus Station. How do you spell Icarus? Yes, I did spell it right. So that's the orbit. And then we're going to fill with that, shrink by 2, delete. And where the overlap, that's where we put the station. Right? Icarus. Yes. Icarus. So this is going to be MIC L5, modern Icarus station. And we're going to grab that. That tool is going to be 10 by 10. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun creating. I mean, I'm way too much fun. MIC-L5. Gorp. Group. There we go. And then we need text in there as well. So we'll grab the text tool. Over here. And then, boop. 10 fonts. Oops. We need to like move that just a little bit. Just kind of scooch it over. There we go. That's good. And then we can hide the orbit. Oh, sharing the mission. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, share again. Sorry, Rolflick. I didn't realize you were sharing. I was just having fun making stuff, right? Thank you so much. Oh, that's right. That enters remote turret. I'm like, why the fuck did I go that way? Because F8 share as receive. Millennium Mold treatment. Gotcha. I don't know if you have any more missions you want to share, but I'll give you a minute. Like, I'm just having fun making this map. So we get the other one as well. Yep. Did I see another share? Oh, hey, cool. Completed. I didn't realize we were, like, at that point. So we go to journal. I appreciate the help. We're, 6,000. We're almost at the 70% reward as well. Alright, so we will do maps. So I need to figure out the L4, MIC L4. If they're on an orbit we already know, then we can figure out Endless Odyssey Station, MIC 3. Which is going to be 43.7. 43.7 times 2. It's going to be 14, so it's 4.1. 2 times 3 is 6, plus 1, 7. Times 4 times 2 is 8, so 87.4. We'll just make it 87. New layer group. It's going to be the MIC, what is it? MIC 3 Endless Odyssey Station. Dash L3. Then we need that. So those at 87. 70. And then that's out here in the Microtech. Yeah, so out here. Make sure it gets roughly centered on our corp. If it's off just a little bit, I'm fine. All right, so we got a layer, we got a background. That's MIC L3 orbits. And then edits, fill with background color, shrink by 2 pixels, and delete. And then grab that. And really, we could just like copy paste the station. MIC L5. Yeah, this one over here, we'll just grab like a guy from over here. We don't really need to like make this difficult. Boop. There it goes. That there. And we don't need this background anymore. We do need a text field. So that's cool. We get Hurricane Crusader in here, and then we can start filling out the rest of this crap. We can also figure out, like, where... You could... We could do a 3D... You could do a 3D representation or a 2D representation of a 3D placement of an object on this. You'd have to like use some text to like indicate like this object is like above everything, is like closer to the viewer, so therefore it's like this far away. So I'm thinking of like doing Pyro Gateway, because I know Pyro Gateway's out here, but Pyro Gateway's like down a little bit. So you'd have to like write Pyro gateways like this far from the star, this far from our corp. You probably like write like common distances from Pyro gateway from like various orbital bodies. That's why I have like our corp is this many given meters away from the star. All right, so let's get the label of MiG-3. Dash L3. And that's supposed to be... There we go. Nah, that's a little too close. Let's scooch. Map's coming in. I do more missions. We'll have to share with a little bit of the others so I don't mix up missions. Okay, that's fine. Just let me know. Save that. We also need to get one of these done for Pyro. But this will help, like, figure out where everything is for, like, plotting corpses. I could probably move this one down just a little bit. I seem to favor, like, having the, not having the stuff lined up. I look at this and I smile a little bit, like, yes, progress, Vertigo. You're doing things. So, Pyro Gateway... is 16.5. We just round that up to 17, like 16.5. I'm doing on the back of my hand, whatever, 16.5. 60.56 times 2. 6 times 2 is 12, so 2, 1, 10, 11, 1. 6 times 2 is 12. It's 13, 2, 3, so 33.1, so it's 33 gigameters. And 6 would be 66 gigameters away from our corp. And it's off the line. I'd have to go to Pyro Gateway, figure out how far it is away from the sun to actually figure out where to put it. And then figure out where it is, like, relative to, like, everything else. So I'd have to visit Pyro Gateway to get an actual representation of where it is. So these are pretty much locked in place. Microtech. No. He's like, you don't need to go Pyro, Vertigo. Vertigo, come on. Vertigo, calm down. You don't need to do things. Isn't there stuff behind our corp? Well, it's not on these our corp stuff. No. There's nothing over there. So we got this one. MiG-3. We got Arc 5. Got that. We could also do like these as well. Cruel 3 and whatnot. Cruel 3 has no station, I don't think. Yeah, it's just an asteroid belt. Let's have Terror Gateway. I think, did I get this one? MiG-5 Modern? Yeah. So I could do that one. I could do this one and Cruel 3. Also, I could do Hurl 5 as well. There's a bunch of stuff I could do. But yeah, if I wanted to figure out where Pyro Gateway was relative to everything else, I'd actually travel to Pyro Gateway, measure from the sun, put one mark, measure from Arccorp, put another mark, measure from Hershey, put another mark, measure from Crusader, put another mark, measure from Microtech, put another mark, and kind of average those marks out, and then like write. Just make 2 locations. So if you're on Arccorp, you have one distance circle, and then from another location, another distance. That could work, yeah. You're right, that could work. That could definitely work. All right. So let's get... We got those two done. We got that one done. I kind of want to keep playing. We can do this some more of this tomorrow. Let's get some more offers here. Priority. International Spaceport. We want to get... Yeah. We want to come from Riker Memorial, right, to L3. Now, we actually know where L3 is, right? No, we don't. Which one is that? That is Hurl 3. This is one of the reasons why I was making this map, is because this is kind of a pain in the ass to figure out all the time. Like, where the fuck is this stuff relative to anything else? I think Hurl 3 is like right here. That's Hurl 4. 26.3. 26.13 times 2. Right, was that it? 2613. 2613 times 2 is going to be... Yeah, that number. So 5200 from our corp. Then we need another group. Another grouping. And that is going to be the Krill 4 Shallow Field Station. CRU-L4 Shallow Fields Station group. Is CRU-L4 Fields orbit. And so we're gonna grab this. What do we say? 52, 5200, 520. Oops. And then center that on ArcCorp. Okay, so we don't have the orbit for Hurston, so we can't do this. So we need to hit up towards Hurston, so we can actually do that. But hey, we got the group set up. Lock that down. Yeah, so we have like the ArcCorp orbit and we have the Microtech orbit. We don't have the Hurston orbit or the Crusader orbit. Okay, hold on. Let me get out. Go for it. Looking right, looking left. Gonna have to wait for roll click to... Cool. Alright, so let's find... I'm assuming you just shared one mission. So we want to grab from here. New Babbage to Shell Spaceport. That's New Babbage. Oop. 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 I guess we're done. Hauling Stellar. Yeah, everything's at like New Babbage. August Dunlow. New Babbage. Riker Memorial to Hurston L3. I'll accept that one. I'll even share this with you. We're gonna go to L3. And for some reason I can't scroll up anymore. I don't know why. Scroll 3. I don't think there's anything really here. Tisa Spaceport, which is Hurston. New Babbage. That's from New Babbage. Orison. Levski. I don't want to go Levski. New Babbage, New Babbage. Everest Harbor, Levski. Near ArcCorp. Okay. What about medium missions? Tisa, that's... Again, that's New Babbage. Riker Memorial to Microtech's L4 Lagrange point. Did I actually map that out in my thing? L4? No, I did not. There's L3, L5. That's 256. Where is the L4 Lagrange point? Now we have to add... Now it's... Oh, Jesus Christ. That is, like, out there. That is, like, out in the belt. So this one takes us to next to Crusader. Yeah, and that's it. I don't think there's anything coming out of here that... Yeah. It's kind of on the way, but we could also head over to, like, grab some stuff out of Orison. There's also a Grim Hex pickup, I think. Tisa Spaceport, New Babbage. Orison to Hurston's L1 Lagrange point. Riker Memorial. Microtech's L4. That's way too far out there. Riker, oh, here's one's Riker, but this is 616. That would be, like, my C2. I'd have to take out. Everest Harbor, Levski, Ventilation Fish, Tisa Spaceport. I swear to God, there was one for, like, Grim Hex or something. Tisa's Hurston. Okay, yeah. Alright, so let's get... Pearl 3 Thundering Station, Express Station. I guess we'll, like, swing over to Crusader, see what we can do over there. Because we need to go over to Crusader to map out Crusader's orbit so we can start getting various things done. And what time is it? This may be the last delivery we do. Because I want to get... I have, like, plenty of work. I have my work cut out for me for YouTube. More and more ideas. And then plus we have, like, we wanted to, like... talk about how to do not reshade. How to use auto hotkey for auto tractor beam. In Star Citizen. This is probably not going to be like a Star Citizen for noobs. This will probably like be an actual like full-on episode of like it's probably be a 5-minute video because I have to explain like how to download AutoHotkey, how to install it, how to compile stuff. AutoHotkey's pretty simple to use if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I always get Port Tressler and Tisa Spaceport mixed up for some reason in my head. Probably because they both start with a T. Have you seen the new version of Gremlin? No, I haven't. I haven't updated Gremlin in a while. I'm terrified of updating it, having to redo all my stuff, Danger Hobo. And Red Lear's not making any videos. Hey, maybe I should make videos. Right? Red Lear ain't making any videos. You mean Dad Lear is not making any videos? Daddy Lear? He's probably busy with his real job and his kid. I don't blame the guy. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Alright, I should be ready to receive. Not going to be the star map anytime soon.
You are clear to launch.
Take off. Collision alert. Collision alert.
If we want to come out of this like a piece of toast.
Collision alert. Front.
Unfortunately, the hangar request shit's not going away, so I'm not quite sure when I'm going to get that.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Off my goddamn screen. There we go. Accepted. All right. Then we need to get out of here. Oh, we could probably raise our landing gear, like it really matters. Yay! Completed. Thank you so much, Rollflick. Appreciate you helping me out with this. I did share that with him, so we'll get that done. Like I said, honestly, I could care less about the money. Like, do you want me to send you a couple million for helping me out, Rollflick? I don't know if you care. Like, I'm a millionaire. Money means nothing to me. I just want the points.
Auto drive is now on.
Travel a few gigameters that way. And over there. So that should bring me, inching me closer. I'm gonna journal. And yeah, 6,000. So with this next one, we should be around like 6,900 with completing this one because it's like 250, 255. I was hoping it'd be like 7,000, but no, we're still working on it, and we're almost done with the 70. Yeah, we're got the 70% reward, but it's not checked off yet. So I guess it's more than 70. I guess it's more than that. Oh well. So yeah, we're heading over there, and then I guess we'll just log out over there, and tomorrow we'll head over to Crusader, grab some stuff there, figure out the orbit of Crusader relative to everything else. I don't know if it's perfect, if it's possible to perfectly make a map. Because the thing is, like, everything's in a specific spot. All the map elements on the star map are in a very specific spot, right? Relative to each other. But when I drew the map, I just started with the stun, and then I drew like microtech, and I just kind of put microtech arbitrarily out there. I guess using microtech, I could like triangulate stuff based on the stand star, and like, you know, go from microtech to ArcCorp. So, you know, this is where ArcCorp is for microtech and Stanton. Draw a circle around Stanton, and then draw a circle around microtech, and then you get like, this is where ArcCorp should be, right? When I'm dying a Bradley, yeah. If you have enough guys repairing you in a Bradley or any tank, like, you just it's hard to kill stuff from the front. Me and Exodus discovered that a while ago. Like 2 engineers lobbing RPGs at RPG 7s at like an Abrams or a Bradley just from the front. You just can't do enough damage to out damage like 2 or 3 like repair guys, engineers. You have to hit them from like the rear or something. All right, here we go. Okay, do illegal crafting. You can start making drugs. I hope CIG lets us make drugs out of the crafting table. Not like medipens and whatnot, but actual, you know, like Widow or something. People could do live their smuggler dream. There we go. How could I do that? Yeah, I mean, you need 2 reference points, so it's going to be very arbitrary to do the map. I need at least, like, microtech and, like, Stanton, and then I can, like, figure out the rest of the system from those 2 points. Otherwise, like, it's just going to be like, okay, where does microtech go? Like, where does your first point go if you just have a single point? You just have a distance. Sure, I can get you a permit real quick. No. Sometimes it gives me the ability to permit stuff there, but sometimes it doesn't. There you go. Robert Space Industries. Yeah, like I said, be able to craft Widow. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's a bunch of text about Widow and whatnot. What it's made from. Alright, let's get this stuff unloaded. I love this hotkey. I really need it closer to my keyboard, though. Maybe, like, stroke and, like, period or something? God damn it. I knew that was going to happen. One of these days, CIG will give us the ability to control. Yeah, if I put it, like, the two... Oh, I'll have that to, like, wipe my helmet. So maybe not that one. Not quite sure what else I could put it as. All right. Brilliant. Give it a word. Asgard Alliance Green Library. Yay, Asgard. Tier 2. There should be like a bunch of other stuff in there too. Have to earn 3,030 times to unlock. Ugh. That's why a lot of people do the bot matches for that kind of shit. It's just like, fuck that. Fuck that, dude. I'm actually kind of glad that DICE nerfed some of the requirements because it was ridiculous. Like 5 shotgun kills in a life. Fuck that. 3 was... They nerfed it to 3, which was a little bit more... It was like 3 shotgun kills without reloading in 1 life. And that was just... No. Absolutely not. That wasn't happening. Not with my skill. There was like one time where I got really close to like getting 5 shotgun kills in 1 magazine without reloading and in 1 life. It was mostly because I was like in a place I shouldn't have been, thanks to like the assault ladders. Hey, good Harold Spark, welcome. Hermes. I have not flown a C2 in a long time, but from my understanding, the C2 is working. I do see them out and about. So I'm assuming, and this is a big problem, right? You know what assuming does, right? It makes an ass out of you and me. I'm assuming that the Hull C works right now. But since I don't own one, it's hard for me to say. I also think if we go 1 ship, we can double take the small cargo on some locations and share them and load in the elevator. Yeah. Or you can just take 2 ships, you know, load them in the same... Because it looks like everybody gets the same missions regardless. So you go to a Microtech and you can take... for example, you go to Microtech, you can load all the stuff for Levski. There's a lot of stuff at Microtech you can load for Levski. And then go to Levski... And then both of us unload everything and we share all the missions and then we get double the points. Bad Robot. Bad Robot says Hull C is working until you need to dock to refuel. Most docking ports are fucked. Loading and unloading works 90% of the time. Okay. Like I said, I don't own one, so someone else has got to speak up. And I really don't care to own a Hull C. It's more ship than I want. I have a Carrack, I have a Polaris. That's more ship than I want, honestly. The Polaris can become a nightmare to manage. And let's close that. Okay. So cool. We actually we did some cool stuff today. We'll be working on that star map a little bit tomorrow. So we're gonna end the stream there because we got shit to do. Virgo's hungry. He needs to use the restroom. He wants to take a shower. Actually, I probably also want to go outside and get some fresh air. So yeah, we're gonna find someone who's streaming right now. Doing some... Oh, Gabs is doing some Star Citizen. Sure. I haven't seen Gabs online in a while. So tomorrow we'll be back with more Star Citizen. We'll be flying around doing that. Monday, we're probably not going to be streaming. We have jury duty all next week. So it's going to be whatever the local government needs of me. That's what I'm going to be doing instead. So we're probably going to be doing YouTube videos next week. We'll see how it works out. See how long jury duty it may be like one day. I get like a case, or maybe like a week or 2 months or something. Could be like, who knows? Maybe they. I'm not getting into politics. What I want for Christmas this year. Fuck that. What I want for my birthday this year. So yeah, Monday is definitely not going to be a stream day. Get jury duty. We have to be up ass crack at dawn. Get over the courthouse. So yeah, so tomorrow more Star Citizen, grinding out more of this fucking delivery shit, maybe do some of the combat missions, working through that, getting more YouTube videos done. We should have a new YouTube video up today, a YouTube short for Star Citizen for noobs, how to zigzag. If you already know how to zigzag, it's not for you. This is for new players. And plus, we've got that Clipper video we need to finish and get up on there. I've been threatening to release that thing for a while now. But anyways, want to wish you all a good night and a good weekend if I don't see you again. But hopefully I'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. That is the Seattle, Los Angeles time zone. But have a good night. Have a good evening. Hopefully we'll see you soon.